staring at me, getting closer to the sun. All these voices shouting at me, wish you'd never see me drown. Since the moment I met you, please don't forget me when I'm down here. It's been a while since I hit the bottom. I'll sing my song, come find me, come find me. All these faces staring at me, getting closer to the sun. All these voices shouting at me, wish you'd never see me drown. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Trying to lose track of the silence, trying to make my way back to the silence. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. And my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 10 feet deep, but I'm far from grounded. Losing my feet and I keep on drowning. On a one-way street, you got me surrounded. You got a one-track mind like a driving. I can hear the graveyard sing, now you got me flatline. Trying to make my way back to the silence. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Suddenly, you been coming round cutting me. My blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, you been coming round cutting me. My blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. Suddenly, I've been sitting back wondering why you been coming round cutting me. And now my blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats. 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 Blood bleeds quicker than my heart beats.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, the top teams from the Pacific and China region enter the competition. #1 seeds HyperX and Edward Gaming will take the stage for the very first time here in Shanghai. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of Masters Shanghai, coming at you live from the VCT CN studio. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got yourself a Mimi, and all the way over there is a Kakuka. Hello, mi amigas. How you doing today? You good?
He's bilingual.
Did you not know
I'm
that?
a fraudulent bilingual.
Talented.
I'm a fraudulent bilingual.
He is. That's him. He is him.
That's as far as my bilingual ability goes.
That's all the Spanish.
That's such a lie.
At least for today.
Okay.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and talk about what happened on Day 6, shall we? You guys don't mind, right? We had Foot, of course, riding a high after eliminating Leviathan and qualifying for playoffs. And then 100 Thieves was like, yeah, definitely. And they ended up 2-0ing Foot. And Asuna with a bold claim, saying they're going to win Shanghai.
We've heard that before. It's a bit cursed of a statement, I have to say. But, you know, after what we saw yesterday, I'm not surprised.
I don't think it's that bold.
You know what?
I think 100 Thieves looked incredible. I think they've had the best debut of any team at this event. They absolutely dumpstered on Foot. I mean, all their players were looking incredible. I think their game plan against Foot was on point. I think even picking them in the draft is really showing a great understanding of how all these teams play and what the best stylistic matchup would be. I mean, Foot just contact every attack side into a 2-0 loss. And then we got to this second match, and this one delivered.
And we were here forever, right? We were very excited to see Fnatic back in the global stage, but the performance from the guys from Genji was on a different level, taking everything down to that third map in a very, very close-up breeze.
Yeah, I was also a little disappointed by the ending from Fnatic. I feel like they started to let a lot of rounds slip.
They started off strong.
Yeah, we saw some sloppier moments than we expected towards the end of EMEA. So a worrying start for them being in the lower bracket, but always a team that you can trust to find that recovery. And Genji as well, looking in great form.
I mean, we were so excited to have 3 EMEA teams in playoffs, and now
one's already gone.
Yeah, one's already
Guaranteed.
gone because we will get Foot versus Fnatic. But you know what? It is what it is. Very deserved wins yesterday.
Still got 2 for sure. Definitively. You know, we'll tip our hats to that one for right now. All right, well, let's go ahead. If you're wondering why we're saying this, is because you can see down at the lower portion of the bracket, Foot is going to be facing off against Fnatic. So that means guaranteed an EMEA team will be eliminated from the competition. But today, that brings us to HyperX and G2, and then we're going to have EDG, the hometown team, taking on the Heretics, which is going to be so exciting. I can't wait to see what Kong can do on the stage, especially against Kong.
Who would have told us? Like, this storyline is just so good. The way that Woods has been performing and not going to come back, I think it's going to be a sick match.
They're also now the last hope for EMEA in the upper bracket. So for all the
EDG is also the last hope for China. So
that's true.
That's true.
That's a lot at stake for
But I think EDG definitely the favorite in that matchup in front of their home crowd. We've been waiting so long for this team to kind of break through that 5th, 6th curse that we've seen for a while. If they could do it here in Shanghai, it would be incredible.
And just a little random aside, because, you know, we take the shuttle and, you know, we're going to like work and going back to the hotel and stuff like that after we're done here for today. And when we were going, we saw like a guy in a Kong jersey just walking in the street randomly. I'm like, my boy's popping off out here, man.
The Chinese commentators are telling us they even had like a branded Metro card for EDG that they were putting out at some point. Like, this team is so incredibly popular here in Shanghai. It's unbelievable. The crowd is going to be 100% behind them.
Oh, I have no doubt about it. It's going to be white hot in that room. I can't wait. But speaking of duelists, though, that's going to bring us to today's Mastercard fan poll. We want to know which one is going to have the highest ACS today. Is it going to be Jing, Icy, Kong, or Woot? Scan the QR code, cast your vote. Who do you think is going to be? Who you guys think is going to pop off today? Why don't you help the viewers out? Think Kong?
Yeah. Or I mean, Woods did have the highest ACS coming out of the Swiss stage. So
but these debuts.
I know. I'm just I'm just giving different points.
And no, I believe. But the debut for Kong in front of a home crowd and the re-debut for Jing after Champs Final, we thought it was going to be his last ever match in Valorant, and now he's back again for HyperX.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting day.
It certainly is, of course. And make sure you lovely people back out there tweet and use your hashtags, what is it? VCT and Valorant Masters, I can read. So you go ahead and we can feature you on the show. You know, that thing that we do all the time that I tell you to do, and you do it anyway without me needing to tell you. You know how we flow over here.
Give us your hot takes.
Hot takes, yeah. Give us some hot takes. Have some fun. I saw someone saying G2 is winning today.
Yeah.
I saw that tweet go out there.
That's your alt account.
That's oh, how dare you call
One
me
of them.
on real time, bro. It's unbelievable. All right, folks. Well, look, ahead of the playoffs, I am met with HyperX's Mind Freak and Jing because here's the deal. You guys know that I love a good pun. And this time around, we went with it, baby. We played a little game of Jenga. Oh yeah,
no.
That's right. I did it. Run it, baby. What's going on, everyone? You already know what the deal is. We did this last time in Madrid. We're doing it again right here. It's the indiscriminate block game that we can't legally say its name because it's copyright. But thankfully, we have Jing here. So guess what? It's called Jenga. Yeah, we went there. So this is it. We're going to do it. All right. Now, I explained to you what the deal is. But for those at home, you take a piece, and then when you take it, you look at it, read it, and ask each other the questions. Okay? Ready? All right. Who wants to go first? I feel like it's your name.
Okay,
you got to go first. Now both of them have told me that they're not very good at Jenga.
Oh,
Jenga.
wait, that's easy.
Ooh, look at that. Look at you.
That's why I asked Ron the question.
Yeah, ask the question.
Who do you think will make it to the finals?
I think 100 Thieves looking good.
103 is looking good.
Fnatic slowly like bouncing back.
Okay.
So I think either both of them.
Okay.
Or maybe us.
Yeah. I like that. I like that. You said both of them, but then you went with yourself at the end. What about you, Jing?
Hopefully us and Fnatic.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, if that's the grand finals, that's going to be incredible. Okay, here you go. You can put that down right there. Congratulations. See, look
Wait,
at
do
that.
I not have to put it on top or something?
No, not for this one.
Okay.
The intention is. Hold on a second, brother. Okay, you just feel around. Find the loose boys that are just hanging about.
Ooh.
See, you said you're bad at Jenga. This is the reason why you're going after these pieces.
Who at this event would you want to 1v1 with?
Ooh, who would you want to 1v1 at this event?
Maybe Kangkang, because it's like Shanghai, and
Yeah.
Okay, that actually would pop off. All right, Jing, your turn.
Ooh, this one?
We made one each, so we're making money here.
Wait,
risky business, brother. Oh my goodness.
What do you usually eat for breakfast?
Okay, this is the most important meal of the day.
I do not eat breakfast.
Come on.
Same.
Jing.
I do not eat breakfast.
You guys don't, not even like a banana or like an apple?
How can I eat breakfast?
If I wake up early, then I will eat it. But usually I woke up around like 12. So
12 is like considered my early, so no breakfast, straight to lunch.
When you guys hit 30, don't worry. You're going to be eating breakfast all the time. Okay. All right, next up, what we got?
who is the best? What is it? Cook or look?
Cook. Who is the best cook on the team?
What does that mean?
Cook,
Chef.
Who is the best cook? Yeah, probably us. I think it's probably us.
You too?
Wait, you mean like
a chef? Like a
I thought like
cooking food?
I thought like cooking like the
like,
composition or whatever.
No, like actual cooking.
Actual cooking.
Like making food to
Yeah.
On the
consume.
team, on my team.
Yes. Are you a good cook?
Nah, bro.
No, okay. Are you a good cook?
I think
He can't even like make an instant noodle. So
I can't.
I don't
come
even
on.
make breakfast.
I made scrambled eggs. There's a video on HyperX YouTube channel if you wanna see. I made some
Okay.
scrambled eggs.
I think
insane.
I think it's probably Davai.
Oh, probably the
Because he's the only one that cook, even though like he doesn't
Yeah.
cook that much, but he's the only one that able to.
He strikes me as the most responsible one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go for it, Jing. Your turn. Pick whichever you want. See, that was a good one. Yeah. Easy peasy.
What 5 players from all regions combined would be the best team right now?
EMEA probably Alfire.
Okay, Alpha.
NA probably. It's really hard.
It's very hard. A lot of talent.
Help me.
Okay,
out.
this is like just China probably Kangkang.
Okay.
NA probably Cryocells. Yeah, I think he played really well.
Okay.
Cryocells,
Ooh.
Kangkang.
Nice already.
Do I want to take like 5 Jet players or what?
anything.
From EU, Leo. You need like one guy that doesn't overheat, you know? So Leo
Okay.
is like their safety. And then Pacific, the Flex Legend Forsaken.
Like that. Hey, I'll
Flex
take
legend.
the
And
legend himself. Yeah.
one more. Last
Sounds like a
one.
winning team. All right.
Last one.
And
From what
feel
region
free,
should I take?
whatever region you
America.
want.
No.
I'll take one from
Anything,
a
right?
China team, I guess, because we're in Shanghai.
Ah, look at that.
Maybe Life.
Life is okay. That would be a fascinating squad.
Many 4 people that can, like 4 fraggers, and Leo's the safety, you know, like
that's fair.
If they overheat, he'll clutch everything.
And then you have Forsaken, who is the multi-aging god. All right, well, let me go ahead and take a stab at this real fast. Oh no, the Jenga. Well, this one says that you gotta buy the HyperX bundle, and you guys are probably gonna win the whole darn thing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Safe to say one of the greatest games of Jenga we ever played.
More scripted than wrestling.
How could it be? I disagree wholeheartedly. Wrestling is very scripted. Okay. All right, folks. Well, look, HyperX finished 3rd in Madrid, but then, you had Jing rejoining the roster in Stage 1, and they finished 1st in Pacific. And look, they didn't just finish 1st in Pacific. They just look good. They just continue to get better and better and better. Yeah. This is a squad that is aging like fine wine, honestly.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Especially regionally, they only took 1 loss to Team Secret. So, of course, this is a team that is very exciting to watch. They're still on their same line, but, we like to see the flexibility. We like to see how they keep innovating in the same HyperX way as always.
Yeah, the team's identity is kind of almost shockingly stayed the same from the first time we saw them at a global event until now. They still pick unique comps. They still do a lot of the W gaming. And honestly, I think that's why Jing managed to pick off right where he left off. He had a little bit of warm-up time. They lost that secret game you mentioned in the group stage and looked a little shakier. But in the playoffs, we saw everyone returning to form. And I think we also saw a more refined HyperX, right? They're playing a lot, they're still playing like double duelist on most of their maps, but it feels like a lot of the ideas are really well thought through. It's a little less chaotic than previous events we've seen, and they have just looked in really well coordinated, really strong form coming into this event.
And in Madrid, we were saying, hey, we don't have any of the usual suspects, like there's no Fnatic, like these teams are brand new. This is the chance for HyperX to make it. It wasn't possible, but this time around, come on. Like, it has to happen at some point.
Yeah, no, for real. And even in Madrid, they managed to make a deep run, and that was with integrating Monet into the team a little bit more, and they were like, still trying to figure out how that would work.
But still, it's always been kind of this asterisk the last 2 events we've seen. It was in Japan, they were playing with CGRS, and then they were so close in Champions, and then they lose Jing and have to play with Monet. And now Jing's back. There's always like one factor that's changing into all of these events. But Asia's never lifted a trophy, and this is their chance, so close to home, to finally win one.
Best chance that they've had in a very, very long time, and they've gotten close plenty of times here. Now, Mika did manage to get some more words and insight with Jing earlier on. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Hey Jing, it is so nice to see you back at an international event like this. In fact, the last time we saw you on a stage like this, it was during the grand finals of Champions last year, which was very emotional, so let us know what's going through your head.
I mean, I haven't been in like a Masters tournament for quite some time, so I'm really happy and excited to be here.
All right, well, I can't wait to see you on stage. You're gonna kill it.
Thank you.
All right, of course, we're all excited to see Jing take the stage yet again, of course, and it's going to be one thing that I think we know for certain is that even though Jing is back and he's had to reintegrate into the team, we had already alluded to this, but he really hasn't lost much of a step in his play. I mean, he still is that guy who you can trust to go out and eke out a few kills for you in those critical rounds, take space right away. Like, the man can just do so much for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, in a recent interview, Coach Alex was talking about the fact that he felt like what went wrong for them at Champs LA was the pressure getting to them. They felt like it was the last hurrah, it was the last chance they would get to play at Jing, and that was the whole narrative, right? Because it really looked like he was going to have to go and do national service. That ended up not happening, and now he's immediately come back in and re-hit the form. So it feels like this massive reunion tour, and it really looks like the stars are aligning the way that he's playing right now for this team to come back and make another final like they did in LA.
Yeah, exactly. But the final is not going to be enough. I feel like, especially with this exact roster, people are exactly. It has to be a win. People are expecting more. Like, there should be no excuses for this time around, especially with how the stage went for them.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Jing is, the type of player that, especially now that he's back into this roster, it certainly puts a little bit more pressure on them. But to that point that you said earlier about Champs LA, like, you had to feel way more stressed out on that one because it was like the last hurrah. Now you kind of got like a second lease on life, so to speak. So you can kind of just shoot the shot here. If you get finals, awesome. And yeah, I mean, they could very well.
Yeah, and I mean, in that same interview, Alex was saying that the solution he saw was just taking the pressure off the players, not setting an expectation of when we as a community, as people who watch this game, are all saying, this is the moment, this is the time, this is exactly when HyperX can win a trophy. It's the best shot they've had. But I think the team has to have the mentality of, this is another tournament. We have a second lease on life. We have a chance to just go out there and play our game and have fun. And that sounds kind of lame to say that, but that's the mentality that actually gets you to championships.
And we need to get into the mentality also that the entire planet, like all the teams across all regions, they've been doing things so differently that they also need to step up to that. Like, yes, they're coming into the tournament today. They've had the chances to just look at what the other teams are doing, but now they have to play on stage. And we know that some of this best of threes, like most of them have gone the distance and got very, very close.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But you are going to be needing some cool hands in those situations, and none are cooler than Forsaken. I mean, this is a guy who plays so many roles for his team. He could do so much. He truly is the flex god, as his teammates said.
Yeah, literally. He's a living legend. I mean, Jing was completely right there. We've seen so many of Forsaken during the years. Like when he was playing on the Duelist, what he's doing this year is enabling HyperX to advance and evolve within their playstyle, just filling in every single role. And the amount of hours that have to go into this, because we're not saying, oh, he plays just a variety of duelists. No, he plays the Harbor, the Breach, anything that you need, he will be able to step up and play into it. The server time that goes into this, knowing also that you're in HyperX, just look at the amount of agents that he's played this year alone. And he still does it beautifully with all the craziness that goes into HyperX playstyle.
9 agents this year already. I mean, he is the one player that you could see him lock literally anything and not be surprised.
Yeah.
And the first time we saw him come onto a stage back at Copenhagen in the early days of this HyperX team, he was the Duelist one trick. Yeah. He was playing Jet, he was playing some of the Rays sometimes. That was all he was. But this guy has evolved so much into a leader for this team, into a flexible player for this team. He's the do-it-all guy for HyperX.
Yeah, he truly is. And honestly, I mean, you cannot continue to sing the praise of Forsaken enough. The guy has just proven time and time again to be a force to be reckoned with. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to their opponents on the other side of the stage and get to know them a little bit better in a little game of G2 Truths and a Lie. It's another pun. It's another pun, maybe.
It's your day, Alex.
It's my last day. You gotta give a brother a little bit of love.
If you're just using a 2?
Cállate. Okay, here we go. So you guys know how this is going to work.
He knew more Spanish.
I'm going to read, all right, a couple statements, all right? 2 are going to be true, 1's false. And listen, you lovely people in the chat, you can play as well. Why don't you go ahead and have some fun?
I'm so scared about this.
You guys got to guess which one is wrong, all right? You guys ready?
I usually write this, so I'm very scared because I'm going to get it wrong, and then, you know,
I'm excited now. The pressure is
I feel no pressure.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Trivia is my oyster.
Throw the first one up there. Here we go. All right, so Jonah P went to school for 2 years to become an auto mechanic. Don't know where medical came from, my eyes. Icy is the youngest member of G2, and G2 have never played in a BO5 series at a global
3
event.
is incorrect.
3 is incorrect, yeah.
I think 3 is incorrect.
The only global event they've ever come to, they went out 0-2.
Yeah. Oh, but Jonah P went to, you know, he strikes me as...
Wait, we still haven't said it. We still didn't get there.
No, you guys were confident in your response.
Wait,
when did they play a BO5 in the global?
Oh, wait. Ascension.
Oh, that doesn't count. That's not a global event. It's America's Ascension. It's international.
You know what?
The question is invalid.
I don't make the rules. I just read the thing. Where's the buzzer? All right, get the next one. All right, here it is.
This is why
But I think also Trent is the youngest.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that's also a lie. So much lying. I don't know who to trust anymore.
Right. Trent played on his high school's basketball team. Valen's most played agent is OMEN. And growing up, Jonah P had 2 pet ducks.
I hope 3 is true.
I really hope 3 is true. If 3 isn't true, I think I'm going to walk off set. So
I'm actually going to say that the 3 is a lie.
You can say 3 is a lie? Yeah. You want me to walk off set? I think a lot of people might look, we'll see what happens.
Trent looks like
I just want to say, if it's true, can I see a picture of the ducks?
I actually do want to see the ducks. Yeah. All right, let's see. What do you got?
Trent is the most, suburban boy I've ever seen. I feel like he played in every sports team.
Well, turns out it wasn't basketball. So
okay.
Trent played on his high school basketball team was a lie, and now Jonah P, we got to see
Show
the
us the ducks. We've seen his cats. Show us the ducks.
Not a hard ask, honestly. And also Val's most played agent's OMEN. Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
He plays it all the time.
The Broman. All right, next up, here we go. We got one more here. G2 have the 3rd highest selling capsule in VCT Americas. Trent's favorite food is pepperoni pizza, and Leaf had the highest ACS in VCT Americas Stage 1.
Does that include playoffs? You know, we need some. You see?
I'm just a fleshy meat bag that's reading.
I know.
See, the pepperoni pizza thing sound. I know number one is true, I think. I think pepperoni pizza is true.
Quite popular.
The highest ACS for his team,
I think 3's a lie.
I will be disappointed if Trent's favorite food isn't pepperoni pizza because it's delicious.
Does he not look like his favorite food is pepperoni pizza?
The hair, yeah, maybe. You know, just see him
He's
just vibing at the side, having a slice.
He's just like a young guy. Like he looks like
but
he's in high school.
but what if like they need to know what his favorite food is then, because they cannot just put something random.
It's true.
If it's
maybe they did ask him.
They might have
maybe we
asked
can get
him.
that
Maybe they
confirmation.
asked
All right, let's go. Wait, did you guys pick
3's a lie.
3?
Okay, yeah.
3's a lie. Leaf had the
Yippee.
highest ACS in VCTs America. That was a lie. Fraudulent.
But he did in his team, I believe. But I think someone
in
was...
his team.
Yeah.
I think no, Oswald's got owned in playoffs.
Yeah. Maybe Cryo?
It might have been Cryo.
Might have been Cryo.
I'll check it later.
We'll check it later. Thankfully, Space is here to give us all that
We learned.
information. All right, guys.
But he was in the top 3.
Yeah, he was actually.
Yeah,
so
he was in the
G2, of course. There we are. G2 is the first team picked during the draw show. Now, here's the question. G2 picked first. Was that a mistake? Was that a bold choice? How do you feel about that? Because HyperX, I mean, they went for it right out of the gate.
They just wanted to create that. They said that they wanted a game with high expectations, with all the crowd just cheering and going crazy for it. And they decided to go for G2. Hear me out. To me, it's a small surprise because of the form that we saw G2 play in and how the rest of the year went. But not the biggest surprise.
I will say though, like matchup-wise, I think HyperX matches up incredibly well against G2. We've known G2 to be a team that, oftentimes kind of runs by the book, so to speak. Whereas HyperX very much doesn't, care about.
Although I do think so. One of my favorite things about watching G2 in the Americas stage was how good they are at shutting down star players. You watch them against people like I almost said it, like Icy Ospas, the name I was looking for there, of course. And they're really good, I think, especially on their defensive side, at finding timings to go for double, triple swings, to play really well together. We saw it in the group stage. They're a super coordinated team with really good discipline, and I think that actually works well against HyperX, especially since the IGL, VALORANT, has played against them before. Back when they were the guard, they lost them in Reykjavik.
Yeah, exactly. But I think we need to take into consideration how the Swiss stage went. Yes, G2 made it 2-0 out of it, but it was sweaty games. Like, they got 13-1 on Icebox. Yes, they managed to bring it back, don't get me wrong, a big game of resilience. And then against Heretics, they managed to win that last map with a crazy record that split, where it was clutch after clutch after clutch. So maybe it's also thinking how much that is on G2 and how much of it it's on their opponents, if you're thinking about their form just here.
Interesting. And you know what, though? Something you had mentioned just a second ago, you were talking about that this was a match that we have seen before. So one has to wonder, like, I mean, granted, HyperX just feels like a type of team that, like, even though you've played them before, you probably don't know what you're going to expect when you play against them again.
The narrative with HyperX is that they're the hardest team to play for the first time. They're just so disruptive.
Yeah, exactly. But back in the day, we were mentioning, for example, the journey from Forsaken. He was playing on the Duelist back then, if I'm not mistaken. Like, many things have changed. And again, HyperX, even though they're super crazy, they keep advancing and moving on and bringing in new ideas constantly. And even the first moments that you're going to the server, you're either super sure and you take the upper hand, or it's going to be very difficult to come back against them.
Yeah, and this was actually a really close game. I think a lot of people discredit that Iceland run and just look at the 2 match losses that they went out. But I think it was like 13-10, 13-8. There was a real world where the Guard could have won that back then. This team was good, even the core of it, even a few years ago. And the fact that they had to go all the way back through Challengers, run it back through Ascension, and now come back and have this rematch, I think is really proof of the resiliency and the growth of this team. Because people are going to look at HyperX and say, this is one of the favorites to win the tournament, and discount G2 in this match. But I actually think their style plays really well into a disruptive team like HyperX, and I think they have it in them to find an upset, especially if the map pool is good for it.
Yeah, exactly. We still need to know how they're going to do in this event. I think that yesterday what happened with Fnatic and Genji, Genji are looking unreal, but especially on those later in the later maps. it was a little bit lackluster. You were like really like all this rest and everything to then come in at this point, you choke like this.
Yeah, no, it's completely fair. I mean, look, I think that with G2 in particular, it's going to be, no matter how you slice it, it's going to be a struggle, right? HyperX is a really, really talented team, and G2's got their work cut out for them. But earlier on, though, Mika checked in with the IGL of G2, Valen, to hear his thoughts. Let's go ahead and check out what he had to say.
Hey Valen, what's up? Looking very cool today. I like the shades. Now this is an interesting match because when we last saw you on an international stage, it was up against this very team, HyperX. So how are you anticipating this match, knowing what you know versus them?
Yeah, I think this time around we're much more prepared. In game, out of game, we're more mature as a team. Last time we were just kind of lost, so they beat us pretty hard. You know, nevertheless, they're one of the best teams here, so it's going to be a tough game. But I think we're much more prepared this time, so I'm excited to see how it goes.
All right, well, best of luck. Keep rocking the shades. All right.
Valen, if you don't rock the shades to the stage, disqualified, okay? Disqualified right out of the gate. But there is something he did say there that was very interesting. Prepared. That was the word that he was throwing out a lot. And we just talked about how you can't really prepare for HyperX, but I do think that if there's one player...
I think you can.
Okay, go for it.
I think you actually can
work.
prepare for HyperX. I think the biggest thing that people kind of think about this team is that their style is really disruptive. I think once you've played them that first time and you kind of realize what it's mentally like, I think it's not so that their ideas and strats are super unique and uncounter-stratable. I think they just kind of take teams by surprise, and then you get a little overwhelmed as an IGL, and the game starts slipping. I don't expect that to happen today. I think a lot of their ideas, you can kind of look ahead. Hey, they like to do this default to take space forward in this area of the map. It's a lot of set stuff, but it's a lot of set stuff that they will run repeatedly. And if you're an IGL like Valen, who is really good in that prep department, who always comes in with a great game plan, I think there is a world where they can get a leg up here.
Yeah, but if you look at it from the other perspective, like when was the Iceland? 2 years ago?
Yeah.
The amount of matches that this core has gone through to even get to here, like that is a distant memory. Yes, of course, the sense of wanting revenge, it has to be definitely there, but many things have happened. I think that the preparation is more about the growth in a team, adapting to any opponent, making it the best out of any kind of series that you win, actually getting the victories under your belt. So you know what it is to go to an international stage, to lose, but you also know now what it is to win.
It means you won't crumble like you did last time. And that's really where HyperX gets teams, right? It's really more, I think, about mental resiliency to beat this team. When they pull off that crazy round, when Jing does something ridiculous, having the resiliency to just reset and go into the next round is important, and I think G2 has that.
We saw G2 do that, literally. We saw them do it in this Swiss stage.
I mean, they got 13-1, turned it around, won the series.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, anything's possible in this game. After we've been covering it for so long, that's just the thing I've taken away from it. Now, let's go ahead, though, and see the results of our Mastercard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which duelist was going to pop off, have the biggest ACS, and wasn't even a contest. Jing just so close. Jing was 66.1%. I can read. Not shocking. Well, actually, a little shocking. Because Kong Kong's on the poll, and I really thought that people would pop off for Kong Kong.
But the APAC fans use Twitter. The Chinese fans don't as much.
Oh.
There's always a way to make it fraudulent.
Right. Well, no, it's just you have to put those things in context. It's daytime in Asia right now, and a lot of Jing fans use it. And also, he's goated, and he is going to be the player with the most ACS.
Many people have been waiting for this, right? Especially after the stage. Now they get the seed 1. Come on, it's time to see him play.
Oh, Baby Bay joined me. I thought it would be the only one.
What is
Here's the predictions from our talent for today.
What is Dre doing?
He's on one today.
Yo, yeah, I mean, my guy's off the
And
hoop.
he's going to be so right. He's going to be so dry. I'll buy him a drink if this is correct.
I am actually really curious what I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I do feel confident in G2 going into today, but I did pick them because I'm sticking to my guns that G2 is going to make top 4. That's my hot take.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
I don't think it's unreasonable in the slightest.
It depends also on the veto. Like there is many things coming into
you guys still don't think it was a hot take, you know?
I thought it was a hot take, but the more I've watched G2 and the more I've thought about it, the more I've believed in this team.
I love it, love it. All right, well.
I also think HyperX, they play a couple maps where they're doing like solo Sky, double duelist still, and I really think those comps limit your options. I feel like if this gets into a drawn-out affair and Valen can really work his default the way he likes to, he can really take advantage of those comps.
There is preparation, and with HyperX, I feel like it's always the same. They either go static default, things are not working, we just send it. That's them.
Well, we broke it all down. Hopefully you guys are satisfied because we're about to start this bad boy. You got HyperX versus G2. EDG taking on Team Heretics. Day 7 of Masters Shanghai starts right now.
It's you and me.
成为冠军一直是我的梦想，当无畏契约出现时，我知道这或许是我梦寐以求的机会。
I'm really proud of myself because it's an international event. I was watching it when I was younger, when I was 15. So I'm just playing here and dropping 70 in 3 maps.
Isor's got a really nice spot. Is anyone gonna give him the target? Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Moon on the other side with 4. Isor drops 1. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No! The ace for Woot! Insane! Let's go, Woot! Bang!
我会全力以赴，精进技艺，力求完美。
Kang, we pranked 2 times. He's strong, I know, but we will see in the match. I can just feel crisp and kill you all, so just be careful.
Nice!
With Valorant, I found my calling. My goal is to be unpredictable. Always changing tempos. Go fast when they expect me to go slow. Go high when they expect me to go low.
Who's gotten Heretics that much closer than their 9th round? Oh wait, down to P in a 1v3. All staring at elbow. Benji Fishy will fall, make it 2. An ace to potentially close the map. Can he pull it off? They're both right there. The spam onto the first, they're both weak. He's gonna connect it all! And Joe to P aces his way to take G2 to playoffs!
Honestly, I wanted to win this game extremely bad, and that's what we did. I want to play my best and be the best team that I possibly can for my teammates. Especially for Icy, it's his first event ever, his rookie year. I just want him to experience being on the big stage.
Now that Jing is back, W Gaming is back to work, we feel complete again.
Since you chose us, you better be very prepared, because if you lose, we're gonna air you out on Twitter.
We gotta stay away. We gotta stay away. We gotta stay away. G2. HyperX.
Here we go. HyperX versus G2, our second day of playoffs, and it's going to be a clash of styles. You're going to have the G2 heavy prep work versus W Gaming on HyperX's side. You couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off our day here, Mimi.
The last time we saw this match, G2's core was a young team. It was their first international event. They got eliminated by HyperX there. But now HyperX has picked to play them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen. And as we look at the maps, we're starting off on 2 maps back-to-back where HyperX is playing into these double duelist comps.
I love the fact that Split is going to be the first map. We know that HyperX didn't play it a lot in the region. They didn't even get to play it until the grand finals. They left it open as a 3rd map time and time again, but they never got to that point. And Lotus being the 2nd one there with the solo control. And again, as you're saying, the double duelist for HyperX. There is some preparation that can be done here, and things are looking better than I expected for G2.
Yeah, with limited options to re-clear space on the mid-round, this like solo Sky double duelist comp on both these maps for HyperX is really going to be reliant on opening gambits to take a ton of space early off just like one piece of Sky util and on heavy executes. If G2 can play around that well and give a little bit of space and then flood it against this comp that doesn't actually have that much to hold in the post plant, I think there's a real chance they could win this match. Or there's a chance HyperX could just run them over.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, what is the alternative to that situation? As the situation goes good for HyperX, what do they do in that, against what G2 does? Just run them down.
Literally, like if G2 is playing on sites on their defensive side, this comp can dominate them. They will be fighting forward, they will be disruptive, and they are some of the best aimers in the world.
I think that there might be a reason behind picking the Split. It's not only that HyperX, it struggled to close this map. I believe this was also the last map of the final there in Pacific. They struggle, they don't have that much confidence in it, they don't have that many reps, and the composition ain't that crazy, right? Like you have seen and probably played against a double duelist before. As I was saying, Split is the kind of map where, especially on that final, because it's the only vault that I could watch, they started on that default, trying to cover up a little bit of the map, and they were not managing to get the rounds. Then Alex just calls on a timeout and says, honestly, just send it down a side. Send it down a side, time and time again. And they were very well shut down.
Well, let's get into today's first pistol round and throw it over to your casters. You got Achilles and Paper Thin, and they're totally going to be unbiased. Ain't that right, guys?
Absolutely. Always. No bias here. All we want is good gameplay. Yes. And these two teams should absolutely deliver on that. But we've all been waiting to see HyperX take to the stage here in the playoffs to see what kind of form they come out with.
No doubt. I mean, this is one of the tournament favorites for sure. A lot of people are picking this HyperX team, feeling like this is their moment. But I'm telling you, this G2 team is so good right now. I love the way they play off of each other. You've got some insane cracked players on that squad who can turn rounds on their head. You know, Valen and Leaf in particular have been super impressive. Jonah P, you saw it in some of the highlight videos on this particular map where he had that crazy ace. So this G2 squad is definitely, I think, going to give HyperX one hell of a fight.
Well, we're off to a roaring start already as Jing going forward, able to find a first kill. Valen going to be taken down. Crowd coming alive. Leaf going to be noted. Dealt with there by Divide with the Sheriff in hand. Plant now going to be coming through just 20 seconds into the round. Jing very far forward, collects himself a second. Notes the third. Fault line coming in, but he already has the headshot. And Jing, welcome back to the stage. Paint Shell's not going to find much, but he wants a little bit more. He won't get that 4K, but that is going to be HyperX taking the pistol in blistering pace.
And this is something that has been missing from HyperX until stage 1 is Jing. The way that he can explode onto a site and just take rounds over. Of course, he's just so good at identifying these positions out the rip. There is a little bit of help from the flash, but there was a good opportunity there for Valen to challenge on that, and then he just starts taking space. I mean, this is what makes Jing so dangerous, is he does not let go. Once he's got that opening kill on a site, he's going to keep going at you. Most of the time. Not always, but quite often.
Well, aggressive from the outset in the pistol, now slowed down. Smoke gonna be coming through, tap onto the orb. Go ahead, snatch that up, get Jing halfway to that showstopper. No one playing forward here in the site. Valen lurking back here at Alley, but it's going to be a pass over on that spike just to really fast track this ult for the Rays. Everybody else now getting into position. Retaken from here. Going to prove to be very, very difficult here for G2. As the dog does get the catch.
Yeah, HyperX just crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Wow, a push out there from Valen. Gets punished a bit, but doesn't die. It's kind of what's important here.
That's something just going to be eating that flash, but Jing, he wants to try to get this ult online. So he's going to push aggressively, looking for it, and he's able to collect another one. We'll spam across for the rest of the players, likely to just sit back, but something doesn't want to give him that opportunity to die to the spike. He is out for blood, but going to misread the positioning here. Solid from Jonah, be able to collect that kill. Forsaken looking like he will just go ahead and allow them to die. So 4 players sacrificed over to the spike. HyperX move up 2-0.
Yeah, this is good identification here by PaperX of that positioning, using that Trailblazer to figure out where G2 was setting up to die to the spike and trying to punish that as best as they could. And like you said, it's fine for Jing to die there. You don't care either way. You know, you want those ult orbs. You're so close to the showstopper already. You're 2 away. You can farm an orb here, and he gets 1 kill, and all of a sudden, they can bonus you in a heartbeat. See if that's going to be the play here for PaperX as Rifles Abound now full buy for G2. Did their best there, expecting the aggression from PaperX, covering their angles nicely, and you know, only lost 1 player to it. So for what it's worth, that's not bad at all, frankly. Uh-oh.
Yep, I was waiting. See if you're gonna notice.
What have you done?
Timer, just
this is you.
Stopping around 4 seconds. Hey, everything's been smooth so far.
That's true.
We've minor pause in the action.
We've been very lucky.
And we'll see what's going on here. Looks like something in the PRX camp. Forsaken needing to make sure that everything is taken care of. Just maybe have to unplug it, plug it back in again, you know?
That happens. That's the go-to IT solution for sure. But yeah, it's a good start for PaperX. One thing I'm really curious about here, Kilios, is with these 2 comps, you know, how important is it for G2 to have a really good defender side? Because it's the double duelist, right? And generally, PaperX is doing their damage on the attacker side, whereas G2's comp is generally going to do its damage on the defender side. So in my mind, I'm starting to wonder, like, what's the round score that G2 needs to get to that I feel comfortable that they switch over to attackers? Because they've only played this map twice in Stage 1 against 100 Thieves both times, and their attacker side was pretty anemic both times.
Sure.
So like 3 and 9, and I think 4 and 8 or something like that. So, you know, what is the actual score line that they need to get here on this defender side to have a good chance?
I mean, you'd want it to be as many as humanly possible for the G2 camp.
Sure.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to get one on the board as we do get ready to go into that bonus round here. Best opportunity for them is the firepower will be in their favor for the most part. A couple half armors, but we'll see what the final assembly is going to be looking like for PRX once we get everything squared away here with Forsaken on stage.
Curious if something thinks about an outlaw or something like that. I'm very, very intrigued as to what he's going to end up buying.
I would be bold on the attack, but I mean, something is just known for doing bold things.
Yeah.
Give him that outlaw, and the man is going to put it to good use, so it could see a purchase like that come through at the moment. We can still see the game. It's just shy of 4,000 credits, so can afford to go ahead and pick that one up, but likely wants to have a bit more money going into the next round, just in case they aren't able to convert here.
Then I think maybe a judge.
That, you know, that is also very much his speed.
Yep, and that's a PaperX thing. They will grab a judge and maybe pass it over to Jing. Jing will give him the Spectre. Something like that might happen. It just kind of depends, but...
Yeah, you know, give him the Wisey treatment. I mean, it was on split. He was just...
That's true.
Absolutely breaking ankles.
I had
people
sort
down,
of forgotten about that. I think I wanted to...
Energy hasn't. They'll never forget about it.
But, you know, now they're changing the roster up, so...
Yeah. We'll see how things fare in the future. But looks like with the admin stepping away, Forsaken might be good to go. I'm not gonna get too overexcited about it quite just yet until I see that clock ticking down once again. But it seems like we should just about be ready to get back into the action here.
Yes. That's from the PaperX social media. Tweeted out their Guardians of the Galaxy.
There we go.
Squad. And it's a Vandal here for something. Interesting. That is quite the buy, but it's PaperX, so they're good enough to get away with these kind of things. For sure. So Hawk to check. Doesn't get any info. So let's see if they're going to be wary of a trap or something like that. Something just trying to take space, but the spike hasn't been picked up. So this is all just kind of an info gathering mission for the PRX squad. And they've been a little more cautious this year, I think.
Jiggle peek out there from Icy. He's spotting plenty. Quick guiding light into the back of sight. Make sure that it is clear. So now space can be taken. Something pushing forward.
Look at Jing.
TP up to heaven. There's Icy. Trying to force them back. Something does get tagged up, and the paint shell keeps him at bay here for the moment. Mind Freak setting up another smoke, trying to get himself protected, but Icy's able to find the headshot. Does get knocked down to 21 HP. Is Jing lurking away. Has he missed this one? Oh, now noticing it. Takes down Leaf, and that's going to be a weapon recovered. Middle now in hand for him. Clear out of the haunt. Boom bot to try to get himself pushed up here into heaven. Something finding one. Jenna coming one apiece, but now something. Picks up the second kill. A 2v2 here. It's Forsaken. Just clearing out that Prowler, but cannot steady the aim. Dash around the back. Something with the updraft. 7 bullets remaining here in the Vandal. Now down to 5 as he clears out the Prowler. Playing a ring around the Rosie here. Sees the gun barrel of 1. Swing out, finds it, swap over the classic, and something! Gets the 4K Red Bull clutch. PRX, they convert the bonus.
Yeah, definitely worth the investment for that Vandal. Puts it to great use and plays the time so nicely. Something just beautiful on site. Hitting some great shots, anticipating Icy's peek around the corner. Jonah P, so good on elbow on that breach. Was a nuisance the last time they played this map. And that's the PaperX that you come to know and love. They are just so deep as a team, able to pull off these unbelievable plays, and now you have the showstopper for Jing. Playing pretty far up is G2 this time.
Oh, something just trying to eat some of that paint shell damage to come away with the kill, but Icy is able to put him down. Locked out for Trent. Gonna be destroyed, but that is a solid start. Weapon not gonna be recoverable here for them. As fight goes across, little smattering of damage there on the Trent. Showstopper still here in the back pocket of Jing for the entry if they want to commit to this site, but it looks like PaperX maybe wanting to go and suss out the other side of the map.
Yeah, against the Nico, PaperX definitely feeling like, okay, there's too many players over here that we've seen. Let's try something a little bit different. It feels like a trap. And they made the correct read for sure. Mind Freak, clean there, taking Leaf out in mid.
Catching the 1, setting up a smoke, trying to fake that. They're still going to be pushing their way over onto A, but the read is good here from the side of G2, so some damage can be dealt. Valen has that stinger in hand here on the side. Paranoia exchanged here on both sides. Haunt not catching anybody. CTP's over to the side. Showstopper now going to be coming through, but Valen instantly shuts it down. Jing dead. Jonah P there for the backstab. Does an immense amount of damage. The aftershock going to be coming through. Divide just respecting that, swings ahead of it. Does manage to find that kill. Now with 30 seconds. Looks like they might be wanting to try to fake a pivot, but G2, they're very much stuck here.
Valen is unbelievable with stingers. Just insane how good he is.
Push forward. Mind Freak able to find 1, but again, HP bar's falling low. Valen coming away with that one. Divide swinging around the side. Forsaken's going to be the one collecting that kill. Now it's all on Trent. Recovered Vandal in hand, 1 shot into Forsaken, takes down the sky.
I've got your trail.
As the Seeker coming through just to confirm his position. Swing out, Defy. Just pushes for it, nearly loses his life, but PaperX, they keep on stringing them together. 4-0 now to start.
For what it's worth, this is a great round from G2. They do a ton of damage. They read this nicely. Valen, he is the best stinger player in the world. I have watched so many VODs of G2 coming up to this event, and like his stingers are insane. You've seen it here in this event as well, but the guy is just so crisp with that gun. It is unbelievable how accurate it is. Like, nerf be damned. He's just so clean with it, and I love that G2 has so much success on their ecos because of it.
Attack op now in play here from something. Let's see what kind of value he's going to be able to find here. Jing just taking a couple pot shots in towards Mail, trying to see if he can connect a stray.
They just got a lot of info to G2 that there's nobody over in A main. The haunt wasn't cleared, so that allows them to take a lot of space. Really, the only site they're giving up is B. And PaperX is actually going to be rotating in that direction, but no real trap set up with all that attention in the mid. That's drawn both Jonah P and Trent over along with Leaf. So PaperX has an opportunity to maybe get through. They can get this opener, but something going to be leading the way with the operator.
I see such a deadly position here. So far, the push forward not fully being watched for, and something he's going to start working his way up the ramp, but then gets taken down. The off now on the ground. Value not found. Flash in with the blast pack exit. Icy gets himself over to safety, but Jonah P going to be traded out at the same time. And now with a re-swing, Mind Freak able to come up with 1 before getting taken down. Solid shot from Leaf, though, to bring it back into a 3v3, but now Spike planted. All 3 players here from PaperX sat in on the site. Paint shells from Jing, trying to delay. Boombot also available, but Valen comes swinging through. He's instantly dealt with. Jing distracted, does end up falling. Leaf able to find 1, but the Divide strikes him down. It's all on Trent. He can't make it happen. Divide comes up with a 2-piece. PaperX now 5-0.
I mean, G2's making good reads. They're setting up these early traps that are getting the early picks against PaperX, but then somebody like Divide or Mind Freak comes up with these huge multi-kills that completely turn the round on their head. Give it even numbers advantage for PaperX. I mean, just so good this year has Mind Freak been. He is just so crucial to the success of this team. Him and Divide both absolutely just disgustingly good. Being asked to play Sentinels and Controllers in this roster that's full of cracked duelists, and they hold their own, and more than so. They're oftentimes like the top fraggers, the top ACS guys going up for this PaperX roster.
Now timeout. Unnecessary call here, given the deficit. And like you said, the reads have been good. They've been understanding the way that PaperX are going to be rotating around the map and getting themselves in a position to intercept. But the trade outs here, the shots not fully connecting. It's consistent damage being dealt in these rounds and not getting ran over, but they're just also not finding those wins.
Exactly. I mean, look at PaperX's economy. It's not the best. When you show it back on screen here, y'all at home will see this.
It's been fluctuating.
Yeah, so it's like, yes, there's a ton of damage being done, and G2 just needs to get a couple rounds going, and they'll be able to put PaperX back on an eco. So it could start here. Again, these stingers are so lethal, especially on this map for G2. Just kind of look and see if they can maybe get that showstopper online with Icy. They could easily turn this around. Get the Viper's fit for Leaf. He's 2 away. A lot of things could absolutely give G2 a big, much-needed thrifty.
Oh, quick swing in and a swing out.
They don't want to mess with that stinger again.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. No damage dealt. Able to back away. Icy now. Looking to try to reinforce this mid position here. Got Leaf tucked away in mail. And for now, looks like PaperX is going to be more than happy to just leave Devi here. Let him linger. The rest of the team turns their sights back over in towards Garage.
Valen's repositioned, though. They're pinging out, expect him to be back behind the box, but he's actually just rotating around pillar. And PaperX really taking their time with this. There you go.
Such a minor timing to play off of, but something comes away with the kill. Valen going to be taken down. Half your smokes now gone. That paranoia not going to be in play. Fault line held. This would leave something on a bit of an island. He does have the tailwind to try to exit as the push starts coming through. Fault line set. Stinger in play. Jonah able to do quite a bit of damage there. After shock. Try to force somebody out from behind box. Jing able to pull away from that and not take any damage, but decent damage dealt. Forsaken down to 23. Does get something back up to 100. And Leaf taking him some forward space is able to take him down to the backstab. Getting ready to come through. Trent on this big, all the way through their spawn. But he needs to get there sooner rather than later. Jing's able to find one to buy. Getting another.
Spike down B.
And now it is all on Trent. Can't make a noise, can't make a sound. Needs to try to catch them off guard, but Jing is watching for it. Now they all know where he's at. Does get the headshot. Nice little wall bang there. Do some additional damage here. Haunt out, not needing to be cleared. Both pulled back here around the pillar. Spots one high, has to go for the reload, and Mind Freak has the timing. 6-0, PaperX continue onward.
And this is the new PaperX. They're a lot more patient. Yes, it still looks kind of aggressive because something's starting to push angles, but he's doing it quite late in the round. He's waiting for someone to give him an opportunity to find that pick, and he gets Valen with it off the dissipate of the smoke. Just so fast is something. Jing as well. So quick to react to these things. It's what makes PaperX so darn difficult to fight against. Trent, that lurk just came a hair too late. He was almost there in time to maybe spin that round back into G2's favor. Just not quite able to. A little bit of confirmation on some information the pit used in mid.
4 ultimates online here for the side of G2. If there was ever a round to get the win in, you'd expect it to be this one, but you also don't want to be seeing an overcommitment of ultimates here. So the pit off the rip. We'll see what else becomes necessary as the round goes on, but for now, it's going to be mid-control firmly in the hands of G2.
They know with this operator in play, they can't give up any of those early picks again. You can kind of afford to do it on an eco, but this round, with the economy once again shaky for G2. A lot of space, a lot of info gain, and that allows something to continue to watch that angle. Although Icy, saw the head, but can't get the flick.
I was looking for it, but this time not going to be rewarded. A little bit of a fake pullback here.
Are they going to ult?
Yeah, maybe just trying to audio bait a little bit here.
Is he going to ult into the corner? They just pinged it out.
Get out of my way.
They passed the spike over to him.
And something now wanted to be the entry power here. Just hop the knives, and yep, Mind Freak just going to be peeing his way onto the side. As something clears the way to buy on this lurk. It's so disgusting. Leaf dealt with. Pit dropped, and look at Jing. Working his way through the B side of the moment. Looking to pull off what Trent could not in the previous round. Nightfall available, gonna come into play. There's a jump out down Icy, dealt with. I believe the showstopper was pulled. Ult not finding value. And there's Jing now arriving, making his presence known. Paint shell set, there's nowhere to go but forward, but it's into something who collapsed them. It's a flawless from PaperX, both in the round and in the map so far, 7-0.
The on-the-call flying here from PaperX is so good. They get so much info, and they're given so much space, and their plan around that is, okay, we just need to keep screens under control, get onto the site. We can pass the spike over to Mindfreak. He can bring it over and plant it. Jing's gonna be lurking. Devi's holding an angle from Ramen, and they're gonna win the round flawlessly. I mean, they're just so good. It's not just their shooting. They are very aware of their surroundings and how to exploit what their opponents are trying to do.
Well, clear on the haunt, not really coming through. So off revealed on this side of the map. That's gonna make PRX change up the strat a bit.
Yeah, just try and stack for an A hit. Got a ton of util. Devi one away from the pit. Jing one away from the showstopper. Valen is that paranoia and a stinger.
Well, Valen now going to be noted. Smoked his base. He still comes away with one, but the jump forward from Jing, looking for the kill, and he's eventually able to fish it out. Finds that kill. Jonapi taken down. Devi trying to intercept. Eventually is able to steady the aim. Finds that pick off as Leaf goes down. And it's now just Trent and Icy left alive. Sheriff's in hand.
Spike planted.
Well, unfortunately, not much hope in hell. One now noted, Jing watching over at ramp. Drop shot coming their way. It's the swing out. Jing trying to challenge here onto both. Does end up getting taken down. Icy finding that kill. Dink on the Mindfreak as well. Wow. And take him even lower. As the C's now gets chucked out. Swing around the back though, Forsaken. Ready on the back step. Can't find that final shot, and suddenly, Icy may just be able to bring this one back, but time is dwindling. Devi working his way over here towards ramp. Here's the entry. Paint shell. It's a solid read from Icy, just trying to create some space. Gets in onto the defuse. Tries to stick onto it. Tries to get the half, but right as he does, Devi takes him down. Again, a decent effort. So very close to getting that first round win here for G2. But PaperX, they just barely managed to squeak by with the win again.
Yeah, it's great to see Icy coming alive here, having a great round. After getting shut down with showstopper in hand the previous round. You see, they're so clean. Usually, our PaperX, a little bit of whiffy from Jing and Devi, but able. Yeah, sure.
All right.
Why not? Good enough. I mean, they're just so efficient. They are so active on the map, especially on split, a map that a lot of teams can get kind of stuck into these defaults where they're holding angles post plant. They're just trying to like lock you out, but they're all over the place. They're constantly moving around, trying to find those open angles, those open spaces. Jing and Devi in particular, so good at it.
Now the second timeout needing to be called here from the side of G2. And you were asking the question earlier, how many rounds on the defender side to feel comfortable? I don't think there's enough available at the moment.
No, they're not.
8-4, definitely not where you would like to have been going into this one, but right now I think you'd give up the world just to be able to get those 4 rounds, to close out this half, to start building up some of that momentum. We'll see if it works. Still 2 ults here available to the side of G2. Jonapi with that rolling thunder can cause some chaos.
And G2 can definitely do this. We've seen it time and time again this tournament that they are stalwart. They are so good at getting their aim under control and start making some good reads. They've made some pretty good reads. It's just PaperX has been making better ones at times and just frankly out shooting them. And that's something that every team struggles against PaperX for the most part, is they're so tremendous in their firepower. Space given up though, expecting this showstopper to be coming on to B. So Valen hightails it out of there. You got a couple players now thinking about going through heaven. Mindfreak going on a bit of a walkabout.
Plants in, Seeker's available. Now Pit going to be layered in on top. That Rolling Thunder still here, still available for the side of G2. For the attempted retake. For now it's going to be an aftershock to try to force something off the angle, but he's ahead of this Rolling Thunder. He's not caught by it already. Trent going to be taken down. Entry from Icy, able to find one, but now something strikes! 2 kills, tries to swap over. Pick him up after the uptrap, but Mindfreak's already taken it down.
It's just beautiful understanding of the utility that Breach is going to be throwing and where he can get away with not getting hit by it. That's all it takes. You know, as soon as that aftershock comes through, he's like, oh, I can just stay tucked in the corner. The ult isn't going to hit me, and I'm just going to wait, and they can never really react in time. Jonapi gave it a try, but something just too darn fast. And they're so well prepared here at PaperX. Just everything that G2 tries to throw at them is just thwarted.
I mean, it's been flashy from Jing and something, but Devi, he's right up there with him. 10-1 at the moment on this Viper. The lurk plays have just been so devastating.
Uncle Aim getting it done.
Once again, a kickback here. Is it Leaf just getting tucked? Once again, right as that smoke gets ready to dissipate.
Poison orb emitting.
Something pushing forward. Maybe looking for a very deep angle. That's going to be Jing getting a spot on the Valen. The aftershock doing nothing to dissuade him. Look forward into the poison orb there with Shorty in hand. Something really wanted to take this forward space, but look at this. He's got the read. He's got the spot. That's going to be Icy taken down. The slow creep forward. Jonah now noted here on the site.
They're so methodical. And you even had Devi there to cover just in case that went south.
Bolt line to try to slow him up, but spot out on the 2. Notes him here, something dashing forward, Shorty in hand, hunting, seeking target. Can't find either of them. They're already dead as he swings around. Now it is once again all on Trent. See if he can just stop this from being a flawless.
He hit some good shots the last time.
Hello. Oh, decent damage there on a Forsaken. He's reading this lurk around the back very well. Can he win it out? Just a swing in, Mind Freak. He'll have it. It's a flawless 10-0 here. HyperX, 2 more rounds to be played out in the half as they look to deliver potentially a 13-0.
Could be. Certainly feels like it. And now economy's never going to be an issue for him the rest of this half. And it just Jing gets that spot early, just ahead of the Paranoia hitting him. You can see Devi right around that box as well. Not sure if he... I don't think he saw or heard Icy. Icy was being pretty good about obscuring his sound, but yeah, they're just so effective as working as a unit. Everybody's working together there, allowing time for something to go for that flank in case somebody could trade him out. Like the plans here for HyperX.
Oh my God.
My God. That helps too.
I mean, Leaf man's just trying to jiggle. Something not having it. Double push up here in the main. Will find value. Devi going to be taken down. Not with there. Trent does get noted, so they know that there's at least 2 players here in this position. Something wanted to take that space. Again, Shorty in hand. Tuck back here from Trent, sending out the season, try to buy himself some space. The Seekers now let loose here from PRX. Dog into the corner, not going to be able to find that stun. Push up, Forsaken, flushes him out. Valen now out in front here on the site, tucks back behind elbow. Needing to stay safe. Full rotation still not called in here from the side of G2. Icy, okay, now starting to make his way over here towards A to try to reinforce his position, but Valen for now is all on his lonesome with 16 HP remaining.
Oh my
in
God.
Around the back, and he's able to find his mark. Valen dealt with. Now the double approach. It's Forsaken, just playing off this one way. Swings, thinks that he gets the kill, and then runs out of bullets. Jonah P able to take advantage there. Now a 2v3. Something looking for another flick of the century. Can't quite make them happen though. Paint shells connect there into backside. Showstopper now comes through, but again, he is dealt with. Something just not allowing for these showstoppers to even get drawn out. Mind Freak TP's up into heaven. It's 11-0.
No rust for HyperX. Coming off a bit of a break. Had the first part of this tournament off. Didn't have to play in the Swiss stage because they win Stage 1 of VCT Pacific, and they are not missing a beat. Something in particular is feeling it with that op. You could just tell with those flicks. And that's Jing, the best in the business when it comes to blast pack landings and recovery. No one does it better than him, and he does it with a Vandal.
As we get ready to take a look at the scoreboard, you can see, I mean, the duelists here, inseparable. 13-5-3 between both of them. Just perfect parity as they look to deliver utter destruction here to G2. Well, Flash is going to be committed there from Forsaken. Just trying to draw some attention over towards B. Meanwhile, A completely opened up. And it's going to be the plant getting ready to come through. Jing one off the showstopper here after the plant.
This time it's Forsaken on the late lurk for HyperX, so it'll be difficult on site. Devi with the op. Gonna be trying to lock down. They're coming from every angle.
Mind Freak able to catch Trent there. Cease does connect, but Leaf on this backstab, on this flank alongside Jonah P. Comes up with a kill. Devi gonna be taking out full flash, connects there on a Mind Freak. Weapon now scooped up, Forsaken. A bit of a riskier position as he goes pushing out. Valen takes him down. Now it's all in the duelist. Something onto the first. Turns for the flash, but he's taking too much damage, and there you go. The cleanup comes through. G2 at long last fight back. They get themselves around victory here to close out the half. But 11-1 is a hell of a road to try to run back.
Yeah, and this time around, they're a little bit quicker to react after giving up all that space to PaperX. They completely cede the A site to them, and they say, here you go, have fun. And they do a great job coming from a bunch of different angles and striking together.
Yeah, this time just very much noting where all these players were going to be coming from. Getting that really nice timing, swinging the back around through main to come up with those kills. And that's going to be the first bit of frustration dealt over here to the side of Alex, but I think even he not going to be too upset given the game state here for them.
He shouldn't be. You would hope.
In a very strong position, G2, everything to do in the second half. But for now, as we go into the halftime, give them a breather. We've got a very special guest standing by with Mika for an interview.
Hey guys, we have a special surprise for you. We have the whole Sasanto family right here in the venue. We have Yenny, who is Forsaken's mom. We have Ari, who is Forsaken's dad. And we have Hannah, who is Forsaken's auntie. That's right, the whole family is here. Now, of course, the world knows that you have a very talented gaming family. And this all started when you opened a PC shop or a LAN cafe many, many years ago. So is that where Forsaken and Xcurate learned how to be pro gamers?
Yes. Yes.
That is where they learn how to be pro gamers. It runs in the family, right? And since the whole family is here with your two sons, did you get to spend time in Shanghai? Did you get to spend time as a family?
We come support my son and Team PaperX.
Oh, yes, of course. I can see that. And where did you go as a family? Did you see any sites together?
Yes, my son is on the television watching us.
Oh, see, it's a whole family affair, right? So right now, the score is 11-1 in favor of PaperX. And I know that, Ari, you are a gamer yourself. So what is your assessment? What is the analysis of the map so far?
Yeah, I'm analyst. I'm trust and I believe PaperX can be win this map.
Yes, of course. I think so far, you know, everybody agrees with that. What about you, Yenny? Do you have any words for PaperX right now?
I will. PaperX will be the winner, champion.
All right, PaperX will be the winner. You heard it from them. Let's get back to the game.
Thank you very much. Good to see the support. Good to see the fam coming out. As Forsaken taking a glimpse across the stage, and his family as they will take back to their seats. It might not be too much longer until they're on their feet once again. It's PaperX, 11-1, utter domination in that first half. They start off with a pistol. It's all but over.
Yeah, I mean, 11-1, monumental. If G2 can get this done, but it's going to be really tricky. This is a 4-1 setup here for the side of PaperX. Got all your duelists, an initiator util over there on the A site, and a toxic screen setup for what I assume is a retake if they pivot towards B. But of course, it's PaperX, so here we go.
Something rushing forward, but it's going to be Leap collecting 3. Excellent response, some damage taken. But widely, G2 very much coming out dominant on that exchange. Forsaken still creeping up. Oh, doesn't note him. Does manage to take him down, but an immense amount of damage now dealt to him. That much more pressure here going to be pushed onto Devi, and Forsaken is not ready for Trent. Solid lurk from him. And now the pivot back over towards the A site.
Devi aware that there could be somebody coming through spawn, or they're just going to be making their way over towards A, so that is going to be the direction he starts. Valen going to be coming down the stairs behind him. Can't find the shots. Yeah, Trent is going to take him down, and G2 gets what is literally a must-win pistol. And it's off the back of just some good patience off the rip, Achilleos.
Well, that is the round that they absolutely needed off the rip here. Economy going to be in a good spot. PaperX, of course, going to be respectful. Not going to be seeing any kind of force-ups here. A very good opening volley here from Leaf to just gun down 3. Trying to fast-track that pit. And there's that frustration starting to come through.
Couldn't even find one, I think is what he said there. Yeah, you know, Alex is...
This is bold.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised.
Look at the stack here in the mid. Prowler Checking over towards Shing. Pop flash coming through. There's the Russian. Forsaken able to find one. I see a Trent just managing to find two. Paint shell from Jing will take out the enemy raise, but now it is all on something. A Stinger with 6 bullets left in the clip here. They're out on the Prowler, just trying to exit. Dodges, takes a little bit of damage there on the exit. For now, is safe and is in a potential position to do some additional damage.
Should be a pivot over towards A for G2. Seeing him go up into B, but he's proactive against it, trying to get ahead of this.
He's hearing all of this. As there's the haunt out. Will reveal it and swings in, just trying to get a catch. Taken down, 2 players falling there on the side of G2, but overall still in a very good position coming out of that anti-eco.
It's a great haunt. Just making sure that you've got something identified, knowing how fast HyperX likes to move around the map. So starting to get their bearings a little bit, our G2, starting to understand the way that HyperX is maneuvering themselves around their map. They're very decisive. And you got to be so cautious, because a lot of players might take their time and kind of look around, and HyperX just says, I think you're doing this, so I'm going to go there too and just try to challenge you. Now, full rifles for PRX. Everything in 2 Bulldogs for G2. And a pacey hit. Just Divide waiting around the corner up here.
And Divide to go ahead and try to slow this up. Forsaken as well, pressuring from the side for that season aid. As Mind Freak out wide here on the site. Smoke to cover for now. Playing on the narrowest of margins, but now it's going to dissipate. Doesn't have another one available. Paranoia is at the ready here for him. As something just swinging onto the corner in the mail, able to come away with one. Icy going to be taken down. He drops back here into the side. Forsaken trying to pump out that healing. He's able to do so, and Mind Freak finds leave. Now the double challenge here in a garage. Jonah P having to backpedal, but still comes up with the kill. Gets the dink, gets the second. Mind Freak dead. Forsaken finding Trent, but then traded out by Valen. Now a 2v2. Something, however, brings it back, and Jing caught with his knife out, but still finds the shot. It's decent damage here from G2. In most other circumstances, you'd say, okay, they got 3 in the bonus. That's solid effort. But HyperX, they now get the 12.
I like what G2 tries to do. Try to kind of use some of the rotation timings against HyperX. Jonah P in particular, anticipating that aggressive peak. Shuts down 2 players. But they're just a little off the mark, and that costs you rounds, because Jing is not going to miss. Mind Freak now with the Outlaw. Stinger.
This is just going to be an aggressive hit
from
the HyperX side.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just have something rather push forward here. Pulls back up the ramp. In the meantime, basically shoulder to shoulder alongside Trent, but it's going to be Icy taking down first. Trent responding fire, is able to find him. Forsaken now dropped. Poison Orb comes back up. Some space here taken in a main by G2, working their way up the ramp. The drop, getting ready to come in. 2 players, something nearly getting the transfer. Puts Valen down to 45. But Jing immediately moving over, looking to reinforce. Still does have that paint shell available to him.
Wow.
And around the back is Trent.
I can't believe Trent read that.
Getting the catch. But Jing now, he knows that this flank is going to be coming through, so he just wants to stay tucked away. He wants to intercept. He wants to take out this fade.
Spike planted.
But Trent being very cautious. Turns back, knows that they haven't seen this raise. He's uncertain about his position. And this is buying critical time here for G2. Divide trying to push forward, spots one, fault line. He can't dodge it. Takes quite a bit of damage here, now down to 25. Flash is coming, Jing still holding the angle, but now noted. Decides to turn his sights back over here. In towards A, Divide finishing off Valen, but time taking Jing dead. It's all in Divide to try to see if he can finish the map right here, right now, but it's a 1v2 with the time. Not working towards him. 1 bullet remaining here in the clip. As he will just have to pull back. This will be G2's round. They stay in the game, they stay in the map.
Just trying to do as much damage as he can to them. Knows the economic situation. Both teams, the cash is low. He's trying to see if he could maybe sneak 1 more gun away from G2 going into the next round. But G2 starting to get their act together for sure. I mean, Forsaken wins the opener, but then gets traded out immediately through the smoke. Something there by himself. Can't transfer in time. Trent with unbelievable awareness. I was watching that in the map, and I'm like, oh, Mind Freak's got an outlaw, and he's creeping up behind Trent, but Trent just starting to get an understanding of HyperX's movement, how they're constantly trying to find flanks, how they're constantly trying to work the map, and it's starting to get into G2's brains. That's a lot of damage to Leaf, though.
Yeah, some spam out. He's knocked down to 51. As Divide pushing out into mid. Mistiming it there. He just gets massacred. Viper now eliminated, full send, rotate, aside from Forsaken, who's still going to be lingering back over towards A, trying to make sure that there's not going to be any late lurks coming through. G2 in the meantime, more than happy to start taking space here on this B site. Lurk still in from Leaf though. His shots from something, not going to be connecting. Icy able to take him down, now Mindfreak going to be dead. Jing, smattering of damage dealt there. With his Spectre, looking for a kill, is able to find one, but now he's between a rock and a hard place. Leaf up above, Icy swinging. Finishes him off. That's going to be G2 now getting the 5.
Yep, now they're starting to get the feel. And they've got a showstopper. They've got some ults to work with. Nightfall, Rolling Thunder. They can keep this going. It is obviously going to be very, very difficult. You have no room for error here as G2. But it is starting to feel a lot more comfortable. The way that they're anticipating HyperX, the way that they're reading them, able to shut them down in mid early in the round, have a good fast hit, not really give any opportunities for any of those utils or player swings to find any value there. There's Jing with the 1. And now you've got so many ults to work with. Yes, there's the Seekers for Forsaken. But that's the only tool, the big ultimate, that HyperX has to work with. Some information gained. Just Trent, though, and he's kind of been on his own in mid. Curious to see how HyperX wants to rotate off of that. Looks like they are going to start stacking a bit more towards A, knowing that Trent is usually a lone wolf over in that area of the map.
Something again, just playing here at ramp this time. Poison Orb not set up for the approach. Poking, pushing forward, Leaf. Staying alive, knocked down to 20 or 70. Misreading, as Icy is able to come away with that elimination. Snakebite now sent from Divide to try to slow down the approach here onto the site. Seekers needing to be used by Forsaken. Trying to track these players. It's all leading towards this A site.
Face your fear!
HL sent in towards main. Showstopper used. As he swings around in from behind. Icy seeking targets, but he shorts it, and Jing still dealing it a little bit of damage. Finishes off Leaf. Trent trading that one out. Mindfreak now occupying space here at backside. Divide as well, starting to push forward. Mindfreak playing it out patiently, finds the first. Forsaken out in heaven, finding another.
Down A.
But now it's Mindfreak in a 1v2. TP dodges out on the Rolling Thunder. Icy knowing where he's landed, but he still ends up falling. Plant getting ready to come in. The paranoia goes across, but he still sticks for this. Jonah P. Can he clutch? Yes, he can. Shuts it down and extends the game even further. G2 now at the halfway point.
Yeah, some good maneuvering from Jing there to avoid the showstopper, and Mindfreak finds a perfect time to use his TP, but G2 able to stabilize. Was able to wait this out. I'm a bit surprised that we're continuing to leave something by himself in a corner here for HyperX. That's something that G2 is exploiting. They're sending at least 2 at him to make sure that he's dealt with. And every round here just gives G2 more and more confidence. Certainly it's going to be tough to get to the overtime, but going into the next map even, they're going to be feeling like, okay, we can go toe-to-toe with these aimers, no doubt.
It's all at the start, but it's been coming alive here. Boombot checking forward here in the vent, nothing going to be noted there. Showstopper and knives on the opposite side for HyperX. We'll see if those come into play. They want to save those for an actual full investment round.
They've completely left the A side open, hoping that G2 will continue this mid-contestion.
A push out, I mean, something going for the challenge. He's rushing forward. It gets the kill somehow. Traded out, but it feels like he should have never been able to get that. Icy as well, tagged down to 5 HP.
Well, nobody does that.
Something does. Snakebite forward, Divide in a rough position. Down to 20. Quite a bit of damage. Aftershock to try to force him back. Swings out, just wanting the challenge, wanting to do some damage, but the shots go wide. Space now taken here on the A site. It's going to be Leaf lingering around heaven, looking to try to get the catch here. Meanwhile, Jing and Forsaken pushing their way through sewer. Freak now arriving. The slow swing, but the one tap of the Guardian. Leaf gets taken down. Now a 3v3. With that showstopper still in play.
Exactly.
Jing might just be able to try to finish this one right here, right now. Kid going forward, balance, swinging out. Jing not really anticipating that one, but now jumps up over the top, puts him down, balance, dead, gets the spot on the Icy, finishes it. He's 5 HP. Paint shell into the corner. Aftershock not connecting his 10 bullets and his Stinger now 8. Swing back around here to elbow. Looking to challenge, the tap on it, the force space taken, and Jonah P again, the last one standing. He keeps him in it.
I mean, they're giving him everything they can handle, and G2 has been weathering the storm just enough here on this attacker's side to keep this map in play.
Come on.
It's unbelievable that he can get away with this. But look at this movement here from Jing. He lands on top of that after using that showstopper. It's insanity, but Jonah P has been incredible in these 1v1 clutches. Absolutely stalwart for G2. The Professor doing a great keeping this map from being over just yet. 5 rounds away now, G2. That's what you need. 5 more just to send it to OT.
Multiple attempts at map point here thus far from HyperX, but G2 continue to hang in there. So timeout called from HyperX. Alex looking to intervene, looking to get split done and over with. Just how much more gas is in the tank here for G2. It's what they've been showing so far on this attacker side. It has been a breath of fresh air compared to what we were seeing in the first half.
Yeah, and they've been running away with this so much that they had kept the op out of something's hands until this round. That's a huge piece to the HyperX puzzle, it feels like, on this map, especially on the attacker side. There is a Viper's Pit for Leaf, so if you can get to a position where you can get that plant down, could kind of nullify some of that ability that HyperX has to use that long-range weaponry to their advantage. Let's see exactly what this looks like. I mean, you got a lot here. This looks like a fault line into a fast hit up ramp. Something like that, or maybe just a flasher.
Flash at the ready.
Yep.
Get ready to push forward. Trailblazer just going to be cleared out, but taken. Decent bit of damage there, down to 51, but Icy is well tagged up. Op now right out in front of main. Gets the spot, gets the kill. Icy taken down. A lot of the entry power now out of G2's hands.
Now they got
all end up being.
Yeah. Oh, this is insane.
He's gonna go pushing forward, and as he swings through the wall, just a bit too aggressive, and Trent is easily able to deal with it. Fault line being sent off the back of the Prowler. Just look at the chase. Jing does get caught, but not forsaken. Gonna be taken down. Eliminated, clear out on the haunt. But that's a big entry here for G2, who now have the site, and now they have the pit. Leaf cutting off all access there through screens to buy. Lurking forward into that position. Find value from here, trying to find the round win. HyperX feels nigh impossible.
Good luck. I mean, Devi's gonna try to push this. He might catch Leaf off guard.
Waits out the Prowler time, and he finds him. The pit now dropped. Back into a 3v3. Push down, Jing, getting Valen. Just Trent and Jonah P now left, and Jing cleans it up. Trent, last one standing. 1v2. Time on his side. Quick little jiggle peek. The double face. He finds one, but he cannot get the second. Mind Freak will be the last one standing as the defuse comes through. Plenty of time to spare. It's HyperX taking split, 13-7.
I mean, after 11-1 start, to ring it back to 7-13, a hell of a performance by G2.
Very much is. That's just the first map. We've got Lotus coming up next. HyperX's pick. We'll see how G2 fare there when we come back to the break.
All I care about, right? People dying today, okay?
People gonna die.
If people not dying, I'm gonna contact boss. Give me a beatbox, Jason. We talk about this.
Like this.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
See me fall, so I bought the drop. I leave a stand on everything that can't take the spot. Now we up, now we up. Talked to guy yesterday, said it's more on the way. I done made a lot of money and it's more on the way. I done got a couple plaques and it's more on the way. I put a lot of people on and it's more on the way. Lego, popping up. If life a marathon, I got no choice but run amok. I've been sliding on these tracks, my haters need a salt truck. And it still won't melt the ice, and it's black. And I'm back, you talking down, what is that? Bro, you act like we ain't blessed or something. God ain't flexing something. If you want me on your set or something, cut a check or something. We been bringing dreams to life like Freddy Krueger, we ain't done. I've been moving on this blind faith from staring at the sun. Just when it sound like they don't see it, let alone what it feel like. Dog, why you worry about them? Go get your own life. Counting everybody pockets like you work for Levi. Oh my, that won't get you nowhere.
I came way too far from hiding, seeking from the police. But it came way too far, my gang was sitting in the nosebleed. Praying down on my knees, then got back up, we in the floor seats. Yeah, looking at full court games, like of course we had to go stats on full course meals, now it's more on the way. Why would I stress about these bills? I got more on the way. I'm a stellar winning politician, more on the way. Pull up deep, I'm never solo, and it's more on the way. I done put a lot of people on and got no thank you. I ain't saying I'm God or nothing, but I'm Allen Iverson. When I talk about crosses, I ain't trying to break your ankles. Tell him I've been stepping for so long, I got cankles. Wanna make me mad, try to come tell me what Jesus can't do. Make me mad. Well, you better be glad you ain't no villain, Jesus saved you. Baby glad. Everybody used to be like, what's that smell? Jesus bathed you. That smell. And the real ones always recognize me cause I'm fake proof. Every time I'm lit, I don't get bit cause I'm snake proof. Had to tell that sin, I can shake you. And I told Goliath, it's a 30, I can take you. I done came too far from living dirty.
Ayy, gave me no respect. Lonely on me neck. Zeros on the check. What did y'all expect? Been around, homies kept it holy from the lobby to the penthouse. Blessings coming ODI. I need a list now. Cause it's more on the way. Made a lot of hits and it's more on the way. I done caused a lot of fits and it's more on the way. Yeah. Oh, you like that? It's more on the way. Yeah. OMG, look what God did. 9 to 5 was putting in the work when I was jobless. Couldn't get the Ray-Bans and it hurt, but now my optics. Can't believe I take a look around, they sending options. Yeah, God bless me, I know that. Had to take the whole city, put it on my whole back. Gotta take the bros with me, I cannot hold back. And not until like 4 laps, got Jesus, peace, no Kodak. I'm moving like it's foreign me, they try to close the door on me. But like the chorus said, they start imploring for some more of me. If we back on that board, and I be Jordan when he's scoring. It's a Mount Florence, still I play the tortoise, yeah. Story.
Billboard albums back to back, just thought that you should know that. But I got riches in his name that couldn't fit on no plaque. Rest in peace to the corny rap, cause I could not support that. He snatched me out of Proverbs 5 and I could never go back. Left the label, didn't
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. Congratulations on that first map. You mentioned that you were a bit relieved to be coming into Shanghai with some more downtime than usual, especially since you weren't playing until today, this very day, right? So how did PaperX spend their time off?
I mean, we came to Shanghai, I think we spent a few days just trying to relax a little bit, start of it, trying to figure out like how we can practice. After that, it was just practice as per usual. We tried to spend like maybe 8 hours a day practicing, I think that's what we did. Paid off, I guess.
I guess it does. I guess it does pay off. Let's see if they can close out the second map.
Indeed it did. PaperX come out of the gate swinging, oh my word, with an 11-1 half. And even though they dropped a few rounds in the second, really didn't matter all that much because they were so far ahead the entire time, Mimi, that at that point all they needed was just 1 or 2 and they were in. Actually, they literally just needed 2.
The outcome is crazy to me. Math is hard. It was crazy to me because I actually felt like G2 had a solid read, the read I kind of expected them to have coming in. This double duelist comp has really strong executes, but this isn't actually that great at like holding in long post plants. So they were setting up to play flood retake pretty much every round, but in these late rounds, PaperX's players were just unfathomable. The things something was doing in the post plant was disgusting.
Yeah, actually, speaking of something, it's going to bring us to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. I don't know, pick a round. But
this one
in particular was round 3.
Number 3, because the way that he dashes, smokes, shoots the Prowler. My man was in 7 bullets for so long. He stays on 5, sees, I believe, the barrel, gets the kill here, swaps on 11 HP. He literally doesn't hesitate for half a second into this beautiful play that allowed PRX to do what they did during the entirety of the attack. Funny enough, the rounds where G2 were on their on an eco, they were closer to getting the round because, as Mimi is saying, they did have the read. The problem is that PaperX was reading into the read every single time that G2 was trying to distract them with a piece of utility. PaperX would turn around and get Leaf on the back of whoever is going to just crunch onto them.
Which is what we did talk about, right? We were like, what is, G2 might try and receive this aggression. What does PaperX try to do? It turns out PaperX just ran them down,
Yeah, I was kind of worried coming in that it would just be an individual outclassing, and I really think that that's what it came down to. PaperX, they played some really nice post plans, they have great synergy between their players, and they just have some ridiculous shooters. Something played incredible. Jing played incredible. There was rounds where people were double swinging into Mind Freak, and he was getting both kills. Like, all of these guys on any other team would be the #1 talent that everyone talks about, but they are all condensed onto this single roster, and that's what makes them so ridiculously hard to play against, because even if you have the right macro read, they will just dominate you with their incredible micro.
I felt that there would be an end to something using the operator the way that he did, but what he did on the attack was filthy. We were seeing Icy on camera, the fact that the 2 ults that he was gonna shoot, something is on the other side with the operator. He doesn't even have a chance.
Yeah.
He barely even finished the voice lines. Like, it's just crazy.
Do you
to
remember
me.
the round?
He was literally in the open, being like, "Come at me, come at
Where
me."
he whiffed with his blades in mid, and then updraft dashes bottom in with a classic, and he gets the kill.
He's committed. He's
it's
a
not
catch.
fair. It's simply not fair.
Commitment issues. He's a catch.
All right,
I love this team.
Let's go ahead,
and
though,
I hate them. And I love them.
Pivot over to our AIM Lab shoot-around. We're going to check in on Leaf, talk about G2. Now we're going into Lotus here. Listen, I mean, you got to call a spade for spade in this situation, right? Or spade a spade, rather. This is not a good situation for G2 to find themselves in here, because now you just got PaperX'd, and you're about to get PaperX'd again in Lotus, because the way that they play with reckless abandon.
Yes.
But it's like coordinated reckless abandon.
You say that in the late rounds look like it, but I think the mid-rounding and the early rounds from PaperX was really on point. But Paperthin was talking about this a lot in the cast, but I feel like this is a PaperX who takes their time a lot more, who's really actually quite thorough in the way that they're calling these rounds. And then it's the late rounds where we get the more classic PaperX, chaotic individual moments. But there's a lot of detail ahead of that as well that you have to give credit to this team for. They've really stepped up.
Again, but it has to do with the attack. I agree with that. Like, they found the right merge of like being super aggressive and just sending it to like getting a couple of players, trying to force some rotations. I think that it was beautiful to see, but they will need to keep it up in Lotus. And now with them starting on the defense, it scares me a bit. Yes, the results that we saw from G2 were not the best on the attack against Heretics, but I do think that was on Heretics. Like, the utility usage that they had in Lotus was not allowing them to perform evenly. But hear me out. If there's an operator on the game for something, it's just so complicated to play against.
Oh, there goes your agent select there. Nothing really all that crazy. How does
PaperX's comp is standard, but it is still weird, right? They're giving up the Viper, so they have a lot less
they did change it for playoffs.
And they have very little stall on this defensive side because no Viper or Cypher or Killjoy to really hard hold a sight. And on their attack, they don't have that Viper wall to condition. So their attack sides can be a little bit more telegraphed, but I still really feel like it's going to come down to the individuals and how well they perform in the late round. PaperX is just unbeaten in that respect.
Yeah, exactly. And for the stalling utility, I'm looking at Forsaken. We talked about how he is a flex god and he needs to show up in this defense if they want to take this home.
Well, let's find out if G2 can manage to make this series go the distance. Send it over to your casters. Here's Clinton and Paperthin.
Who?
All right, changing it up after yesterday, I see. I don't know. I don't want to be either.
Oh, no. Come on, man.
I'll be Paperthin.
Come on, man.
I'll be Paperthin. You can
That's unbelievable. I took Seth. Which one? Okay, fine. Whatever. You know what? You know what? This round is you. You go ahead.
All right. Roger that. Well, let's go ahead and get ready to jump into the action. Lotus once again for the side of PaperX. talking about, how do you get a read on this team? Teams have been able to do it on this map in the past. You think about Gen G going up against each other in that grand final. This is one of those maps that Gen G was able to take away from PRX. So while they still are incredibly strong on it, there are weaknesses that can be exploited.
Well, I mean, this is, again, just like Split, a very important side here for G2, because usually on their Lotus, which is very, very good, they're 4-1 in stage 1. It's this attacker side that gets it done, like most of the world. However, going up against PaperX, they're tricky. They love to isolate fights.
This lurk from Jonah is absolutely gorgeous. Forward to Mound, something not ready for it at all. Fantastic headshot coming across. Now things very much slowed down. Silence here. As PaperX do have a 3-man stack over here towards A. They hear the Prowler checking back rubble. Ping's coming down, but G2 seemingly not satisfied with this, so they themselves also going to drift away.
It is a bit hard on the early part of the round to read off of just killing something. A lot of times it's going to be like Forsaken or Divide backing him up. So you got to be worried about that. But something gives it away over on this A site. And so therefore, they've got enough info. Leaf's able to sit there behind Mound long enough, doesn't get any other attention. And he says, guys, I'm pretty sure C is open. Let's make a try. And they read it correctly. Nicely done here by G2 to start this pistol.
Competition now coming through, but do they read Leaf's position at the moment just outside of B? Tucked away. The spike plant comes in. Looks like they're starting to swing. They're starting to watch for it, but he still puts one down. Forsaken, taken out. How much more damage can he deal? The double push coming through. They're able to flush him out, but out. Trade back as Jing ends up falling. Mindfreak finding Jonah P. Paranoia not going to be connecting, but door still has to be retapped. 2v3 with Icy tagged up. PaperX look to try to retake this C site for themselves. Mindfreak wary about the corner, sends it there, but everybody playing on the site itself. Push up over the top. Trent find the headshot, takes out Divide. Mindfreak being encroached upon as Icy comes down over the top. Kill's gonna be found, and that's gonna be G2 picking up another pistol.
Phenomenal mid-rounding here from G2. Kind of understanding some of the lack of information that they're getting and putting the pieces together to know that they can make it go towards that C site. And it all starts with that opening pick by Jonah P. This is a huge win. I don't think something really anticipated that he had already gotten to that side of the mound. He's kind of got caught with his pants down a bit there. And yeah, it's gonna bother Alex. I mean, you and I are used to seeing that. That's a common occurrence in Pacific.
For anybody who hasn't watched PaperX, in which case, welcome to Valorant. They've been here for a while. This is normal.
Yes.
You don't have to be concerned. Might have to be concerned though. As that's going to be a double kill coming through here for Icy. Down to 20 HP, but still solid value found with that stinger. 2 solid picks as Jing still just sat back behind the box just outside Baby Door, frenzy in hand. See what kind of damage he can really deal. Something wanting them to push over towards him. But Trent just banging through the box, gets the headshot, gets some follow-up damage there on Forsaken, setting up for the easy kill for Jonah P. Now it's just going to be an orb take here for something, see what kind of damage he can deal, but still a turret, noting him. I don't know exactly where he's at. Dash at the ready as the plant will come through. Icy gonna be getting himself just past the halfway point towards that showstopper.
It's so good from G2. They're so well coordinated with pushing and pulling, taking turns to trade. Can't quite find the connection.
He's gotta be ready for this forward presence, and he is. Snappy with that headshot. So he looks to deal a little bit of increased damage. Swing out, gets himself a second. 1 HP, another shot down at the corpse. Some more shots down at the corpse and says, okay, I'm ready. Come take me. Phantom will be carried over. G2 will start off 2-0.
Okay, something is gonna get his, but this is just a great start for G2. I love the way they're working the map, being really methodical, using those high pen weapons to great effect through the boxes, all the things that you would want. I mean, that's pretty darn nasty something. But it's
clean with it.
Yeah, it's just really impressive for G2. I love the way they played these last couple of rounds. It's good mid-rounding, and in this round, it's just good coordinated play. Kind of suss out where PaperX was setting up their defenses. Now you don't get much attention over at A. And they're going to try to make a push towards mid. Oh my God. Making so much noise as PaperX.
Yeah. Swing out, nothing spotted. And then G2 swing their way back in towards B. He's retaking this space. Prowler the guide and something. Dead. Leaf with a headshot. Outlaw opening things up once again over here towards C. Nano out just to try to clear some space. There's no real util you have to be worried about. Not playing KJ on the opposite side.
That's huge.
Just trying to check an angle.
They're winning those battles against something over at Mountain, and that opens up the map so much more. Makes it so much more difficult for PaperX to find any lurks or flanks or anything like that. So much space is under G2's control.
And look at this rotation. I mean, PRX, they fully bought into this C hit for the time being. Now the approach slowly creeping up over towards A. Mind Freak sending out that paranoia. Now needing the TP out to safety. Gets himself in towards backside. Safe for the moment, but approaches here on multiple fronts, and that's going to be Icy swinging in from the right, catching him completely off guard. Kill found, and now in a 3v5 where you have to retake the call to save. It looks like it's already been done. Divine inching forward, seeing if he spots anything else out here, but G2, they're going to be converting this bonus, and this is a fantastic start for the squad.
They're playing great. I love the way that they're working the map, taking their time a little bit at the beginning, and then isolating players, able to just kind of bully their way through. Devi trying to do some damage on the way out. Good fault line to set him up.
Fault line sent, but it will be instantly traded. Can't hold over that weapon, so now just two, just Forsaken and Jing. Sat back, gonna try to maintain these weapons. Forsaken, surely he doesn't swing the challenge. We'll just back away. Stay tucked there at upper. Here's the push. Oh, he goes for last second, but is able to go ahead and hold on to his weapon. But 3-0 start, G2. This is everything you want to see for this American squad after what we witnessed on Split.
Yep, and they've got a showstopper to boot. Great opening shot from Leaf. Just completely.
Right there.
And now you get to mostly for the side of PaperX. And that showstopper as well. Something to be accounted for. But now PaperX looks like they might want to challenge this Rubble space.
Chucked in. Nothing significant going to be found there.
Jing just trying to play an angle where maybe he can catch the showstopper out of the air.
Mind Freak in behind here. Swing onto the corner. Jonah P going to be taking low. Showstopper now going to be coming in. Mind Freak able to find one, but Icy takes out Trent. Some friendly fire to be found as the flash coming through. Divine trying to steady the aim. Eventually he's able to find that headshot. And now Leaf arrives. Puts one down. Nano Swarm. They're at back Rubble, forcing Devi out into the open. The Classic to try to find the kill, but he cannot. Devi will collect 3. As PaperX get themselves on the board.
Opts to re-challenge Rubble and pays the price. It's that util coordination from the breach and the Omen makes it so difficult behind that. And it's just Devi so aware. Gets a good flash for himself as well. That Sky.
Angry at the start, calm at the end.
That's the thrifty reaction.
Again, big presence here towards A from G2. Slow creep up towards this orb. Survivor Seekers at the ready. On the way from the Nightfall here is Trent, but looks like they just want to contact up into the site. Swing on the corner, Jink spotting. Paint Shell sent to try to slow them up. Paranoia going to be sent through Devi. Playing off the back of that fault line, catches Fallon. Jing now all the way in behind Rubble. Takes out Leaf, takes out another. Looks to try to find Trent, but Trent will finally put him down by dead. Entry coming through. Forsaken not ready for it. Mind Freak able to get one. Now, 2 duelists getting ready to duke it out. 30 HP here for Icy. Needs to have the headshot. Needs to be snappy, but he can't quite make it happen. Still, solid damage dealt here. G2 damn near taking away every single weapon from the PRX camp, but they will be able to find the second round win.
I mean, Jing is just unreal. The timings that he'll take on those blast packs is just, it's otherworldly. It's ethereal. The way that he finds these openings and can recover so fast. And he's just so snappy, almost gets a third. And then something had a very weak Icy to deal with just a Guardian. An opportunity for Icy potentially, but very tricky situation.
The contrast
between
how the players are vibing on stage and Alex watching from behind. Probably even more frustrated because you can hear them being happy and cheerful.
Yeah, and Forsaken's like, Jing, you got 3 kills, good job. And Alex, meanwhile, you're making mistakes.
So Jing looking for more. Very aggressive Space take there from him. Does pull back. Now sight's going to be turned over towards B. Quick clear here on the Prowler. He's just trying to check that forward corner. Make sure that no one's going to be tucked away.
Yeah, G2 looking to see if they can maybe isolate a fight or set up a 2v1 against something. Has to back out because of that haunt. And they're going to try to make a push, but again, it's that tucked in position of Leaf. Let's see if this time HyperX remembers. Oh, they do.
Looking for it, yeah, Forsaken able to get that kill. Leaf going to be taken down. Something still jiggle peeking back over here by Icy. Icy up on top of the wall with the Prowler. That's going to be enough to force something out, so he actually doesn't fall for the trap. Just pulls back into the site. Final Seeker going to get cleared up.
The Seeker's just mega trolled. All three of them went towards Jonah P. I guess they had to because of the door.
A dangerous jump because a dangerous challenge, but he still comes out on top. Icy, dead. The paint shell not getting much damage dealt. Valen now at 1. Jonathan a little bit whippy there with the spray. Sends out the snake bite. Forsaken does have to tuck back around the corner, but now Devi continues to try to hold them here. At will be able to do so now. They have this 50-50 set up. Devi not even needing the reinforcements, not needing the flank. Gets a second as Trent does fall, and now it's just Valen trying to hold on to that weapon with 1 health.
Yeah, just good proactive play here from HyperX, clearing that corner where Leaf was hiding. Doing a really nice job this time remembering problems that occurred previously. And they're just doing a great job of holding the line at the front of B. Yep, just 1 and done. I love that. And then they use a Hawk to check. Don't get any confirmation on it. I mean, something is gonna hit those shots. He's just built like that.
Bit different.
Bit different. And Devi, so sturdy as always. I mean, just what a year he's been having. Just absolutely incredible. Devi has been so good for HyperX for the last 2 years. But this year again, he's just been absolutely wonderful.
Look at this forward space take here from the side of PRX. Clear out on the boom bot. Paint shells just going to be exchanged on either side. It's now Nightfall going to be coming through. And HyperX quickly do make their departure. It's just a util dump with everyone walking away completely unscathed.
You don't get much out of that Nightfall. You do get another orb. You still have the lockdown.
Flash out, Mind Freak pushing on the back of it, is able to collect 1, but Icy Trent responding in kind. Trent gets himself a second. Jing trying to push forward. Ends up getting shut down now. It's all on something. Last man standing in the 1v2, the lockdown also available. They're going to hightail it over to A. Should have a decent timing on the ult. Something's reading this, knows where they're going to be headed. But can he clutch it out? Oh, it's going to be stacked against him. Leaf playing that first contact, staring in towards stairs here. Tucks back. Turret set up. Something spotting it. He's trying to inch forward, take as much space as he possibly can before alerting. Swings in, gets the headshot, lockdown. Not going to be in play. Rush around the backhand side, looking to peek in towards tree, spots nothing, but now he knows it's going to be approaching in from main, especially as the Prowler comes in. He wants the fight. Sees connects. Time ticking. He wants this kill before he goes for the defuse. He swings in, he's able to find it. Something clutches it out, and HyperX will take the lead.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is just a straight aim duel on Mound, and G2 comes out ahead. Kind of an over-aggression, I think, from Devi there with that last peek in a 2v1, but that gives something an opportunity to go to the other side. He's so quick with the rotation again. And he gets the info immediately as he gets over there. He hears the bunny hopping, he hears the door open from tree, and then he gets to see where the turret comes. So he's able to isolate these fights. That's so smart from something, and very aware of his situation and the timing that he has to push Trent. Trent threw literally every piece of util he had at him and still couldn't buy enough time.
And it was still Trent who was doing his damnedest at the beginning of the round. Those 3 kills that got him into that position, having that advantage was on his back. Just can't quite close the HyperX now in the lead by 1 round. Leaf again. It's just his happy place. Tucked away, listening for these rotations. In the meantime, Icy entering over in towards C. Showstopper out. As there's the aftershock, they're still aware of it. They flash him right into the damage. They flush him out, and they say, you're not getting away with it again. Hit invested, however. They're trying to make things a little bit more difficult, but Showstopper in the corner. That's going to be a double kill. Ching picks up Valen, picks up Icy. Paint shell lobbed in. Jonah P. Just trying to play elusively, trying to play quietly. Shorty now in hand. Fault line across Jing. Pops his way in, pops his way out. He finds him! A three-piece, the cleanup, and HyperX broadening the lead in flawless fashion.
They're unbelievable. They're absolutely unbelievable. The speed at which they can play is unmatched sometimes. This is just one of those rounds. They do a good job early. Mind Freak abandons the site. They isolate this kill with the aftershock and the flash, and then Jing finds the showstopper, blinded by the paranoia, still hits two, and then knows that likely he's got a player, Jonah P, just near him, switches to the shorty, takes it down. So aware are HyperX, and it's gonna be a timeout for G2 as they looked so good getting that bonus Achilleos, getting those first 3 rounds. Since then, 5 in a row for HyperX.
I gotta do him like that. This man's playing a solid game right now. Well, timeout gonna be called here from G2. It's a very solid start with the run back. 5 consecutive here for HyperX. Building up that momentum here on Lotus once again. Very scary prospect, especially considering that this is the defender side to start.
Right, and this is usually the better side of the map for G2, is this attacker side. At least so far this year. This is where they've been doing their damage, and it looked like they were. And I mean, I'm very impressed with G2 here today. They're oftentimes able to go blow for blow, but when you get dragged down in the mud with HyperX, this happens to everybody, happens to every team. They just can kind of outthink you and outplay you in the heat of the moment.
Yep.
That's what makes him so tricky. And Jing's, these blast packs he's having today are some of the best I've seen all year. And that's saying something, because we've seen some good ones, but he's finding these unbelievable timings. That showstopper was ridiculous.
Gorgeous from him. Still no operator here in sight. As things bouncing back into front line. Yep, no, Icy still has his. Icy's on the opposite side of the map. He's doing a little bit of trolling and leave. Doing a lot of damage. Able to find Forsaken. Getting some revenge for himself there after the previous round. But now VALORANT going to be taken down. Man advantage here for the side of HyperX. And weapons not able to be recovered here.
Are they going to invest in Nightfall? That's the big question for me right now for G2.
Tap onto the door. The approach getting ready to come through. It might be a bit of an overcommit from them, but now Trent finding a kill. Shuts it down. Re-swing in. Jing hesitating for a moment, but now entries in around the back. Finds the first one. Blast pack to try to offset. Continues to swing in. It works a treat. Icy collects that kill. Now a 2v2. Out in the open though. Divine collecting the first. Can't quite find it, but now into the 1v1. But Jonah P's just so damn low. Mind Freak. It's served up to him on a silver platter. Time decently close. G2 a solid effort off the back of the timeout, but it will be HyperX getting themselves up to 6.
I mean, again, it's good patience. Devi waiting, expecting that aggressive push from VALORANT. Try to gain a little bit of space, able to cut that down. They trade 1-for-1 with Leaf. Again, they're reading those positions that Leaf was trying to tuck into pretty well. But he this time has a Sheriff in hand and just hits a great shot. Then they come through, and it's Jing again. Hits a blast pack right as he anticipates that fade util coming. He gets right over that C's, gets in the back line, and they have no idea. And it throws the round completely awry for G2. As good as they played that round, Jing just played it better.
Oh, Paranoia, the fault line in, but VALORANT's still going to be standing tall. Finds both kills. Jing, Mind Freak now going to be taken down. Divide dead on the back end. Rolling Thunder committed. Something in ahead of Jonah P is able to get the catch there on to 1, but do they suspect the player from behind? It's like something does. Can he do anything about it is the question. Continues to swing in, he's going for this. There's something wide swing, and Jonah's having none of it. He just waits for him to stop dead in his tracks, and he does take him down. A solid and clean reply here from G2, breaking the win streak of HyperX.
That is the something swing. Just a great positioning here from VALORANT, unaccounted for. Yeah, that Paranoia hits a lot of players, but VALORANT doesn't get hit, so it makes it easy for him to just cut HyperX down as they try to push that angle. Incredible. Great read.
Yeah, and
anticipating the aggressiveness, and yeah, he doesn't like it.
Fairly costly as well, the Rolling Thunder. I mean, committed after 2 players that had already been taken down.
That's true.
Something now. Does get the operator into the mix. Quick break on the baby door there from Forsaken. Paranoia across, a little bit of damage going to be found there off the paint shells. As it's just blind spray across. Jing, quick exit.
How does he know?
Dodges out on that season. I don't know. He just knows that it's coming his way.
Just just incredible. The senses he has. Just the unbelievable reaction time.
But all this effort is just to try to push them over towards something. He gets a leg shot on the Trent, but he cannot confirm the kill. Nightfall connecting the Prowler on the chase. He's got to clear it out. He's got a backpedal, but he cannot. Try to be able to intercept. Stops the exit, takes him down. And now the lockdown sent inside tree.
Right there.
Forsaken in a very committed position. Fault line. Ooh. Now counter spam. Jonah takes him out. The rest of the team have to respect this ult.
Scout destroyed.
No malicious spots on the one. A reposition necessary there from Trent. Drops back down.
Shadows traveling.
HyperX though. Ash decent on a lot of the players. Do they actually commit in for this retake? The 3v5 Snakebite to go ahead and further delay, and Icy on a very deep line all the way back here behind Rubble. Waiting for his moment. Jake, the push up into smoke, he's able to find one, tries to backpedal out. They know Icy, but they should know as well that this round is over, that this is going to be completely unsavable. With Divine out, caught into a bad position, does get taken down. Mind Freak able to put 2 down, and VALORANT will be the last one to survive. But cash-wise, G2, they are flush with it. Now they get themselves up to 5.
Yeah, this is a great execute here from G2, using that Nightfall to keep something guessing. He decides to stick around before he clears the Prowler, and he pays the price. Very nicely timed. Wait for that shot, and then they swing around the corner. Just reading the positionings here at HyperX. Off of that fault line, they're able to kind of guess that Forsaken's going to go back upstairs, take him down. Very nicely done by G2.
Got him, my boy.
And now they have a chance to make this even in this half. Icy one away from a showstopper. Oh my God.
Jing, oh my God, sniped out of the sky is Icy. Comes up with 2. Tag down to 30, but still alive and well. What a shutdown. Just picking him out of the sky. Something now on the opposite side of the door, the showstopper. Just escort them forward here onto this B site. Tap of the door. Icy dead, but finds himself another elimination. And Mind Freak now, last one standing, cannot make it happen. We are tied up at 6-6.
Yeah, a great bounce back here from G2. After HyperX strung so many rounds together, they're able to answer right back at the end. Finally get their footing. Finally start working together well as a team. Winning some of these opening exchanges again. And that's just insanely good shooting from Icy, the rookie, getting it done there. With the transfer onto the second. Gets the showstopper, gets the third. Awesome stuff from Icy.
Incredibly solid round to bring us to complete parity between these teams. Tied up 6-6. Players will take a moment, take a breather here during the halftime. But for now, let's zoom in a bit more on Jonah P with our OMEN player moment.
Yeah, this is Jonah P from G2 VALORANT. I mean, honestly, I wanted to win this game extremely bad. Not only to get us into playoffs, but we had a Berlin boot camp back in December, a while back, and Heretics, we scrimmed them quite a bit. They destroyed us, but yeah, it was not very clean from us, and but just making that comeback and having that, storyline for us, it felt great. We're not known for making big comebacks like that. We're known for the reverse, choking 9-3s, 8-4s, 10-4s, you name it. Like, we have so many games like that, so having that 9-3 comeback on the 3rd map just felt great.
Oh, wait. That's a really good fault line.
Jonah P in a 1v3. All staring at elbow. Benji Fishy will fall, make it to an ace to potentially close the map. Can he pull it off? They're both right there. The spam onto the first, they're both weak. He's gonna connect it all!
It kind of makes sense why people underestimate us. Like, our regular season was pretty inconsistent. And, if you're an inconsistent team, you're gonna get, some criticism, which is totally fair. So yeah, just coming to this event, we don't really care what people say. We're just focused on why we're being inconsistent and, just every day work to be better and work to fix those mistakes that we make.
Working on the consistency, working on getting better, and right now we've been seeing that in real time, from the run back on split to now being dead even on HyperX's map pick of Lotus. They'll swap sides, but this is where they need to be the most prepared. That attack half getting ready to come in here from HyperX.
And they had a solid defender side against Heretics despite losing the map. They went 5-5 before it was closed out by Team Heretics. So certainly G2 can get this done, and with that extra sentinel there, gonna give you an extra layer of defense. Is HyperX Going to be able to clear it. It's not like they're unfamiliar playing against this comp. It's what most people run.
Here.
Empty A site. The turret to alert here. And now a triple push out of B main. No, double back here. Is VALORANT not going to be joining in? Turret recalled, the alarm bot. Still set up.
Look at this flank.
Are they going to be ready for this crunch from behind? Shots coming across. Trent, he's giving up the game and he can't confirm the kill. Just a minor amount of damage dealt there. Something noting one. Spotting out Icy back over here towards the spawn. Swings out wide. VALORANT trying to get the kill, and he can. Down to 5 HP. His paint shell connecting. Forsaken has to drop back.
Right there.
He himself tagged low. 45 remaining. Bolt line going to be sent. Jing looking to swing off that one, but nothing really going to be noted for now. He's just keeping Icy held back. Jump across the way. It's going to be VALORANT collecting another one. His Mindfreak dead. VALORANT with 3. Divide gone. Jing put down and Forsaken. Can't find anything. A 4K for the IGL as G2. They will take the other pistol round here in this map.
What a retake here for G2. Just on their horse off the rip, just reading that HyperX isn't going to change direction if they give up that space on A. And they're just pushing through attacker spawn as fast as they can, and they're hitting some great shots. And he got flashed down to 5 HP, and then he's still able to win these battles. Unbelievable, VALORANT. Unbelievable. Huge 4K for him. And, yeah, I mean, HyperX just couldn't hit their shots. That's all there was to it, to be honest.
Free sight, trying to get into that post-plant situation, but just picked apart one after the other. Let me see. Triple Bulldog purchase here coming through from the side of G2. Stinger Inspector alongside that is Forsaken. Gonna try to escort them forward here on to see something getting a little bit of damage. Just get the headshot there on the leave. He'll be knocked down to 46. Spots out Jenga, swings around the back, Bucky in hand, able to find one, but VALORANT puts an end to that. Entry power now taken away. Bucky into the hands of the Devise. The plant tapped for a moment, but not committed to.
I have the spike.
Give it over to Mindfreak. See if they can set their positions up with this Bucky. Do some more damage with it. Great sees.
Yep, sees in, looking for the kill on the paint shells, and Divine now dead. That Spectre is left stranded on the floor, and Forsaken, he can't get over to it. Mindfreak, he doesn't want to move a muscle. Push up into the smoke, just looking to try to play a timing, looking to get a catch. He cannot. And Icy, despite being dazed up, headshot into the kill. Leaf the only casualty. G2, they'll move up by 2. Now 8-6.
Yeah, just brilliant stuff here again with their util combos. Yeah, you lose a player to the Bucky, but so what? That Seize Nade combo works a treat there, isolating Devi and Mindfreak on the back of the site, so they can't really get much done. Devi gets taken out by it. It's just so nice here from G2. You can see the confidence starting to flow for this G2 squad. They're starting to play together. And that's when things get a little bit scary here. HyperX is looking a little bit off at times on this map. Looking to grab a judge here for Jing. As it looks like to me they're gonna consider a pretty big C hit as Rubble control completely taken.
Device is dead off the rip. Leave for the peek out. Outlaw in hand. He'll shrug off that damage taken. And Smoke now try to stave off this push. Brown checking outside of B there from Trent as well. Now for these rotations to start to come through. Entry in. They know that the site is clear, but Leaf still tucked away here at Waterfall. Pitching for that shot. Backs away just in time. Something unable to get that hit coming through. Flash in deep. He swings out, but still can't steady the aim. Trent claims 2. His Mindfreak taken down. Forsaken gonna be scouted, spamming away, trying to keep himself alive. Sprays down to 1, but he's running out of bullets. Now it's all of Jing, and as the flank comes in, VALORANT, he will shut him down. G2 convert the bonus. They move up now, 9-6.
I mean, HyperX just trying to push Waterfall one by one, trying to win some of these battles, but the numbers advantage for G2 is there, and they're gonna take another bonus. It's just a little much here from HyperX. Kind of just, yeah, getting too aggressive. I agree. Timeout's gonna be needed because that was, you know, the first player, fine. You send something out there, you try to set them up with a flash, totally fine with that. But after that, you might as well just lock them down and try to use that amazing choke point you have where the defenders have to come through Waterfall and just knock them down. And again, these opening picks from Leaf, he is so clean with those snipers. Has been all tournament.
Trent as well, just really shutting down the...
Yo, Devi just got shit on. I just hit him with a
the opening push. As well, he's not necessarily wrong.
He is not wrong at all.
Very solid early kill to be found there HyperX needing to make the most out of these last 15 seconds here on the timeout. Plenty of words exchanged between Alex and the rest of the squad. Can they find that round victory? Looks like they're going to be forcing up a bit for a full stinger buy. Spoiler alert.
I mean, they're going to try to do to G2 what G2 does to other teams. Catch them with those stingers, catch them a bit off guard. Icy does have the op. So, power weapon in the hands of G2. No Odin just yet, but going to be tricky now for HyperX. Let's see if they're just going to go for an explosive B hit. It's being read decently by G2. Got a lot of delay utility in there with the Omen and the Fade. So this could be tricky.
Operator now here for Icy. Situated over towards A, but looks like with this rush, with this buy, they want to just full send it in towards B, but do they rebalance position? And so far, they have not. And now he strikes, finds the first one, Mind Freak, trying to take him down, but ends up falling. Down, collecting that kill. Trying to be, however, going to be overwhelmed. Something dashing away, keeps himself alive and in the mix. As Jing scoops up a Phantom.
Sagan, the lurk towards the spike. It's being watched behind the box by Leaf, and he's making noise.
Noise made, and Leaf able to find that kill, and now they are in such a dire position. Prowler in for the check. Their spots up. Making their positions known. But G2 confident. They know that these players on the other side are so very low, especially with something taking that damage. 12 HP remaining on him.
One enemy remaining.
Just legs just absolutely swept out from beneath him. Something falls, Jing marked. Looking for the reveal, the Prowler up over the top, gets the bite, and Trent will find the kill. Only 2 eliminations found, Spike not planted, HyperX not getting that bonus cash, and G2 get to double digits.
Yeah, G2 just reading this hit very, very nicely. Valen's positioning, knocks 2 down, and that's about it. That's basically round over. I mean, yeah, HyperX scrappy as heck. Trying to do what they can is something. He gets 2, and then he's able to dash away, try to buy some time and space, but never really able to get comfortable, is coming from just about every angle possible. RG2.
One down.
They look very clean right now. HyperX is struggling to get anything done on this attacker side.
I don't even necessarily know if they noted the operator, because Icy was just on this A side the entire time. The rest of the team, they were the ones dealing with HyperX. Do they know that he has this? Right now, he's sat up just watching in towards tree. Gonna try to reinforce Jonah P's position here. Door will full swing shot, 3 tap on it. Trailblazer checking forward, but not scouting him out. Something rushing right into the spider's web.
They've got a great read. G2 is just all over everything HyperX wants to do.
Paranoia.
Yeah.
Not sure if that got the catch on to both of them. Either way, slowed up. Plant now, getting ready to come in. Jing needs to try to hold here. Outside the baby door, checks close with that. Connection not going to be found. Trying to be in the meantime. Caught. Mind Freak coming away with that kill. Swing out. Dink in. Divide. Able to find Leaf. Finishes him off. Just tucks away. Eats a little bit of damage there from the paint shells. Fault line now crashing across. Valen going to be taken down. Jing able to find that. Mind Freak still lingering, still lurking. Finds Trent. HyperX will be able to get themselves back on the board, putting up their first round victory here on this attack side.
Yeah, it was a nice job here by Jing to flush out some players to keep them towards Mind Freak's lurk here by Rubble. You can see they use the showstopper, and that's when he strikes. Great patience, great timing, great coordination from HyperX. And this time around, they're able to get their feet planted, get the crossfire set up, get this post plant in their favor, find that lurk. That's so successful, but now you got a couple big ults for G2 to consider. Showstopper, Nightfall.
You can turn this around on them really quickly.
Yep.
HyperX looking for something a bit pacey here. Something slowed up. Boombot checking forward, but Jonah still statuesque here. Just tucked away.
They just keep doing it, these cheeky positions.
Okay, well, Divide, check behind the tree this time around. The push forward, he spotted him, but the paranoia timing is just perfect. Showstopper at the ready, Icy spotting one, sends a Divide down to a sliver. Mind Freak swinging out, finding one, but then taken down. Spike still brings forward now on the floor. Valen shuts it down, and Jing cannot find any more value. G2 get themselves up to 11, not allowing for HyperX to string 2 together.
Yeah, these awesome defensive setups that G2 is using, or just completely fooling HyperX. Every time there's a player in a different spot, and Jonah P can get so much info. The paranoia, so good from Valen. Just love what I'm seeing from G2. They are so on top of PaperX in terms of where their util is going to go, where that util is going to be checking, particularly Devi's util. How many times have we seen those Trailblazers not see a player and it costs PaperX a life?
Yeah, and corners in general right now very much working against PRX. The second timeout gonna be used. Last one here from Alex. Passing them out to C and hoping they make it safely across to the other side. For now, G2, all advantages pretty much theirs. 3 ults for PaperX available at the moment, but that Nightfall already online for Trent. Lockdown not too far off from Leaf.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna have to be one of the most impressive comebacks. Not the most we've seen in this tournament, but because we've seen quite a few of nutty ones, but it would be a very impressive one for sure for PaperX. They could string this back, but in my mind, G2 just too good on this map right now. PaperX pretty one-dimensional for the most part. One of the few rounds they had success was taking A control and then pivoting towards B. You know, they've tried some explosive hits towards C. They tried just kind of W-king their way into A, and every time there's been an answer from this G2 squad. Let's see, Devi is the Seekers. They're gonna pop them. Or they're gonna wait a little bit. They're looking for some attention over towards Rebel, and Devi on his own with the spike. A couple players coming out towards mid.
Double peek out for a second. I mean, with just a stinger, can't really challenge against this one. And G2, widely probably gonna be happy. They get the fault line out of him, put that on cooldown. Once again, Trailblazer forward. Checking, not spotting anything though. Jonah P holding up close. He collects 2 kills. Mind freaking something, both taken down. Seek by Sent, but what damage dealt already. And Jonah now just 1 away from having that pit online to make PaperX's lives that much more difficult. Forsaken wants to try to get this Rolling Thunder. Now it's just gonna be a back off. Space given over. G2 confident in their retake here in a 5v3.
And they're gonna be coming through the door. Couple different angles, gonna be really tricky. Forsaken trying to get ahead of it.
Trying to get ahead of it, but instead it's gonna be taken down. He and Jing on the floor. Devi, now last one standing. Swings out, finds the first, is not ready for Icy. G2, they're gonna give themselves up to 12. Map point to take us over to Bind.
Just so steady right now from G2. They are just in complete control, and Jonah P at the point of attack wins a 1v2. They're giving him opportunities. You know, they're not swinging together sometimes. You're not trying to maybe go for that something peak there where he goes out first and tries to buy a lot of space, but it's just because Jonah P's just a little bit ahead of it.
Nice.
Takes Mind Freak down, and then, of course, something's going to try to reswing. They're ready for it, but now PaperX, a little bit quieted. And there's a ton of ults here for both sides. Nightfall, Viper's Pit,
Could get
G2.
messy.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
It's gonna get messy.
Well, for now, Knives popped something. It's playing off solo towards this C site. Oh, the Killjoy utility set up to try and interrupt him. 100% down, seeing if he can get any movement out of Leaf whatsoever, but Leaf's just staying back. Not sure if that Rolling Thunder is going to be escorting that jet forward, so wants to just go ahead and concede some space for now.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's now going to be sent. Snakebite to try to slow things up. Jonah P going to be noted there over at Stairs, and Devi take it down. Jonah P pushing forward, finds that elimination. Now tucks back over towards the Stairs position. The Mind Freak as well, knocked down to 36. An immense amount of damage dealt. Jing here at drop. Just a Bulldog, 3 players on the opposite side. Boombot coming his way, has to be cleared out. They managed to do so. Vault not spotting as the Seas comes out. Now it's going to be the Rolling Thunder to try to push them back. Connections on the multiple, but Pain Shell's not finding the value.
So well timed on that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Pit still in play here for G2. Not able to drop that one, but Forsaken finds an opening kill. Valen going to be taken down. Won't use Mind Freak repositioning, gets himself over here by Rubble. Jonah, another kill, a third. Jing dead, something tucked away, finds the first one. Drifting around the backhand side, Knives pulled, finds himself a third elimination. As Leaf trying to hold for the fuse, push onto the corner, the right click, not taking him down, but has the time being bought. Yes, it has. Something clutching out the round as Leaf hightails it away. He will hold onto his weapon, but PRX can hold on to their hopes.
Unbelievable. I mean, just PaperX players start dropping like flies, and I'm just like, okay, we're going to bind. But then something just barely. Crazy stuff here from Jonah P. He is really feeling it right now. And something finally getting those blades to do what he wants to on this map. And there's a fair amount of PaperX fans here in the audience today. Seeing a lot of the purple and pink jerseys.
But it cost them everything. I mean, granted, a lot of commitments there on the side of G2 as well. But Leaf still one away from having that lockdown online. PaperX had to dump everything that they had. And because they all go down, that Outlaw can find value here. Only Forsaken with full armor.
Now they're back to kind of taking their time, spreading the map a little bit, trying to find some of those open areas. Leaf again with this Outlaw. He's been so good. A great flash to clear that angle by PaperX. Now they're going to be able to kind of work their way through. Something going to be the one left behind this time to potentially try to cut off these rotations. There's a toxic screen in the way. Buys a little bit of time for Valen to slide over. Good fault line, it's both.
Connects on the two. They manage to pull back though. Give themselves up the safety, and the Trailblazer doesn't go deep enough to spot them both. Oh, they reposition aggressively forward here. Just jumping, see if he can spot anything. Knows that Mindfreak's gonna be playing up on top of that box, but Mindfreak not given the time of day, not given the opportunity. Not gonna be peeking out. He spots a pixel out of place. Leaf could absolutely devastate, and he has. Forsaken, dead, lockdown, now online. And there's the investment. Sent through the paint shells, they've been committed. Can't just send those through. They have a tiny little corner to try to tuck away in, but that's gonna have them all corralled together, and Leaf finds himself a second kill. Something now, dead, swing forward, Divine Mindfreak answering back, Divine finding another Jing! Closes out the last 2 kills! And lockdown beat down to PaperX. They stand their ground together. And they keep themselves in this map.
There's nobody but PaperX. I thought that round was done. I thought, again, that we were going to bind. Great shots from Leaf. That angle he takes to give himself that lockdown. Then he finds a second onto something. Able to just see over the lip of the sight. But Jing's so snappy. And now you got a showstopper for Jing. Now you got an opportunity to do some damage. The economy here for both teams. A little bit starting to dwindle for the side of G2. PaperX is in the gutter.
Oh, Forsaken. Ready for the push. G2 not going to give it to him here. Trailblazer instantly cleared over by A. Divine just sending a pop flash, trying to make his exit. Leaf in the meantime, swinging out wider here on the site, seeking target. Showstopper now, the chase through, Jing finds his mark. Leaf gonna be taken down, Forsaken, trying to hold 2 at bay. Prowler cleared out, but the Paranoia now gonna be invested. Just spamming here into the corner, nearly finds the shot, but can't quite make it happen. Trent at 27, still gonna be alive as the plant comes in onto C.
Trying to set up for this, coming from a bunch of different angles. Love these retakes from G2.
2 on the site. Caught the cloak, rotating back around. Nobody else to try to play off the door. It's just going to be basically a full send through Waterfall. Mindfreak looks to try to hold the line, pushes up, finds the first. Confirmed presence on the rest. He's decayed down to 1. He's waiting for his moment. Trying to TP out, but Jonah takes him down. Swing onto the corner though. Jing still standing here alongside Divine. And Jing once again will put him down. A 3-piece for the Rays. PaperX and themselves also up to double digits. 2 more rounds for overtime. And timeout for G2.
Yeah, and G2 has been giving up a little bit of extra space. I mean, part of it is also that in the round before this, the util from Jason, from Forsaken, was really good. And he was able to kind of clip 2 players with that breach fault line and buy some space to get them their plants. But the change up from PaperX that I'm liking is they're not over pushing. They're starting to hold angles. They're starting to funnel players of G2 into choke points and take them down. They're doing a good job of accounting for the lurks that are being attempted by G2. That time they tried to send 2 in towards B pillars, but it's read at least by Forsaken, and that causes the wrap where they have to try to go through Waterfall. G2 feels like if Forsaken's there, you know, this flank probably won't get what we want to out of it, so let's just try for a death ball retake of sorts, and it doesn't work out because now PaperX is starting to really hold the line nicely once they get this spike plant down.
G2 looking to fight back, looking to put an end to this one, take us over to Bind. To get focused up on that final map. HyperX can continue to persevere. You see the purchase coming through. Money's a bit all over the place here for G2.
Same with HyperX. I mean, they have to invest in a Guardian and an Outlaw. That Outlaw for something could.
I mean, he knows that they're going to be half arm on the other side.
Exactly.
Or at least heavily suspects it. They could buy all the way down for it, but with the weaker weaponry, very much is expecting to be able to get some one-taps here. And do they give him the time of day? Jonah P, once again, sat back here at stairs. Ping comes down. HyperX cognizant.
Just expecting another one of those hidden players around a corner. It's going to pop out and kill him. This time, Jonah P's pushed a little bit further back.
Smoke coming through. Paranoia. Oh, they get the stun in. There's the push-up into the smoke, and Jing able to take him down. That pesky Viper now dealt with. Swing forward here onto the side. Device body one, but Icy catching a nice timing. Swings around the opposite side. Headshot through. Brings it back into a 4v4.
It's a good pivot, but it's being read well by G2.
TP forward in towards B. No, canceled. A little bit of util exchanged here onto the B side. Decay going to be expiring. Jing taking some very aggressive space, but he's only able to find one. Showstopper now here from Icy, spotting out something, but only gets a smattering of damage. Cannot confirm that kill. And Icy tagged down to 15. Boombot right into his face. Manages to clear that one out. Something he wants to play this aggressively. And I can't believe that he's going for it. Leaf manages to put him down. Now a 2v3. Tap onto the spike. Some spray across. Swing out Forsaken. Gone to the fuse. Being held. Paint shells in. And Leaf will get the final kill. G2, the timeout works a treat. They take down HyperX on Lotus, 13-10. We're going to Bind.
Awesome stuff here from G2. Really starting to feel themselves against HyperX nicely.
Solid warm-up here, solid run back from G2, not allowing HyperX to push this all the way into OT. Now Bind, the final map to determine who's going to be walking away victorious, who's going to be staying in the upper bracket.
I can't see shit without my glasses, so if one of them shit talking me, can one of you let me know?
I never see anyone because my monitor is so high.
Oh no, I just want to know to smile.
Yo, Nate, Jing just stood up.
That's the one guy I wouldn't believe. Forsaken I can believe, Goodbye I can, but something in Jing are like too like wholesome.
I've waited my whole career to get revenge on these guys, bro. The emotions are gonna make me insane. That's for sure.
Is there something on your mind that's haunting you like a ghost? Am I the one that makes you cry or keeps you so high? There's no coming down. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. So everything was just a lie. I think it's haunting you like a ghost. Am I the one that makes you cry or keeps you so high? There's no coming down. I lose my
G2 manages to fight back, and we're going to map 3. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here along with Mimi, as well as Kakuka. And guys, I mean, G2 showing that resiliency yet again. And even though HyperX were really getting close there for a minute, because Jing was doing some magic, G2 managed to pull one through, which was big for them.
Yeah, I think G2 came in with another good game plan, and in this map, well, I think HyperX's comp caught up with them a little bit. They're playing this double duelist, single controller composition with not a ton of initiator utility, which means they really have to be kind of focusing on like these just contact rounds. They kept on trying to go into these kind of late 4-1 executes, and I think G2 did a really good job of picking their timings on when to re-clear space, so they always knew where HyperX was headed in these late rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it also helps that you get both pistols and you're able to convert both bonuses, right? That gives you a lot of leverage, but the way that they were playing, especially on the later rounds when they moved onto the defense, and the way that they were retaking time after time, they knew when to give up the space and just be like, okay, you know, take the spike, plant the spike, we'll save all the utility and just slot you on the retake.
And this was their same idea they had on Split, but I think the biggest contrast is they picked their timings to actually be fighting forward and play on site more, and critically, they were shooting, right?
Valorant is an FPS game.
It's an FPS game. It's a gun game. Wise man once said that. But Trent and Valen, I think those guys were stepping up. We saw some rounds from Elif, and on the contrast for HyperX, they were getting away with a lot less of the crime that they were committing on Split with these like individual hero rounds.
Yeah, yeah.
There was also some moments that they were pissing me off a little bit. It's the kind of
much like Neon in that respect.
It's the kind of HyperX moments where they miss the utility, don't clear the corners, something goes forward, dashes in, but then Mindfreak is him. It's like those kind of moments. You're just like, so good. Like, how is this happening?
The round where like they're trying to clear through the revolving door and then they just don't dog close left and a player gets a 2K from there. Rounds where they're trying to like, even the final round of the game where they're trying to pivot back into B late, but they never had a lurker. They never had that map control. And then they play full off-site into post plant. Just these mistakes for HyperX. There's games where they have good enough individual form that it doesn't catch up with them. And there are games like this where they lose the map because of them.
We were praising Forsaken for his flexibility. And in this map, don't get me wrong, he did good, but on the kills department, MyMan was not shooting.
He was doing what he needed to do with his utility, but...
But still, it was like not enough. And I feel like maybe in a different composition where things are not as straightforward, it's easier to find different solutions to the problems that you find.
No, completely fair. But you know what, though? Icy had a big game, and this is what G2 needed. And I think that G2 has definitely needed to find that next gear, because I was worried about them coming out of that split game, because you look at the score line out of that one and how it started out and even how it ended. It was not pretty for G2 at all. And I think the Guard of old or even G2 of old would have crumbled under that situation. But this is clearly showing that this squad, when they're put through the work, they know how to step up. And Icy was that guy this game for them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also complicated, right? Because if you just look at this game from the outside and you look at the duelist department, it's complicated to make a comparison because it's a 2v1 and always in that situation, they're always going to be coming at you. And you making that shiny play is not always going to be even an option, especially after round, I believe it's 4, where everything turns into chaos and he off-strand, and probably mentally many people wouldn't have been able to recover from that, but Icy did.
And that's the real contrast between these two teams. HyperX is a squad about their individuals, about how they game plan to set up these guys to frag. G2 is a team that is very much about the collective, and that's what got them the win on Lotus. But the series, it's not done yet. They still have to go to Bind. However, this is a map that I actually had some confidence in G2 on. I think they were great in Americas.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna say, I don't want to say that there's a chance here, because honestly, there's a chance either way. I mean, these two teams, they're here for a reason, right? Representing their regions. HyperX #1 seed, and G2, coming into this one with a lot of hype. But Bind has been good for G2.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only team to have beaten 100 Thieves on this map, who was otherwise undefeated here back in Americas. However, for all the positivity you can kind of bring up for G2, this has always been a map that has been a stronghold for HyperX. I think of their performances in Madrid. They're still playing that same comp with this double initiator and the harbor, and I think the way that, especially on their attack sides, they entry and they vary up the harbor utility to give so many different looks. It's a super disruptive style, and they're so good at it.
Yeah. Well, what's the game plan then here if you're a G2 in this situation? Is it the same as what it was in Maps 1 and 2?
I think the Heretics are working. Why would you stop with that? Especially, well, now they're starting on the attack, so.
Sure, but on the defense, I think Heretics are a lot harder, especially over towards B. It has to be more so using your util to disrupt, especially in this comp with a lot of mollies. However, they are starting on that attacking side, where I think G2 have some really good protocols on this map. You'll see them play a lot of these slower rounds where they're kind of like 3-1-1ing, sending this Sky Gecko combo into one area of the map and taking early space, and then late round pushing into that. I think the biggest key to success here is really stopping HyperX from going for their aggressive pieces in the mid round that they really like to do with this comp.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, something probably locking one of the sides with the operator, if he's even able to get those credits in, but I'm looking at Forsaken and some redemption here for him.
Oh boy, well folks, it's map 3. Let's see how this one works out. Can G2 get that revenge on HyperX, continue their run in the upper bracket? One final time, let's send it back over to the boys. It's Achilles and Paper Thin for the call.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go on map 3 to decide which team is going to be sticking around in that upper bracket, and which one's going to be falling down, losing one of their lives here in this tournament, be one step closer to being eliminated from it. Is it the Pacific powerhouse of HyperX, or is it going to be G2? A very solid rally back here from G2, both on that opening map of Split. Also, they're on Lotus. How do they fare now, going up against Bind?
And G2 looked so good on this map against Team Heretics. 13-6, just absolutely destroyed them. So certainly, all eyes going to be on G2 as they have a great opportunity to upset HyperX, send them down to lowers, and get themselves further ahead in this tournament. Or going to be grabbed for HyperX with a 3-2 split, or not, a 4-1 split, excuse me. This is a strong side.
Expecting that push out here off the rip. Instead it was going to be Showers, as Mindfreak just backpedaling. Icy taking some forward space here. Quick little jump peek. Something catching a glimpse, but so far, no connections on these shots. Spike being held just in front of the teleporter as Trent will go ahead and take that across. And now Forsaken tagged up. Down to 13, having to make his exit. Icy will get caught up. Mindfreak able to find that kill. Takes him down, gives the man advantage over here to the side of HyperX, but Plant's going to be coming through. G2 very much entrenched in this double push coming through. Forsaken finding one before getting taken down. Lethal will spray across. Jing going to be tagged up a bit. Falls to 50. Heal's not available from Devi here in the pistol.
Got a couple smokes though.
Dizzy at the ready. Wingman as well online. Quick little bounce out. Nothing going to be spotted. Jonah just sat here on top of the spike just about. As Trent wants to offer up some covering fire there from Hookah.
Oh, Jonah P.
Just sat here. Within the poison for now. The push forward. There's the first one. Trent getting Jing as well. Wingman going to be cleared out. Jonah P re-wrapping around through tube. Cuts back. Looking for his timing. Looking for his moment now. It is all on Devi. He doesn't know which way to look. G2 taking another pistol.
They're just so good at mid-rounding right now. They are keeping HyperX guessing and not giving them opportunities to do much against these post plants. I mean, Jonah P the whole time tucked in right by the tube. So snappy. Yeah, there are a couple good kills for HyperX. But these pistols are starting to get worrisome for the side of HyperX. And Alex is definitely starting to get frustrated. After such a hot start on Split, it looked like this was going to be all HyperX all day, but G2 fighting back. Just amazing resilience.
You think back to the words of them, talking about coming into this series, saying, yeah, we played against them in the past, but we're a much more mature team. We've learned a lot. We've grown, and they are putting that on full display round after round. Dominant these pistols so far across the series. 4-1. Wingman leading the charge, looking for the plant. Drop down out of Hookah with Dizzy. Blind does greet them, but that's going to be the interrupt. As quite a bit of damage goes across here. Forsaken and Something both tagged up. Good early damage found. Try to snipe across. They try to find that kill, but Jing going to be taken down. Alan just pushing his way forward into the site, able to collect 2 kills. Something will get one more as a parting gift, but widely the weaponry going to be carried forward. Just grabbing up the Bulldogs here. As G2 start things off 2-0.
They bait out the util really nicely. They get a lot of flashes, a lot of mollies thrown at the front entrance there outside of Garden, and they just absorb all of it. They just wait it out, and then they take their turn. Use that mosh that cuts through the tube to clear out Jing. He was stuck. They had so many players identified by the time they were ready to make their execute. They just do a great job pushing through, knocking players down. And a buy round here for PaperX. Starting to feel like they can't afford to drop any more of these. Forsaken has to use the Cascade to get out, stuck in the corner.
Sends it, decent damage dealt, but Jonah just gonna go ahead and be able to push Tread back up to 100 here. Boom about to go ahead and check forward. Leaf clears that out. Paint shells now to try to dissuade. Blast pack to create some extra distance here, and Jing just gives up on trying to defend in lamps. Space handed over here to G2. A lot of respect being shown. As now the TP across. Something forward here at the shower. Flash at the ready. It's going to be a delayed pop on that one, but something still able to find the first one. Now Mind Freak getting involved. Picks off Trent.
It's huge.
Smoke is VALORANT going to try to lurk his way forward. Mind Freak is reading this.
Smoke's down. He is. They're expecting another layer to this.
This is where the spike is at. Could just rotate back around towards the front if the rest of the team are able to open things up. And Mind Freak does pull off the angle for a brief little moment, but continues to have his sights trained over on Showers. Wingman checking back over here on the site. Leaf going to be stunned up. Mosh creating some additional space as VALORANT starts creeping his way forward. The time dwindling. 25 seconds remaining. And the entry is looking great. VALORANT just swings the corner blind. Takes out Mind Freak. Jing dead at the same time on the opposite side as Leaf comes up with that kill. But Boombot now scouting across. Something having to talk back in. VALORANT, another shot, another kill. Something just trying to delay. Thrash at the ready. He's going to try to go for it, but he's going to get caught with that util in hand. But Devi is still opened up to clean things up. But he's the only one standing. G2 wrestle all of these guns out of their hands.
And it's just great awareness here from PaperX to understand that there could be a rotation through that teleporter, and they need to maintain Showers' control. And even though they end up losing it, and it looked like maybe this round was not going to go their way, that ult bought enough time for Devi to come in and finish the round. But
it's also gone.
It was costly. Yes, exactly, Achilleos. It was costly for PaperX.
You see the ults available now to the side of G2. VALORANT with that orbital strike online. Trent with his own Thrash. Something cutting across the opposite side, getting himself flush with his teleporter door. As the Thrash, he's trying to avoid the timing on it, but he cannot get the punish. Icy. The covering fire, looking gorgeous. Quick clear there on the Dizzy, but Paint Shell's lobbed in. Devi overwhelmed, taken down. TP now, double push. Icy just sat the opposite side here. Off the smoke, and Jing goes right up into his crosshair. Mind Freak dead, absolutely screwed. Somehow Jing beyond the grave gets a Boombot kill, but that doesn't even matter. It is Forsaken now all on his lonesome. Wasn't finding that impact on the previous map. And so far, it's a very rocky start here for PaperX. That shot across, Jonah P gonna be taken down, but there's so much more work to be done in the paint. The snake bite will hold him at bay.
Just don't think he has time for this.
No, it's dwindling. He'd have to kill them all in rapid succession. Instead, looks like maybe just wants to try to deal as much damage as he possibly can, but Leaf will be left standing here at the end. 3 players alive. Cash starting to build up here for G2 as they move up 3-1.
I mean, you can see that PaperX is once again trying to take these individual fights one by one, and G2 so happy to let them do that. You know, okay, something goes for the unexpected positioning there off the back of the high tide. Fine, that one's okay, but then you keep trying to challenge this angle, and then Mind Freak gets stuck inside of Showers, and he knows he's dead.
Yep.
And it's just really, really awesome stuff from G2. The way that they're just happy to let PaperX try to play the PaperX style and punish it every single time. And now you gotta figure out what you can do differently here. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more of what we saw early on, just playing for space, not playing for early aggression, early kills, early trades, because on Lotus as well, the first kills went heavily in favor of G2, and that was a real death sentence for PaperX.
Well, rocky start in the early timeout call. Opportunity given, of course, to G2, though, to just take away their own observations, what they've seen, what PaperX has been trying to do in these opening rounds, and then just continue to really compound and layer the anti-striding on top of it.
Yep.
It's like a stinger here for Jing, Showstopper. They're in his back pocket. Let's see if that comes into play here in this round. For now, 3-2 fan out from PaperX. A 4-man stack outside of showers here for G2. Feel like they want to maybe just up the tempo.
Right here.
Push over, try to get those orbs online, because if they hand this over to Jonah Pete, that would be the Seekers ready to go.
They're going to try to push this space, and this isn't going to fool, I don't think, G2 at all.
There's the push. Forsaken able to find one, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They're trying to play a little bit more elusively in the Dizzy now. It notes him and takes him down. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it. Trent instantly headshotting him. Jonah P, he does end up falling. This is still significant damage dealt. You look at their HP bars now. Locked within the teleporter room. The spike now getting ready to be planted. And Devi all on his lonesome. Recovered Phantom, see if he can try to deal any ounce of damage. A couple shots there on the Leaf. The bite lobbed in, forcing him even further back within the confines of this prison. Time is ticking. Nothing more realistically for Devi to do other than to try to take some of these weapons away. Force them to buy once again, but G2, they are stagnant, they are statuesque, they are not looking to move a muscle. And on the swing out, he will finally fall. 4-1. G2 continuing this upward trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, it's an attempted crunch play from the side of HyperX, but it just takes a little bit too long to get going. By the time that Jing decides to TP through and go for the showstopper, it's already over. He's a little late. They try to use the Trailblazer to set him up, and look, they're just waiting. They know. That Trailblazer came through, and they're like, we know they're coming in. And they're just so aware of all these trap plays, all these aggressive maneuvers that HyperX is trying to make. That's shutting it down so well as G2.
They get the showstopper out of him. Something now. Picking up a judge, sat over at Hookah, but it's a lot of attention paid towards this A site here by G2. Once again, just 4 players moving forward. Now the Thrash back online for Trent. Building these up so very rapidly.
I've got your trail.
All going up towards him, diving to the back, looking for that detain, and it has been found. Gets a spot on both Mind Freak, taken down. Forsaken just backpedaling. Reckoning is at the ready, but realistically,
Want to go again?
do you think you can even try to make this one happen? Dizzy over the top, blind onto a couple players, but G2 now getting themselves into some solid post-plant positions.
Scout destroyed.
Seekers of chase, Trailblazer cleared.
Crash is ready.
Crash back online. There's the Reckoning now coming through. It's the Fish this time, not going to be able to get much done. Push up here, just not aware to buy, take it down. The Judge does get some value as something. Cleans up one. Forsaken now noted. The challenge coming through. Trying to be able to find that kill. And something swings forward on towards short. He gets taken down. One by one they fall. One by one these rounds get racked up for G2.
And off the rip, HyperX is playing back, expecting these ults. But that gives enough space to get the Thrash right out of showers and connect onto Mind Freak. And it's a good attempt by Forsaken to try to use the Cove to save him, but it comes up just a half a second too late. Oh, man. Frustration now for Alex. And then HyperX just gets completely caught up inside a Link. Just trying to get through. The Seekers are there. All the info is there for the side of G2.
Look at this read.
Yeah.
They just know. They know when the aggression is going to be coming at them. They know where the aggression is going to be coming from. Forsaken setting up a wall, setting up the Cove, dropping down, but I mean, he's got this Bucky in hand, but he's just dead to rights. Everything, disjointed everything, falling to pieces as G2 continue to just read them like an open book.
They're brilliant right now. They are so on top of HyperX. I love this. You have a showstopper still for Icy as well. If things get dangerous, a couple stingers here for HyperX, but they just cannot do anything right. Every time a player is found, there's util to shut them out by G2, make their lives that much easier.
Everybody just sat back, waiting for the spike to erupt. Nothing else to be done. It's going to be a flawless here from G2. It would seem as, yep, Jing unable to trade that one out. Devi will find one, so flawless not obtained, but Devi still taken down. Leaf narrowly escaping the blast radius. 6-1 on the attack side from G2 already. This is just devastation.
It is, and they've already forced out a timeout from HyperX. There's already been one taken. So, you know, now Alex has to rely on his players to kind of figure themselves out. But it's been a struggle. I mean, 2-7 Jing, 2-7 Mind Freak, 3-7 Forsaken. 5 and 7 something, 4 and 5 divide. I mean, the gunners here, the shooters for PaperX, are just getting smothered with util, not able to really find opportunities to shoot back. And even when they do, they don't seem to be able to connect nearly as cleanly and as efficiently as G2 has. Sure, you've got an op for something on the Gecko, and I think G2 here pretty aware that they have to be a little bit more cautious reading the economy of PaperX, knowing that they want to get to that op as soon as possible.
Boombot out, something's backing away, but let's get tagged by it. Wants to try to keep this operator obscured, but he just ends up beating the damage. Misreading how the Boombot was going to bounce.
It's just everything falling apart right now for PaperX. These little mistakes, so impactful. Losing that much health at the beginning of the round forces you to play a little bit more defensive usually.
This is over the top, quick clear, showstopper coming through. Forsaken able to get a catch, does intercept Jonah P. As Showers, IC wanted to try to clear it, and clear it he has. It's a little bit of damage there onto himself, but it's the kill that he was looking for. Mindfreak gonna be taken down.
Spike planted.
Thrash on the hunt, nothing getting spotted. Jing trying to push up over top of this Mosh, trying to disrespect it, trying to find a timing. They are prepared for it, they hear him coming, they deal with it swiftly. Forsaken with another one. Second kill here in the round. Taking down the opposing Rays, but there's still so many entrenched players, and Leaf is one of them. Picks off the Vi. The Showers pinch, still gonna have to be a concern, and now the Pit invested just to ensure success. Capital the spike, Forsaken bound, Leaf on with 3 and something, just needing to drift away, to hold on to this operator, to hold on to any ounce of hope that he can. G2 not stopping, not showing mercy, 7-1.
Just amazing stuff. You know, G2 gets into these post plants, and they're so tricky. They're so patient. They have that Showers angle. They've got a couple in U-Haul. PaperX tries to clear U-Haul. They can't. You know, and you have something, yes, watching with the operator, and there, I believe, it's going to be another timeout coming from PaperX. We have seen this from Alex this year. But man, oh man, they're so snappy. They're just always so ready for these pushes. You know, Jing tries to push through the Mosh, they're ready. Try to swing a corner, they're ready. It's incredible how quickly, after such a rough start, that G2 has figured themselves out.
I mean, credit to just all of the players, the coaching staff at the moment, because the prep work coming into this one was looking gorgeous. The calling from Palin to get them into this position, up by 6 rounds. It is just gorgeous to watch. And reading PaperX in the past for teams, it's been a struggle. It's kind of like trying to read the Odyssey, the Iliad in Latin. Right now, it looks like, you know, the Hungry Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Very simple, very easy.
Yeah, James and the Giant Peach. You know, something a little bit easier for sure.
And this is not something that we are used to seeing whatsoever.
And it's just like every time that PaperX tries to make an aggressive move or something, it's accounted for, it's dodged by G2. And they have their util ready to counter it. Like the protocols that Mimi was talking about on the desk have been really, really good for G2. They're so reactive. And it's been so impressive on this map. And it has to start here for PaperX, it feels like. I mean, your economy's in the dumpster, you're growing Bulldogs, half armors, and you're losing opening trades.
IC just drifting back, Jing dead off the rip. The aggression once again, not finding success, and Forsaken continuing to try to hold steady out here in the open. Clears out on the Trailblazer, just backing away. He is alone on this site, so rotation has to come through. Devi moving over to try to reinforce that position at B.
Oh, but they get everybody. They get everybody except Mindfreak to go. And they get util out of the side of PaperX. It's so good here from G2. They're playing such a smart, disciplined game right now.
And they're very aware of the space that they've given up. IC just gonna go creeping forward. Can clear that angle there for Trent. Now get ready to turn his sights back over in towards B. But they know exactly what space they've surrendered. They know exactly where Mindfreak could be. Wall now coming up. Mosh into the back. Forsaken just setting up the cove. Gets himself up on top of Tube. Something's going to start counter-rotating back over to A. It looks like they're anticipating this pressure to pivot, but G2, they're just cutting comms. They're cutting noise.
Yeah, and Mindfreak should be able to relay the information over, but it's too late.
Paint shell right there at Forsaken's feet. An immense amount of damage going to be found, and he cannot come up with anything on the back end. No kills found. Now a 5v2, and given the op in play, just gonna have to go for a save unless Mindfreak can pull off a miracle and start opening things up here outside of Hookah. But now he's been spotted. Swing out wide. Jonah P saying, you know what? You like the wide swing? Here's how it feels. Shot gonna whiff, and something now noted. Nothing to go on the run. And look at the hunt coming through here. The rallying call from G2. They want this operator out of his hands.
Oh, he's screwed. There's no way.
Gonna take some fancy sniping, but he's not even gonna get that single shot in. Valen delivers the headshot, the death blow. Is everything PaperX do, none of it is sticking.
No. Every time they try something a little bit different, there's just so many players. That flash maybe went a little too deep as well from Devi.
30 seconds left.
They're just so clean, so aware right now. Being so patient, getting util out.
Singular, they had 4 there.
And it's awesome to see. And the heartbreak on Alex. You know, they knew coming into this tournament how important, how good of an opportunity they might have to potentially finally get a win, not just for themselves, but for Pacific. And G2 was having none of it.
Certainly not. Crash into the back, gonna be dodged out. But an immense amount of space given up here to G2 as the plant gets ready to come in. Forsaken on the corner, does he want to try to swing out and clear it? The answer is gonna be yes, but he cannot. Instead, it's just gonna be Icy taking his head clean off. A minor amount of damage found there, but Leaf boosted up over the top, able to spot out Jing, strikes him down. Molly coming through, Mind Freak with a nice little one tap, will be able to find that elimination, so Leaf goes down. Damage across on the Jonah. Push up in the smoke, Icy finds himself another. The defuse started, interrupted. The Molly to buy further time. Devi and Mind Freak with everything to do. Mind Freak does manage to find 3, but catches a stray, swinging back in towards the site, and now it's all on Devi. A little bit of damage found. He cannot stabilize the spray, cannot find that extra little kill. G2, 9-1.
And they're doing to PaperX what PaperX did to them on the first half of Split right now. Just absolutely rolling. I mean, Icy so good on the point on this site.
Not even. I would disagree with you there because in that, G2 were fighting back. A lot of those rounds were close. We saw how inconsistent the economy was from PaperX. This is a complete and utter dismantling. We're not seeing really any fight back from the side of PRX.
No. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, Mind Freak there in that round with the Guardian got 3 kills, but, you know, these plays just aren't working, and they're getting aggressive again. They're going to use the Cove and a bunch of flashes, but they're ready. They're playing Anti
finds that opener once again! Says, throw whatever you have at me! I will bear through it! I will shut you down!
They played Anti the whole way, Achilleos. As soon as that Cove came out, everybody just backed around the corner and waited. And those blinds caught basically no one on G2. And Icy, these last couple rounds, has been cold.
Living up to the name. What a breakout year for this guy. Absolutely astounding. And Jing now just trying to see if he can find some value. Picks up 2 kills. Starting to work his way forward here towards the site, see if he can fish for a little bit more, try to take away some of these weapons, but it matters not. The cash, the damage is already dealt G2. With only one more round to be played out in the half, there's no real damage that you could deal. The showstopper's already online.
And the economy's gone again for PaperX. Continuously on these ecos. So he has to save this Vandal. So they can afford a little bit extra coming into this final round of the half. But just look at the way they play it. They just wait it out, and then just great repeaks from Icy. And then he's using his util so well to just smother Mind Freak in that corner. Boombot into the blast pack. Just making it so difficult for their opponents. G2, man. They are so strong on this map. And then they obliterated Heretics, and now they're about to obliterate PaperX as well.
Fairly different fashion. It's looking like, again, more aggression to be had as Showstopper over the top. Not going to be able to find the kill, and Trent turns back, finds one. Icy taken down by Forsaken, but then he's traded out. Valen coming away the elimination. Teleporter used to get themselves out away from this orbital strike to safety, but Seekers still chasing, and Leaf doesn't swing the angle. B site now opened up, plant coming through, back site. The man advantage once again here for G2. They even have the thrash for this post plant.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Sent to check, scouting around the back of elbow. Nothing going to be spotted there. Trailblazer forward. Does suss out Jonah Pete forward at 2.
Oh, Valen.
Just holding the smoke, ready for it to fall. Something does manage to find the headshot, brings it back into parity, but time is still getting away from them. They have to get themselves onto the site here if they want the second round. Mind Freak with 1. Jonah Pete trying to stay alive. As that is going to be the cleanup coming in. They have to wait out the orbital, get themselves in onto the spike. Time going to be close, but I believe they just have it here. And that's going to be HyperX finding themselves with a second round win. A 10-2 G2 so far out in front.
Yeah, the guns come alive at the very end here for HyperX, but it's hard to imagine that that's enough. It's hard to imagine that 2 rounds is going to get them over the line. Even as good as they can be on their attacker side, it's so impressive what G2 is able to accomplish.
Comebacks of this magnitude, just rare sights for us. This one here becoming more and more common as this map continues onward. There we are at the half. We'll have the analyst desk break down the action for the first half.
Well, here's the thing. We tried to tell you that G2 is pretty darn good on bind, and that's exactly what happened. 10-2.
Yeah, the read that they've had on HyperX throughout this one is incredible. HyperX, I think, playing a lot of these rounds where they're trying to like hard anchor on site and fight forward, and these G2 executes with this double initiator composition have really been on point.
Yeah, exactly. And if we take a look at some of those rounds, we were talking about maybe a little bit of this uncoordination on the side of HyperX, but as the defense was going on with all the utility that they have under it, everything is so out of place time after time, and that only it's feeding into G2's confidence.
Yeah, and Icy has continued his momentum from the second map of this series. Yeah, I mean, he's been set up so well on these executes. These Gecko Sky combos just haven't really been broken consistently by HyperX, which means he's able to run them over on the site, and then G2 with this really heavy molly comp late round is winning every post.
I love the fact that he's feeling so comfortable and so confident. So many openers in so many rounds that you're saying, so very well set up. I feel like also Trent is doing a great job. But to me, the biggest highlight has to go to Valen. Like the read that they have on them, how they're reacting to every single thing that HyperX is trying. Yes, we're going to the attack now, but honestly, mentally, how can HyperX still be here?
The one round they went for an aggressive play, G2 was ready, tucked from the flash combo, then broke the dizzy, swung back in and dominated them. G2 is playing incredible right now, and their composition is great on defense. Watch the way that they're going to use these mollies to perma-stall out any A execute that HyperX wants to throw at them. If they want to make a comeback happen and stay in the upper bracket, they need to make a massive comeback, and it has to start on this pistol round.
Not a lot of people had G2 absolutely shredding on their bingo cards. Let's see how this plays out. Send it back over to Seth, as well as Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Let's see if they can find that run back, if they can find some of that bite that we were seeing from them on that first map. Now, it's not looking likely.
Exactly. It feels like they're just not quite in sync yet on this map, or on the, even on Lotus, it didn't look quite as coordinated as we're used to seeing from them. Jing able to take U-Haul control. He's got a shorty.
Dizzy Blind coming through, but Icy ready. Right click to shut it down. The shorty, no value whatsoever. Plant gonna be found. Limited util now. Wingman, flash. To try to hold these lines. Forsaken lurking forward, plays anti-flash to Dizzy coming through, tries to push up into the smoke, is able to find one. Mind Freak coming away with another. But now a 2v3, the man advantage. Equalized now. So Wingman pushes forward, gets in to start that defuse, and the clicks coming in from Icy just look absolutely gorgeous. The lob-in on the paint shells to hold Defy at bay to find the elimination. It's a 4-piece from him. And he will not be denied. He has the victory in his sights.
Icy is playing out of his mind. 18-7 right now, just taking rounds over. This is the duelist that G2 has been talking about, that they have been preparing us for, and now we are seeing him come alive. He is reading these plays so well. So much good util. I mean, previously with the boom bot into the blast packs, and then this round with these paint shells and the blast packs to try to buy a little bit extra space. I mean, he's so with it right now.
And a well-earned Vandal, paint shells for the check side of Lamps. Go over the top. Oh, Jing is just landing on his head. Something does collect that kill, trading it back here as both raises get taken down, but spray across something. nearly eliminated as now the teleporter having to be taken. Leaf gonna be fast to flip across the opposite side of the map though to look to try to intercept. Got the wall raised and look at the spray. Mind Freak down to 3.
Scout
A 4v4, but HP in tatters. And Mind Freak, the first line of defense here in Hookah.
Planted.
Plant in, flash in the back. Mind Freak still able to come away with 1. Valen quick to reply. Leaf lurking forward on the hunt, on the prowl, staying quiet. Now opens up, tries to find the shot. Forsaken come away with 1.
Wow.
Forsaken gets a second. Leaf now dead, and Forsaken swaps to the classic. 2 players left alive. The force bite from PaperX. It ends up working a treat.
And this round probably goes G2's way if Leaf doesn't beef that shot against something. This probably swings their way.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, I mean, the Cove landed on him too. That's supposed to land on top of the truck, and instead it landed just behind it because it bounced off of Icy. And that caused some confusion and chaos, but, well, they got the win.
Messy, but a readjustment there.
It's good mid-rounding.
1 step of many. You can see here, even with the full purchase, everything being invested, weaponry still going to be a little bit weak on the opposite side here. G2, 2 Sheriffs, otherwise Classics. For now, trying to be just clearing out the boom bot, sending out a flash, but nothing confirmed. Orb take here for Jing to try to get the showstopper online. Quick bounce on the paint shells. Check close. He's going to enter all the way around in towards elbow. Just hold Jonah P at bay. Plant now going to be coming through. But look at the lurk, the long rotate here from all the rest of G2. There's no one in Hookah.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky.
Second tagged up. They keep swinging, and eventually they are going to be rewarded with that elimination. Wall comes up. They take a peek out over towards that defender spawn. Having seen nothing, it looks like G2 widely going to look to just sit back, go down to the spike.
Yep, try and do any damage they can on the way out.
Something is going to give them an opportunity for it. Next, the right side, the creep forward, but it's a 50-50 setup here for him to try to clear out. Spots the first one. Silent, though, is Leaf. Finds that kill, gets a dink on the Jing. Puts him down to 28, and now he's got to reroute for his own exit. Paint shell sent. It looks like he's just going to die no matter what. As the rotation's coming through from the opposite side. Icy now contained here into the corner, getting whittled away at, getting taken down. Devi will collect it. 3 players left alive. PaperX, they get themselves a 4th round victory.
Yeah, and sure they get the win, but it's against an eco, and it still looked a little bit labored from the side of PaperX. G2 really making them work for every kill, for every exit, for every moment. Trying to just shut them out. Take the lights out here for PaperX, and yet now you've got the op, you've got the Thrash for something. Trent also has his Thrash. Economy a little bit wonky for a few members, though, of PaperX, as they have a Bulldog and a Spectre to make sure that they can afford this operator for something. And he's just going to try to maintain long control, but already very wise to it, it feels like.
Yeah.
RG2.
Playing back, not wanting to give him the opportunity. They know that he's very much one to pick this up. Trailblazer to go ahead and try to scout out. He's going to try to stay tucked away, but does get spotted. And the op now confirmed. Push forward the Leaf. Getting suspicious after not having heard anything. Inches forward, ends up falling. Thrash now starting to work its way up through Garden, but will get cleared out by Jonah P. They're not liking what they're not seeing over at Hookah. Everybody just cutting over here towards Long. We're going to enter in through Garden. Trent waiting, his own ult online. Showstopper goes in towards the back. Jing able to find one, but then it's going to be cut down as Trent comes up with 2 kills. Devi finally able to displace him as Flash for Flash coming through. But Jonah P, he's outdone Devi. Finds the elimination, then gets detained. Quick cleanup kills coming through, however, with 2 players left standing. The op recovered. PaperX get themselves up to 5.
Well, now they're starting to be a little more coordinated. They're starting to win some of those early battles. Those early 1v1s that have eluded them so often against G2 in these last 2 maps. That could be what they need. It could be the tide swinging a little bit, but we'll see. It's, again, a road very, very far before it feels like there's much hope for the side of PaperX. And okay, now they're starting to get the coordination, starting to get that speed underneath them that we're used to seeing when they can really thrive in those high-speed, high-intensity moments. Now they're going to make a different change. They haven't really made a push towards showers just yet, so we're going to see if they can catch G2 kind of being a little too aggressive with the free space they had been given previously.
Not wanting to tap on the orb. It's going to be a slow creep up. Icy holding the line, finds the headshot. Something going to be taken out and swinging from Valen. He does it again with the Singer.
Down A.
2 kills scooped up now. The man advantage here for G2. Long rotate. Going to be necessary there from Jonah P, making his way all the way across from B. Out at Fountain is Mind Freak, catching a quick little glimpse there of Trent. Swings out a little bit more, but tag not going to be found.
Blocking fire. Got both ults here for Forsaken and Mind Freak, so a lot of delay, but Forsaken, so dangerous.
Lobbed in, Jonah on that jiggle. Forsaken now noting it, but still wary about lamps. Orbital strike, gonna be sent. No one getting caught by that.
Look at the patience.
No one far enough forward. Flash now, sent, Forsaken looking to try to challenge, looking to try to find that kill, but there is the ult going across. There is the cleanup, Mind Freak, dead, off the detain. And Forsaken now, the last one standing. The spike, unplanted.
Not carrying spike.
He'll rotate over, he'll grab it up, but shot still being spammed across. A tap, a check towards short, but it's a rotate over into the shower. Jonah now with a Phantom in hand. Teleporter gonna be taken, does he have the time for it? It's gonna be so damn close.
Oh, no.
Reckoning sent, but he's gotta get the spike planted. I think he might have just been a second too late. Just a hair off as the push coming through, and there is a Thrifty. Trent delivering it. As G2 get themselves up to match point.
Match point.
It's another mental mistake for PaperX that hurts so much. I mean, at least get the plant down. I mean, yes, it's looking really good for the side of G2, and this stinger for Valen might as well be a rifle with how good he is with that gun. Just shutting him down in the detain, setting Leaf up, and just a little bit too long. And all Alex can do at this point is shake his head, as they are 1 round away from going down to the lower bracket.
The momentum was starting to build, but just like that, a Mastercard Thrifty to take it away, to get G2 up to match point. Now Trent takes Jing's head off once again. They dive forward here onto the side, something trying to lead the charge, snapping with a headshot, manages a find, and has placed the enemy. Jonah, good for 1. Showstopper in, Icy not getting that kill, but draws down with the Vandal. He picks off Mind Freak, and now it is Devi. The Sultan, the uncle, the last one standing. A 1v3 clutch necessary. And right now, this is all G2. Has been since Lotus.
So much to do, he has no util. It's just gonna have to be gunplay. Meanwhile, there's boombots, there's mollies for the side of G2. It has to be one of the clutches of his life for Devi.
There's just so many angles to work through. So many places that he has to note. All coming back up. He's in front of it. 30 seconds now remaining. The corner check in from Leaf spots him. Valen immediately hightailing it back over. Look at the join in with the rest of his squad. Devi waiting on the angle. Now just has to go for the plan. Paint shell, the molly, lobbed at him. He's down to 45. Everything in the kitchen sink sent at this man to make his task impossible. The shots are found. Leaf gets the finisher, and G2 get their win. 13-5. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They say to PaperX, you asked for this. You picked us.
I love this from G2. Stellar performance after a rough first map, able to bounce back and look so convincing the rest of the way through, especially on Bind. Completely delivering a knockout blow to PaperX, who could never recover, never find their footing. And this G2 team says it's not just 100 Thieves from Americas, we're also a force to be reckoned with.
5 first bloods in total for PaperX on that map.
It's even worse than Lotus.
Absolute devastation. Icy had 7, Trent had 6.
Yeah, they were frying. They're absolutely frying.
Unbelievable performance from G2. A well-earned victory and a well-earned place in the upper bracket. What a performance from everybody on this roster. Absolutely dismantling the Princes of Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, their reads on how PaperX wanted to play, when they'd be aggressive, when they could avoid util, when they could counter with util of their own. All of these things were so good. Once they got past split, they felt so in control the awareness, the comms are so good. I mean, there's so many amazing plays from G2 throughout this bind that are just leaving PaperRex stunned. No answers really ever found, because they're just too disciplined, too clean. And it certainly not the best showing from PaperX, but that to me is all credit to G2. I love the way they played.
The prep work here was just gorgeous to witness. The individual, the micro plays from all of the players, just everybody having a solid read, everybody being on top of their mechanics.
Yep.
A soft start in the series, but my God, what a roaring finish from them. As this could just be the same clip over and over again.
It basically is. Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing they can do.
Well, despair for PaperX, but elation for G2, for the America's faithful. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage now, though, for the Verizon post-match interview.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 G2 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Jonathan 选手来接受我们的采访。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Jonathan from G2 with us. Would you like to say hi to our audience first?
Hello, guys. Thank you for cheering for us. It was a great game, and I'm glad we could deliver for you guys.
他说：“大家好，感谢大家今天为我们加油。我们都听到了，今天这场比赛是一场非常开心的比赛。那接下来也想问问 Jonathan 选手，因为其实，在面对 PaperX 这样一支大家都非常熟知的打法风格也非常激进的这样一支队伍，我们很想知道他们的准备工作到底是什么样的，才能在今天达到一个这么好的效果。So first of all, congratulations on this win. And what kind of preparations do you make before going up against such an aggressive team like PaperX?
The preparation was more or less anti-strats and more just preparing ourselves to, fight people 130 into the round every round. So yeah, we just had to make a few setups to adjust to their playstyle, and it worked out except for the first map. The first map was just a warm-up game, so we appreciate them warming us up for the next two.
他说：“其实对于他们来说，准备工作反而会稍微显得简单一点。对于他们来说，可能更多的就是专注于自己的比赛，准备自身的东西会更多一点。同时，可能对于打法风格也好，他们提前的设定也好，这些东西都会相应的减少。因为在面对这样一支可能打法风格相对激进的队伍的时候，可能这些的设定也会相对减少。那对于今天的第一张地图来说，他觉得对方确实打得很好。对于他们来说，他提出了一个极高的赞扬。但是，可能对于他们来说，也更像是一个热手，在热手过后也会有个很好的效果。那接下来第二个问题，因为其实对于 G2 来说，在这个赛段，可能我们都会觉得他们来到上海大师赛很像一个童话故事，因为在最开始第一赛段的时候，他们的表现并没有那么的出色。但是今天他们击败了一支非常厉害的队伍，同时来到上海大师赛，我们很想知道他们都做出了哪些转变，才能让他们现在达到这么高的一个水准，并且有这么好的一个实力。So you have had a miracle run leading up to Masters Shanghai after struggling through the beginning of Stage 1. So what was the shift you all made leading up to now and making it here to this event?
I'd say the biggest shift for us was just confidence, mentality, and just staying positive even when we're getting destroyed. Like especially today, if this was in kickoff and we were down, we lost the first map, 11-1 first half, we would be mentally boomed. So it's just the difference from that to now is incredible, and that's the reason why we can pull off these wins, just like T1 and now this.
他说，其实对于他们来说，更多的可能还是变得更加自信了，他们的变化，而且他们的心态变得更加稳定了。尤其其实是拿今天的这张地图、今天的比赛来做例子，在第一张地图，他们可能是一个极大的劣势，11-1。当时这样的劣势结束的时候，当时他可能会觉得，如果回到了在起点赛的时候，以他们的心态，他们可能当时就会觉得，完了，这局比赛我们是赢不了了。但是在现在，他们可以更好的调整心态，更好的调整自己的状态，从而达到一个更好的实力。去结束比赛，我们在今天也看到了。那最后，今天献上了这么一场精彩的比赛，在场的观众们能不能再给一些掌声给Jonathan选手呢？那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了。That's all for our interview. Thanks for joining me and congratulations on the upcoming matches.
Thank you, appreciate it.
那让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来，拜拜。
Here we go. HyperX versus G2, our second day of playoffs, and it's going to be a clash of styles.
HyperX has picked to play them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen.
Self pushed up here into heaven, something finding one. Playing ring around the rosy here, sees the gun barrel of one, swing out, finds it, swap over the classic, and something gets the 4K Red Bull clutch. And there's Jing now arriving, making his presence known. Paint shell set, there's nowhere to go but forward, but it's into something who collapsed them. Entry from Icy, able to find one, but now something strikes. 2 kills, tries to swap over, pick him up after the up trap. It's HyperX taking split, 13-7. Jing now all the way in behind Rubble, takes out Leaf, takes out another. Looks to try to find Trent, but Trent will finally put him down. Now Divide dead. Entry coming through, Forsaken not ready for it. Needs to have the headshot, needs to be snappy, but he can't quite make it happen still.
Oh my God.
Jing, oh my God, sniped out of the sky is Icy, comes up with 2. Icy dead, but finds himself another elimination. In towards B, but do they rebalance position? So far, they have not, and now he strikes, finds the first one, Mind Freak, trying to take him down, but something falls, Jing marks, gets the bite, and Trent will find the kill. It's a very aggressive space, but he's only able to find one. Boss, swing out, Forsaken, gone to the fuse, being held, paint shells in, and Leap will get the final kill. G2, the timeout works a treat. They take down HyperX on Lotus, 13-10, we're going to bind. Allen just pushing his way forward into the site, able to collect 2 kills. Something to get one more as a parting gift. Here's the push. Forsaken able to find one, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They're trying to play a little bit more elusively in the Dizzy now. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it.
They're going to use the cove and a bunch of flashes, but they're ready. They're playing in.
Finds that opener once again. Says throw whatever you have at me. I will bear through it. I will shut you down. Now opens up, tries to find the shot. Forsaken able to come away with one.
Wow.
Then he gets a second. Leap now dead, and Forsaken swaps to the classic.
Oh, no.
Reckoning sent, but he's got to get the spike planted. I think he might have just been a second too late. Just a hair off as the push coming through, and there is a thrifty G2 get their win, 13-5. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They say to HyperX, you asked for this, you picked us.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day 7 of Masters Shanghai and our second playoff match of the day. It's EDG, Edward Gaming, taking on Team Heretics. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside once again with Mimi and Kukuka to break it all down. The fans are starting to load into the building. They're excited to see their hometown squad take the stage. But I mean, this is like the last shot for the Chinese hopefuls as well.
I mean, this has been the day that I think everyone has been waiting for. People have been showing up to every game thus far. They've been rooting for the other teams. But EDG is the team of Shanghai. You go out on the seat, you'll see people wearing their jerseys. They are the ubiquitous squad of the CN region, and they have their chance to start making a mark here on the global stage.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going up against a team, Heretics, that, you know, has had their ups and downs, probably not coming in the best form for the tournament without meeting. But hey, they've been looking pretty good. And who would have told us that we would get Wood versus Kangkang, like on a day like this one.
So exciting there. So to give everyone a recap, you may not be aware, but this is going to be that last stand for the Chinese region, as both of the other Chinese teams, DRG as well as FPX, have been eliminated. But this squad is #1 for a reason, and this is their 5th straight global qualification. When you think about this team in their region, truly the word that comes to mind is oftentimes unstoppable with the way that they play.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they've also evolved a bit since we saw them last time. I think that there is a barrier that they have to cross. Maybe making it straight into playoffs is going to give them a little bit more time to cool down and maybe learn a little bit about their opponents. But I really like the fact that they're, changing into new compositions. They're learning so fast. Their growth is so exponential that they should be top of their game right now.
But it's been back-to-back 5th, 6th finishes. That's been the barrier that they haven't been able to break. So the goal for this event for EDG is simple. Win in front of the home crowd. Yeah. If they can break through that barrier and do it here in Shanghai, in the region they represent, it would be the best moment for these guys. It's been what they've been working at for these last 5 global events that they've attended.
I couldn't agree more there. Now today, all eyes are going to be on Kangkang. Yinsu did manage to sit down with the star duelist ahead of Masters for a quick chat. Let's go ahead and take a look.
We're in Shanghai, so of course we gotta take a second to have a chat with the one and only Kangkang. I've got Luna Dujing here to do some translations for me now. We've done this many times, Kangkang, in many different countries, but this is the first time that we're gonna be doing this, having a huge international tournament in your home region. So how does it feel?
就第一次在家门口的国际大赛，对我来说应该是特别激动的，因为以前从来都没有那种感受，就是能够在家门口与很多不同地区的选手同台竞争嘛，所以说这是第一次，然后真的特别激动。
Because this is the first time that the first international tournament held in our home region, and I feel like there are so many players from different regions will come to Shanghai, so it feels really different and excited about it.
I'm super excited to see you guys play. But of course, you've also played in front of many fans, different fans, European fans, American fans, Japanese fans. So tell me, what are the fans here going to be like? Are they going to cheer for other teams too outside of CN?
就是中国的一些粉丝，他们虽然说就也支持自己国家，就是自己赛区的选手嘛，然后与此同时，他们也有自己喜欢的队伍，就像 HyperX 啊、Fnatic 啊，他们很喜欢那些很有个性、很愿意去表达自己的一些选手。然后其实我能够感觉到，因为我知道，就是 VCT CN 的那些观众，他们在台下，每次我们在 VCT 联赛 CN 联赛的时候，他们都会欢呼得很大声，所以说我觉得他们不会吝啬自己的欢呼声去给别的赛区的一些选手，对。
Because the fans from China, we can see that they're not only just cheering for the VCT of teams from the VCT League. They also have their their favorite teams from other league, just like Fnatic or PRX and other teams. Of course, they will cheering for all of them. And because we play in VCT, and we can always feel their enthusiasm, feel their passion on the stage. So of course, people cheering for them.
I mean, if you play HyperX or Fnatic, that's going to be really interesting to see who they cheer for. Now, lastly, we've seen many different versions of Kangkang in the past. You know, even your hair, it changes very often from tournaments. Sometimes you AWP, sometimes you play rifle, sometimes, you know, you play agents, we don't expect you. So what kind of Kangkang are we going to see in this tournament? What can we expect from you?
我觉得其实马德里的康康就比较内敛一点，因为我觉得我头发长了过后会显得比较乖，但是我剪短了头发之后，就是其实我感觉会有2个人格，然后我剪短头发过后，另外一个人格就比较狂、比较外放、比较嚣张的那种人格就会出现吧，然后也正好在比赛场上去感受一下，再次感受一下。就像大家会说我剪了寸头会想回到东京那个时候，我觉得并不是。其实我想在上海有一个新的起点。
Feels like when I was in Masters Madrid, when my hair was longer, feel like it's like 2 different personality of me. At the time my hair is longer, maybe I looks like not that outgoing, but now I cut my hair with different hairstyle. Now seems like I'm more outgoing, more wild. So maybe some people will see that I cut my hair. If I want to go back to the Master Tokyo, I want to find the OMEN, I want to say it's not like that. I just want a new start in this Masters Shanghai.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna, for translating. 谢谢康康，加油，我们加油。
谢谢。
That's the same excuse that I give myself as well. You know, that's why I have no hair. It's because I want a new start.
I mean, that's a sick metaphor,
It actually is.
You get a new start every week?
Yes, exactly.
No, but seriously for a second,
Sorry.
every interview with Kangkang, I feel like he's just so
He's just
cool.
dropping some heat, bro.
He's just so cool.
Dropping heat.
Like the answers he gives. This guy has been to so many of these events, going all the way back. The streak started at Champs Istanbul in 2022, and they have come time and again to these international stages and lost to international teams, but now they're at home.
Yeah.
And this is their chance to really show who they are, show who the Chinese region is, show that what they can achieve on their own home soil.
Yeah, well, you could see the young man on that screen right there is another breakout star, just like the way that Kangkang was experiencing that same success when we saw him take the world stage for the first time. It's actually going to be Woot, and this is a battle that none of us coming into this event were particularly expecting, given that, you know, Miniboo's on the team and so on and so forth. But now that Woot stepping in to that primary duelist role, Kakuka, we are getting essentially a clash of these young titans here on the stage, which is going to be so exciting.
It's funny how similar their stats are.
I love a narrative. That is what's so crazy. Kangkang should be on like his element here. And Woot is just an insanely talented, super young player.
And confident.
Exactly. Yes. He has everything. He's the whole package. This man right here on the left came in as a flex player. And this tournament, he made it out of the Swiss stage with the highest ACS, the highest ADR, the highest kill per round. He's got every single thing. Round after round, you don't see him shake. You don't see him flinch. You just see him on the left side of the kill.
It's just how he approached it too. He approached it with this very just confident demeanor about himself that you don't normally see in a player his age at this stage, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I think it's also impressive how well he like fit into the team's
like
ideas,
a glove.
right? He's so experienced being that initiator, setting his teammate Miniboo up, that when he swapped onto Duelist, it felt like all the same executes, all the same mid-round reclears. This team has a really deep playbook, but despite that, despite the fact that he's slotting into a new role, it just has seemed seamless for this guy.
I mean, I'm just surprised of what they're able to pull out. I think that also some other player that we need to talk about is Rians. I think that he is playing beautifully, and he's probably one of the reasons why Woot is playing like this. Not to mention Patty Tech, like the impact that he's finding in every single round for Heretics. It hasn't been easy, right?
There's a lot of support there for him, right? There's even been some support of his teammate online, the guy he's replacing.
Yes.
Miniboo's even come out online and talked about. He's like, hey, Woot, by the way, buddy, you can just keep playing it if you want.
Yeah, exactly. What are you gonna tell him, right? Also, just remember, right? It's the first time that he's actually in the global stage.
Yeah.
But he's all right. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tweet right here, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Woot, you just played Duelist fully.
Sometimes you gotta concede. Sometimes you gotta give in.
my guy is just so humble. He knows exactly what the team needs, and the team needs more Woot in their life.
They do.
Just like his name.
But there's still a lot to prove. I think a lot of their games have been very defined
Does
by.
he need to prove it as a duelist?
No, Woot, absolutely not. He's proven it game after game. I mean, the last match they played, I think he was plus 28 to pull off the win against FPX. He's insane. But we have seen some trouble with this team. Against G2, they crumbled. They start making some mistakes. Like, it's still not the team that I'm in like the full form, ready to say that this is like a top 4 squad at the event. But you see the moments. You see the coordination. You see good reads. You see Woot playing the way he is. Team Heretics is the ultimate team with potential that could go on like a dark horse run here.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget, after the result that we had on the first match, only 100 Thieves from the first seeds has managed to win their first encounter.
That's crazy.
So just, I'm saying that all the stars are aligning.
Hey, it could very well look that way. Maybe not. We'll find out. But for now, though, let's go ahead and hear from Woot himself as Mika standing by.
Hey, I'm here right now with Woot of Team Heretics. Now, last week, Woot, we saw you debut as duelist, and you did amazing, but now you will be up against potentially one of the most popular duelists, and it is going to be on his home court. So how are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited to play against Kang, but I think it's a good chance to prove myself, and I will prove myself in the game.
Well, good luck. We're excited to see that matchup, too.
Literally the response.
The eye contact with the camera. He just, like, what? How does he
I love
do
how
that?
everything's being analyzed that he does.
I am very happy to go up against him. I'm ready. How does he go? Why is he...
My boy is cold-blooded out there, man.
Who's training this guy?
I mean, when I was his age, I was way more pimply and did not have the confidence he had. Yeah, that too. I was not very bright.
How old is he?
It's like
he
what?
just turned 18. He couldn't play in the league.
Yeah.
That is, I had forgotten about that because he's just playing so well. But literally, that's why they didn't have him at Madrid.
Across the globe, talking about all these players, and he was watching from home because he hadn't even finished high school. Like, he was just 15.
Wild
this
stuff
team
here.
is so young. Los Niños. They're like all these new players who have stepped up in the last few years, and Uncle Boo on the team.
The best one.
I just think it's so impressive that these guys are so young and that this team is so well put together that they don't look shaken at all against these great teams on a big stage. But I do think today is a big test against that home crowd against EDG.
But they've also done this a few times now, right? They've been in the blender a few times against some of the other Chinese teams.
They've played them both.
They've played them both.
Yeah,
so they've essentially had to deal with that hometown energy that was being given to their opponents. And, they still managed to rise to the occasion when the moment calls for a Cuckoo. I think, that is the thing about this team. No one was really sure what we were going to get out of them, especially with Minibu not being here. But what we got is a team that knows how they want to play with the pieces that they have right now.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's very complicated to, hear all the crowd cheering for the other team. Nothing personal, we have to say,
Of course.
It's just the matches that they were given. But time after time, they've also been under a lot of pressure. I think that playing an opponent like FPX, when you add in that crowd factor, is what could have set the tone and the difference.
Yeah, it absolutely can. I also think that, EDG is the best team from the CN region. We see a lot of similarities, I think, especially in the way they call their attacking sides. Most of the CN teams play a lot of these really slow, like 4-1, like they're like 3-1-1 defaults, and are just late round going into hard hits. And that's really similar to how FPX play. I think it's a little bit more refined with EDG. You see more variety where we're going for some harder hits sometimes, and you see less of the silly rounds where they're fully running down the clock and losing out. But there are still similarities. You can't give things away in the mid round when you're a defender. And I think Team Heretics have to be used to that style by now, which could be an advantage today.
Yeah, it could very well be.
Yeah, still the problem is, of course, we have seen some maps from them, but just remember what happened on Split, for example, right?
Against G2.
Yes. It's a map that we understand that some things are not ready, are not prepared, some things you don't even expect to even, get to that third map. It's a very unlucky situation to be in, but we can understand that they're just not ready in some aspects.
Yeah, for sure. And, as a matter of fact, we'll go ahead and hear from Woot because funny thing is that he actually doesn't want to play Duelist. This is his OMEN player moment. Check it out.
Hey guys, I am Wood from Heretics. Probably because of the ice bugs, I lost my 5 years from my life. Like, it was so stressful. Also, like, playing duelist is making me like so nervous and making so much pressure on me. So I just want to play flex, not duelist. I'm so happy to play against Chinese teams because the Crow is going insane. Also, they are playing good and different. So we are just so happy to win against them and get the playoff.
I don't think he hears him. Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side with 4. Lysor drops one. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No! The ace for Woot!
About Kang, he bracked 2 times. It was so close match. I think he didn't diff me, but I didn't diff him as well, so he's strong, I know, but we will see in the match. Like, about my performance, I'm really proud of myself because it's international event. It's like second biggest event of VALORANT. And I was watching it when I was younger, when I was 15. So I'm just playing here and dropping 70 in 3 maps. So I'm so proud of myself. We're really missing you, Minibu. And we love you. And we are waiting for you for stage 2. We will just do our best for you, bro.
Of course, the team playing for their teammate, but again, it's just that confidence from him.
He was 15 when Valorant was out?
Yeah. That's how time works.
I need him to be my life coach.
Really?
Yeah, like, did you see, like, of course, I'm super proud of myself, you know? I dropped 70 in 3 maps. I'm not supposed to be doing this.
Man.
Also, by the way, we miss you. We can't wait to have you back. How is this guy so
Guy straight
happy?
up just says, I'd rather play flex. Like, yeah.
The player he reminds me of is Zekken. Both really young, both started their Valorant careers super early and really stepped up into teams, proved the ability to play a variety of different roles and also to perform at a super high level consistently. I think that is kind of there's so many players like this in Valorant. It's honestly shocking that we keep finding new talent like this and they keep being able to show up to this big of a stage.
Wait until next year.
And play at this level.
All I'm saying is there's a kid right now that's watching this show and thinking to themselves, that's going to be me one day. Woot was that kid.
We can't wait. We can't wait to be talking about
We can't wait till you show up and pop off on the main stage because I have a feeling it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Unbelievable, seriously. And we're seeing the results come in from the poll. Obviously, some Heretics fans in the chat sounding off, but this is going to be a tough one. You know, we don't want to sugarcoat it. EDG, they got to be coming into this one as the heavy favorite given the circumstances of Heretics, but also it's EDG.
Yeah, EDG is definitely the favorite into this matchup. In front of their home crowd, with time to warm up, with some great performances in stage 1 for China, this is their chance to start a run.
Time to warm up, but outside of the server. Heretics, yes, they still have a lot to prove, a lot to improve as well. But, you know, they've had a very good run so far.
Indeed they have. Can that run continue? That's what's going to be on all of our minds. Can EDG quell the fire that burns within Team Heretics? Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out our squads.
We gotta stay away.
Team Heretics. Edward Gaming.
It's the hometown heroes versus the plucky underdogs. You got Team Heretics taking on EDG, and this crowd is surely going to be on the side of the #1 Chinese team. And everyone has been anticipating this one, the battle between Woot and Kong, what we're going to see between the ideas of these two squads. And here's your series layout: Sunset, Split, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Breeze.
Time after time, Heretics just wants to go to Sunset. We understand. We saw saw it the other day. It's the second one that I'm extremely concerned about. I understand very well why EDG wants to go into this.
Yeah, the last time we saw this from Heretics was against G2, and they really fell apart. I think Pat Attack on the raise and kind of the ideas between the teams, it looked shaky. It looked on the fly. It looked unpracticed, and that shouldn't be a surprise. This team said going into the Stardust Swiss stage, they only had 1 day of practice. Now they've had 2 more, and they've had some matches to warm up. But still, this is a squad who made a last-minute substitution, who has that kind of chip on their shoulder, but who also, I think, can play with nothing to lose because of that against an EDG who has so much pressure on them.
But hear me out. You're Heretics. You've made it this far. Are you really going to count yourself out? I don't think so.
Like, but now there's a difference between counting yourself out and realizing that there's not pressure for us to go on a run and we can just play our damnedest. I think that's a mentality that's brought them this far already.
I think that that they can see themselves as winners.
I mean, they most definitely could, right? I mean, look, everyone's here in this competition for a reason. These are, from stage 1 to now, these are the best teams of the stage. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point, right? But I think that at the end of the day, when you break down both sides of the field here, Heretics, they're going to be playing with house money, right? They've made it this far in this tournament, to your point, Mimi. So they can't just keep going with that more.
I mean, that mentality won champions for EDG last year. We've seen it before. And I really think that this tournament, when I'm watching EDG, is about managing expectations and managing pressure. You have this massive crowd. People have been waiting for you to come and step up, and they're starting on a bang. It's a comp change for EDG. They're taking a page out of their compatriots FPX's book and going for a double controller comp with an Astra and an Omen. I've never seen a comp like this before on Sunset.
I mean, I have to say, this is the same that they were running. They just changed the Viper for the Astra. They want a little bit more of style utility. Maybe they understand that the changes might be too extreme. Now, is Heretics going to be prepared for this because they decided to come here?
Well, we're ready to get into the first map, which means it's time to let our casters cook. Here's Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, guys. This is going to be a really exciting match. Obviously, EDG, the #1 seed out of China, Dre, playing in their home studio, but also starting off on Sunset is fascinating. I believe it was Mimi who mentioned it on the desk. Heretics have already beat 2 Chinese teams on this map, 13-4, 13-5, or 13-3, 13-4, something like that.
A stomping, and that was mainly because of Woot. He just had his way with both those teams, and I mean, he's going to go for a 3-peat right here, but they are going to be starting on the defensive side against this double controller composition. Now, EDG, they normally run the Viper instead of the Astra, but I imagine we're going to see some very similar ideas of basically trying to get that elbow control at A, and then depositing a lurk, and maybe going back, funneling players towards mid, trying to manipulate a rotation.
It feels like the first time a team has had the opportunity to pivot away from the Viper comps that they normally run, given the fact that they come in as the #1 seed. A little bit more time in the lab to figure something out. We'll see if it pays off, as EDG is on the attacking side. And they've got Kong with light armor and a classic.
And it has to be a slow approach for EDG because there's so much info utility out of the side of Heretics. You want to bait it out like they're doing right now, and then just stabilize the round and try to find an opening when those items are on cooldown.
A flurry of bullets going across the middle of the map, and a couple of members have taken damage. 3 on the side of EDG, a little bit worse for wear. But they have turned their attention towards A. There is some presence from the defensive side. Woot and Boo are here, with Rian's not too far off.
He tucked the Gecko Flash. Woot is free.
Oh, it's so effortless for Woot in that position. He even spotted Kong on the third, dealing a little bit of damage, not getting the kill.
Oh,
now coming through, 3 on the round.
30 seconds
You mentioned
left.
how good Wu was in the
One
last 2
remaining.
matches against Chinese
Spike
squads on this
down
map. He hasn't missed a step.
Yeah, the skill level of Woot is off the charts right here. I mean, he gets 4 to secure the round on Haodong. And EDG going into this round, they did a really good job of baiting out some of those rechargeables, but I mean, Woot, I don't know if it was prep or what, but on that default box at A, I mean, he was able to tuck away from the Gecko Flash and not be seen at all. And I mean, no one's going to be looking there because it didn't connect. And then after this, I mean, he's just hitting some nice shots. Beautiful.
Let's go, baby. Come on.
And the handshakes are coming out in the first round. An excellent start for the #2 seed from EMEA.
Yeah, he's 3 off a Raze ult as well.
They're giving him a Guardian full armor, too.
Jeez, it could be so deadly in the hands of Woot. It will be early A control for the defending side, and for the opposite, just a slow walk into B main. But Bomb is all the way in mid.
Yeah, that's scary.
And there's a Cypher trip that should be ahead of this. Doesn't get broken quite yet.
Benji Fishy is watching that way. The spike rotating back towards main. And Benji the first to take contact. Nade invested in his direction. But EDG have funneled out onto the site. They've taken a lot of the space. They've even gotten Smoggy really far up, playing in the smoke. But Patatek over the top, not able to connect onto the second.
It's scrappy.
Enemy remaining.
But it seems to be slowing down.
What was that from Smoggy?
He's gonna have to 1v2 with the Classic to win this one out. And he's not gonna be given much of a shot. Heretics will get their second. Woot, off of that, is gonna have his ult online in the third round.
And that's the perfect round to have a showstopper because...
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the first full buy for EDG. If it's a nice setup play for Woot, I mean, maybe off of a cam or even some other utility that we've seen them do, like through a smoke, maybe with a dart, you can really destroy EDG's economy and potentially snowball this game out of control on the defending side. And also, Heretics have done a really good job of taking A space early on and pivoting to the top mid area and kind of just trying to re-clear that entire area, fighting. They're seeking those fights out. So they're very proactive so far on their defensive side. And this is what I was talking about. You might see a rocket play off of the Cypher camera.
You can tell he's going to want to go. He has nothing but a ghost.
Yep.
Full armor. Nothing to lose here.
It's so smart to do that, too, because he doesn't need that Guardian on this side of the map if he has that showstopper.
Yeah.
Why not give it to somebody that's playing on A, and that's Patatek, who, by the way, he's been great with his mechanics. I mean, all tournament long. He's been hitting some really nice headshots. It will be a slow approach for EDG, and honestly, for all the viewers out there, get used to this. Early on in the matches on Sunset, they like to play this way. They like to play slow, bait out utility, see what they can do, see what they're working with, and then they transition in the middle of the half and start playing more aggressive, and they change the pace. That's something EDG is really good at doing, but that camera...
Oh, it's gonna split it. Not connecting or anything. Remember, it was just a ghost on the other side.
Yeah.
Wingman will go out, or at least try to. Not tagging on anyone as a spike has not made its way past the threshold. Kong with 2 kills. Chi-Chu weak, but a little bit of space for the attack. A nade in his hand, too.
And Patatek right now, he's just waiting for Buddha, link up with him, and potentially start the retake. But Kong, oh, the nade misses, so he's gonna have to hard clear the close left.
Hitting an awkward little crevice.
That's unfortunate. So Omen Flash will be the cue for the retake. Patatek gets the entry. I spoke about how he's so good at one-tapping players. And all of a sudden, that freeze that EDG did, it's working against them.
Smoggy has to tank, tries to get the spike, and he will fall. The bonus the way of Heretics. What a start.
That was a huge impact from Benji to get that trade in A main, B main, after Whoop missed that showstopper. But yeah, I mean, we saw in full effect what giving the gun to Patatek does in this scenario. I mean, he made full value of it. And I like EDG's approach of slowing down the round, waiting for a mistake from Heretics, but the time just clocked down too low, and it ultimately worked against them.
I mean, they hard froze.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, just like that, you're on another eco round. There will be stingers in full effect, though.
They're all here, and it's all messy. Kaodong's the only one who has found success as Heretics shut the door on EDG once more.
One suppressed.
I mean, Wu is just the linchpin of this team of Heretics on this duelist role. And yeah, he said that he feels a lot of the pressure, and that makes sense. Much like how Patatek felt the pressure of Chi-Chu right here.
But you wouldn't believe it watching the kid play.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I mean, he's ice cold. If that's what he's like being nervous, I can't even imagine what he's like when he's not.
Yeah. What does it look like when he's confident?
The lad is mad. And right now, EDG, they're going to have to re-clear all their spawn. They're worried about a flank from Benji Fishy.
Yeah, he could be anywhere at this point. There hasn't been any info gathered.
And the cool thing about this situation is that I think he also has a cam that sees the mid walk-up from B, so they don't really have to play on this B site at all.
Yeah.
They can just play the disciplined game, play together.
30 seconds.
I mean, both these players of EDG are sitting at 5 HP apiece. I mean, that's not something you see every day. I don't know how they're so synced up like that. But the IGL of Haodong, he's going to have to try to do anything they can to win this round.
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
And I imagine it's just going to be so hard. I mean, Rians has Sova Dart, he's got the drone, he's got 2 shocks. I mean...
Yeah, a lot of advantages Wavy of the defense here. Rians cleans up the 2 that remain in pretty effortless fashion. Now he's going to get the defuse and his ult online for the next round. Heretics have started off masterfully. I mean, they've got plenty of money. They're going to have, they've already had 1 ult in Woots. Now they're going to have Rians to play around as well.
Here's that replay of Woot just running through the smoke, helping his teammate Boo out, who got Omen flashed early in that round. I mean, he almost went down right there, but the stinger shot's just not able to connect. Benji Fishy is vibing right now. So nice to see.
Early timeout called from After. Given that they're down 4 rounds, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
See what adjustments have to be made.
Yeah, and they have to. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on EDG as well in this match because Heretics is the team that took down their brothers. They took down both the Chinese teams that, I mean, EDG beat, so they have to kind of be like that big brother and help their little bro out. But so far, I mean, it's just been the Woot show. 7-2. I mean, Rians cleaned up that last round, and that'll put him on a showstopper. I mean, sorry, the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
He's wrong character.
I mean, and Boo hasn't even died yet. It's just looked really good out of Heretics early on. I think, obviously not phased, not concerned about who's playing on the other side of the stage. They look really comfortable. They look great.
And this is kind of to be expected. This is Heretics' map pick. EDG, the last time they played it, I mean, I think they may have won it in overtime. It was like 16-14, but it wasn't pretty at all. And right now, I mean, the Viper is kind of maybe would have been better for EDG with the way that I've seen them play it so far. I mean, you don't have that value of putting the wall up, dropping it, and being able to lurk up, walk up on a timing.
It's just so tough to say.
Yeah. They're trying to set it up, though.
Yeah.
They're trying to set it up with the Astra one-way here on the left side. But, I mean, we saw Woot just completely disrespect it.
Right.
Granted, it was an eco round, so, I mean, maybe he would have gotten punished on a gun round.
Careful.
But
my guess is that's not the last time he's going to try to push that smoke the way he did.
yeah, and look, I mean, Heretics are already instantly backing off of A, ready for, like, a mid-crunch.
Nobody with this Thrash online. They're going to have to deal with some of the Cypher util again.
But this is why you see Heretics playing off the site. They don't want that Thrash to get value.
Right, and they have Rians' ult.
Yep.
So as soon as they realize where the hit is, he can just pop that thing.
Yeah, I wonder if they decide to flood in. Ooh, that knife hitting.
I think that was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody gets tagged by the knife to suggest they're staying B, and you see it on the minimap, they're all rotating back A.
Yeah, it keeps a couple players from Heretics staying.
Exactly.
There's no rotation towards that A site. This should be a free hit, potentially even a kill, a punish on the Boo here, who hasn't dropped yet.
That noise should be cute. Instantly, Woot starts to rotate back.
Oh yeah! 30 seconds.
And now the Thrash invested, you see him funneling away, giving the space. Boo not wanting to reckon with that. Manages to avoid it. No techs found. And now the Hunter's Fury from Spawn. Boo spotting Kong Kong, swatting him out of the sky.
The time, Doug.
Again, becomes a factor with 10 seconds left. They haven't really made it out of elbow yet. Woot's still trying to dash around, trying to dance around, staying alive at least for a little bit longer, but ultimately falling with 3 seconds left. Are they going to be able to get the spike down? They will. About a second was the difference. And now 4v3, the way they attack. Heretics patient with their approach, patient with the attempt at a flood. Benji will fall. Patatek and Boo left in a 2v4. An ult still at the disposal of EDG for Chichu in case it's needed. But they're just so comfortable with this. EDG are on the board.
Yeah, and at the end there for the post plant, I mean, EDG set up a perfect crossfire, making it nearly impossible to break through.
Right there.
And that came down to the wire, but they're so clutch in these moments. Not a doubt in their minds that they had the time to go for this. And that entry, I mean, that was so clean onto Rians. That was everything. So finally, EDG will get on the board. and have a chance to string some rounds together. Kong is sitting on a showstopper. Chichu does have that Astral ultimate. But Woot is already doing a walk down mid.
There's the ult. He's kind of on his own here. Separated really far. I don't think the knife is going to tag much. I think that was also really conditioned with how Woot continues to play back box.
Yeah.
Kong guessing that's where he was going to be.
Yeah, why not clear it? I mean, he's gotten so much value in that spot. All map long so far.
Yeah, it doesn't connect, but the space has been cleared. Now, EDG with a bit of an advantage.
What a good molly.
Yeah,
and an
gosh, both of them. Nobody unable to survive the spam. Incapable of staying alive. Kong playing up close as the cage goes down, so does he. EDG again have been picked apart. This was a 2v4 though. If they can settle, they've got it close, but Smoggy and Haodong fall at the worst time.
That was a very convincing retake for Heretics. I mean, yeah, there's only 2 players alive, but the initial fight, that initial exchange against the 4 players in that A lane, it just went their way. Their spacing was perfect, the trades were on point, the utility to flush out a kill for Boo in the beginning, and then he's just sitting on top of that box that could see over the smoke. Very well played from Team Heretics on that retake. Especially with how the last, retake went. EDG had such good crossfires this time. Not exactly a crossfire onto that lane area.
Oh, I think you're right too. You mentioned the spacing and how good it looks for Heretics. Even in that fight as the cage goes down, the ability to trade every single member in case it got messy.
And as an attacker on this map, now you have to be worried about all that discipline. It like kind of soaks into your brain. You're like, oh, if I really do go for a random peek, there's gonna be 2, maybe 3 guys holding me.
It's kind of hamstrings the way you want to approach a situation. Cosmic Divide, invested B.
Oh, they're ready to fight this though.
They're getting ahead of it too. They've got the dart, they've got the cage to cover and then spam if anything connected, but nothing through. Spike's still planted though. They've invested Patatech's ult, but they're playing so close that Shock is up close and personal. 2 members of EDG fall. Chichu and Nobody trying to hang on to the round. It's just Nobody who's here. Chichu's going to be on a really late flank. Nobody has to play his life, and he can't. There's just not enough time. There's not enough space. The defuse will come through without a challenge.
It was the moving death ball approach from Heretics that secured them that round. And yeah, the showstopper doesn't connect from Woot. But I mean, that Cypher ult, that was everything. You just spam Nobody through the smokes, doesn't matter where he is. Yeah, he had nowhere to play. And right here, I mean, Rian's got away with murder with that little wide swing.
Dude, I don't know how.
He just broke the crosshairs of EDG in that moment.
And then let Benji Fishy and Patatech clean it up.
Yeah.
Feels like they shouldn't have gotten away with it, but 5 rounds now separating these two. EDG have found the tiniest sliver of success, but other than that, it's been all Heretics all the way.
And they've tried a lot of different looks. I mean, you've tried doing a fast A default. You've tried slowing the round down, feinting that you're going A, and then going back to mid. Then you've done B main hits, so like nothing is working right now for EDG.
Here.
And that's mainly because Heretics, I mean, they're playing the map so well. They're proactive after they take A space. Boo is just living on A. He gets out of the site. The only real success EDG has had was with this Thrash towards the A side of the map. That's why you see them funneling here again. Oh!
Almost.
He almost got the timing.
And he's still going to take a little bit of nade damage. The plant got interrupted. It's going to be on Nobody to pick it back up and try a second time.
He still has that Thrash, though, for the post plant.
Yeah. And they've managed to create enough space, so even if he wasn't able to fully commit to the plant, Wingman wasn't. Now they can
here we go.
Move a little bit more. Thrash going in forward. Haodong the first to fall. Nobody trying to swing through the smokes. He's going to spot 2, but only able to connect on 1. 3v3 for the round. TP invested by Smoggy. Where is he going? Just enough to create a distraction. Konka feeling a lot of the pressure. Able to get another kill with 36 HP. That's all he'll find. Rians is healthy. 2 on the other side. He's already spotted the hand of 1. Not able to land the shots.
Double swing, surely.
Yeah, such a tough position to be in. They're going to face him here. He's gotten it to half. 9 bullets left, though. Even if they try, time is just not on his side. EDG play that beautifully. Chichu gets 3 as EDG find their second.
And that's the second beautiful post plan on that A site that secures EDG around. they play those crossfires so well. This time, in that A lane, the trades go into their favor, make it a 3v3, and I mean, you saw at the end there, there's just too many angles to look at. The whole time, Chichu was just playing in the back here, just toying with Rians. That's a very disciplined post plan. I really like that from EDG. Those are good signs. If they can emulate that on the B side of the map, they might have success there too.
All right. Really high flash with Wu taking space and the Dizzy over the top to try to keep it back, but it got cleared instantly.
That pickup star, it might be conditioning for future rounds. Maybe you'll see some players behind it the next time you see that. Try to catch off Woot or Boo, get a kill, and then that'll open up the entire map for EDG. But this time around, that slow approach that we've seen in the first couple rounds of the half.
But even then, you know, you talked, Dre, earlier about how they have tried a number of different looks. They've tried being aggressive, they've tried the more slow, defaulty look. Even this, while it's a little bit slower, much like we've seen in some of the earlier rounds of the half, the way they're exploring the map is different.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's a change of pace for sure. And I mean, the success that they had was, I mean, the 2 rounds was off of that Thrash. But it's like the rounds where they don't have the ults where it kind of just falls apart for them.
Right. You mentioned that they need to try to find some success B because it's look good on A. Can they do it here?
30 seconds.
They do
Four
get
leaning towards the site. You see the utility already dumped down, but Benji Fishy playing back site, getting 2.
Standing ahead.
This is going to be such a tough thing to hold to 3v5.
I don't think they know that Kongkong's in this spot though. And nobody's in market, so Kongkong needs to go huge here for EDG.
The paranoia traded. Kongkong, oh, he's able to get 1, but the clip runs dry. He's not able to connect anymore. Benji Fishy with 3, Chichu left alone. The lack of success on B continues. Chichu's able to get his 1, Rians holding the defuse all the way. Benji Fishy with 4. Heretics continue to roll.
That's all because of the disruption that Benji Fishy and Rians had on that initial B hit. You don't expect just a Sova and a Cypher to do stuff like this. I mean, you had full utility on the site. You have all 5 players alive. The bomb is going down, and all of a sudden you're being faced with this fire of Benji Fishy and Rians. Heretics, their game plan is to disrupt, not allow it to go into that 5-on-5 post-plant scenario. Because that's where the double controller shines. I mean, you can delay so many lanes and kind of cycle the utility. And if EDG baits out early utility from Heretics, I mean, they might not have even a flash to run through those smokes. So that's what they're trying to set up. This time it will be a walk into elbow, but if Kongkong decides to walk up here without using utility, he's going to be met by a judge. Should be a couple 1-pumps here, but I imagine they might use something.
Nothing. They're using nothing other than their bodies. Kongkong somehow manages to get his 1. The Patapek on the trade. The timing is beautiful. The swing is almost perfect.
Bomb buddy out.
Even with him getting away with just 1 with the judge. I mean, Heretics are just, they're just destroying EDG on this half, man.
That follow-up utility off the contact of Boo, that was some of the most clean stuff I've seen.
The flash, the molly, I mean, the dart,
and it was in tandem, right? It was like, off of Woot's contact, we have a right-click flash out of potty tech. Not only do we have that, but Rians has a lineup dart that lands in the back of elbow, and then he's able to go for even more with another right-click. I mean, this was beautiful. Oh, it tags! That's what happened.
Tragic.
The dart tagged Kongkong, I didn't even see that. That is definitely tragic. I was wondering if he had like a lineup dart or something. That will be the second timeout for EDG. They're gonna have no more going forward. And you kind of have to. I mean, 8-2 is a very decisive and convincing lead for Heretics. But just to remind everybody, this is not EDG's map pick, and they did switch it up. This is the first time that they've ran an Astra over the Viper on this map, and maybe that is playing a factor. They're just not used to playing it in a match setting.
Maybe. They've had a couple of cool ideas. You mentioned some of the recalled smokes, but yeah, it's been really tough for them to find success, and I think we can attribute some of that to the comp change, but I think the big takeaway here is Heretics just continues to dominate on Sunset. We mentioned earlier, they've bested the other 2 Chinese teams that are playing in this tournament, and now they're having their way with EDG as well.
And a big part of that is the anchor players for Team Heretics. They kind of allow the rest of the players to be enabled and do a lot of stuff on the retakes.
It's like they're running into a brick wall every single time they try to hit a site.
Yeah.
And the brick wall is sometimes it's Rien's, sometimes it's Benji Fishy, sometimes it's Woot. Like,
See you on the other side.
You kind of have to invest a lot of utility on these early chokes to get up with the comp of EDG. And the way that Boo plays this A side of the map where he's consistently just jump peeking and then backing up, delaying you with the Omen flash, and this time he's going to get aggressive. I mean, all these things play a factor of him not getting punished and baiting out your own utility.
A big round here for the attack. 2 ults online, 2 within 1 point. Patek getting a lot of info mid there.
So confident. And that proactivity, I mean, it makes you have to just seize and just wait. Makes you rethink how you want to approach the round. The thing is off of that first layer of utility, EDG don't go back up mid. And Heretics kind of give it. So they don't have a read on what Heretics is really doing after that first set of delay utility.
The nade to clear the trip, the satchel forward, but Benji Fishy again has not been cleared now. Going down at the hands of Chi-Chi. The rocket not going to connect either. So Hunter's Fury has been invested by Rien's. Woot playing further back. Unfortunately having to watch as Kong gets the best of his teammate. But they're still keeping him back. Instantly on the trade, a 2v2 as the nade comes back out. How do Patek and Boo get back in on this? The Paranoia only connecting on 1. Smoggy over Kong's shoulder, delivers the shot. Leaving Patek alone, a 1v2, a tap of the spike, the swing coming through. Not able to connect on the shots. Kong with 3 as EDG get there as well.
Kong hyping up the crowd with that 3K. Brought his team back into it. Heretics did a good job of re-clearing the lurk in mid. But the answer back from Kong, that was huge. Look at this right here. Nice shot on the Woot. And then Smoggy, this kill right here to support Kong, who was completely Omen flashed. Nice work from EDG.
Last round of the half, 3 ults on the side of the attack.
And they have a Thrash. They're 2 for 2 on Thrash round wins right now. EDG do a really good job of using that first Thrash ult and then picking it back up and using it for even more value. And not only on a map like this, but other maps in the future. It's something to look out for if you're Team Heretics. They like to take initial space with it and then pick it back up, maybe go somewhere else. Something that they've done a lot. And this is another showstopper trap, but this time, Haodong, he's way ahead of it.
Meanwhile, they invest the Thrash and the Paranoia on the other side, feeling some of the pressure coming in on one side, filling in on the rest of the map. Kong has already gotten all the way up into elbow.
And here it is, he's able to pick up the Thrash again and have it for the post plant.
The thing is, they don't have the Paranoia to clear out the box. So they're gonna have to try to get through that. They got lineups, but it bounced a little bit off the mark.
You want more? Here's more.
Still tucked behind the Cosmic Divide. Patek will get tagged, but not without taking one with him.
1 enemy remaining.
Leaving Woot in a 1v3. Woot, who started off the half in electric fashion, is gonna have to close it, bookend it, if he wants to win this thing out. Otherwise, EDG will get to 4.
Well, this nade will have Kong have to peek.
That's heat-seeking, but Kong gladly takes that swing. 3 on the round for Duelists as EDG salvaged the first half.
Yeah, 4 rounds. I mean, with the way that it was looking for Heretics, they were up, what, 8-2? So they definitely salvaged the half, and that was off the back of Kong. Who else? Who other than Kong? Beautiful play on this site. And even in the post plants, even if Kong drops there, you imagine that Haodong and whoever else was on site, I forget who it was, would just play that discipline. EDG are a very disciplined team in these scenarios.
Kong popping off, getting the crowd back into it. As you mentioned, EDG have gotten all the way up to 4 rounds, and it's been in the best that Heretics has been able to throw. We've got Mika standing by with Chinese professional basketball player Guo Ailun.
We have another special guest in the audience right now. We have Guo Ailun, who is a professional basketball player. Thank you so much for being here. What does it feel like seeing esports and gaming on a stage like this in Shanghai?
想首先请问一下，觉得在上海线下观看我们的电竞比赛，来到我们的5位竞技场，感受怎么样呢？
开心、热血，为什么呢？因为这是一项国际项的大赛啊！因为很高兴就看到这么多来自世界不同国家的顶尖的5位契约选手聚在上海，然后这个城市，这个热情的城市，我觉得让我现在自己来说也替他们非常的高兴和热血沸腾啊！
I was really happy and feel the passion about the, it's an international tournament. Also, all of the top players from all of the leagues, and I feel like deep in my heart, I feel so happy for them.
Oh, that's so wonderful. And of course, as an athlete as well, what is your mentality going into a big competition like this? What is the advice that you can give these players?
那想请问您，作为一位职业选手，您是以什么样的心态再去面对各种世界性的赛事呢？以及有没有一些助言和建议能给到我们的职业选手呢？
参加这种国际的比赛，跟国外的顶尖选手对抗，他们肯定心里或多或少说上场之前有一些紧张嘛，然后带着我们这些国人的粉丝的期待嘛，然后我希望他们能我在场就是可能就是把自己尽量想的简单一些，然后不要心里有那么多杂念，然后就是去上场以后放松着去干这件事儿，不要想着后果，也不要想着自己是谁。 放下所有的包袱，要这样才能发挥出所有的自己的能力吧。希望他们，我希望给他们没有谈不上建议吧，希望就是让他们像平常训练一样放松一些，来面对这次比赛，不要给自己的结果设更多预想，然后就会顺其自然发挥到出自己最好的水平，结果就会顺其自然的好。
I think when you faced against all of the top players from all of the league, you have to be like nervous. But from my perspective, I think when you participate in international tournament like this, you need to like just take it easy. Don't think too much. Just play as good as you play as Euro, and I think you will play good.
Well, thank you so much for your time, CSJ, and let's get back to the game.
还有一个问题没问呢，你告诉他。 齐家靠我再抢点镜吗？快开始了吗？没有问题，没有时间问我了。
你想说可以直接跟大家分享一下吧？
啊，这其实还有一个问题准备好，他们问我什么时候是最让我激动的时刻，然后我都已经想好，如果今天唯一代表现在我们中国的战队 EDG 夺冠那天是我最激动的时刻，我希望能大家一起等着那天到来。
Oh, what an entry into the second half. We'll see if they're able to carry that momentum. EDG down 4, but now on the defensive side as Heretics will have to test their mettle. Again, a map that they have found so much success on. Forced to close this one out.
And this is a big test. I mean, you said it, Doug, momentum. This pistol round is everything to see if it truly did shift in EDG's favor after closing out those last 2 rounds of the half.
Heretics haven't made very much noise this round at all.
They did dart B early on and get info there. And that's what ended up leaving 3 players of EDG there. So this A hit that comes in for Heretics, this could be really deadly.
It's the only bit of noise they made. The smoke goes up. Really right on time. Nobody's going to be paranoid. Trying to dance around it. Still getting a shot. The frenzy connecting. But Heretics have gotten all the space they could possibly want. Kong falling as well as Chichu's on the swing.
Good timing. Omen flashed.
But the flash on the other side. Whoa, Chichu still gets 3. The pistol the way of EDG.
Full steam ahead was Chichu. He found the timing. He slipped the net. And then he swings onto sight with that beautiful Omen flash from Smoggy. What a setup for Chichu. And even at the end there, when Paditek gets unflashed, the poise on Chichu, the confidence, it's back, baby.
There's that paranoia that you're mentioning.
Look at that.
Yeah. Woo. The first one was free. The second one was steady.
It's a hell of a start to the half for EDG. And it kind of felt like they needed that.
3 Bulldogs, a pistol, and a Spectre for EDG. They're all here.
Oh, baby.
1 burst, 2 kills. Now 3 remain for Heretics.
That's everything you want out of the Bulldog. Scoped in kill, that little burst shot. So nice, and they're just not stopping at all. Kong and Haodong, the IGL. Everybody cleaning up the round with Bulldogs. Super healthy going into this next round. I wonder if Smoggy even tries to invest here. All he used was a ghost in that round. And the cool thing about this composition that EDG are running, the double controllers, you have a one-way coming out at A, you had a pickup star in B main. And yeah, Heretics checked that B main smoke. But two players of EDG were just right behind it, waiting for the walk-up.
You were wondering whether or not Smoggy would invest because all he had was a ghost. They will buy full armor and a guardian.
They have a very good chance of at least damaging the economy of Heretics here.
Flash dart combo, a little bit of space, take an elbow.
Oh, they're fighting
But Smoggy
together.
and nobody, one over the other. And it's a 1-for-1. Managing the TP to get away. Meanwhile, Kong satchel to get back towards A, so he's not gonna have that as the rest of the round goes on. Still has room to play around though, as he has quietly slipped. Back box. Getting tagged by his teammate Paranoia, but finding the right time to swing and landing the shots too. 8 bullets left though, 18 HP. He's been surrounded, too many targets to choose from. And Haodong left in a 1v3.
The trades were perfect for Heretics. Kong, I mean, he almost had that one. Now it's all left down to Haodong in this 1v3, the IGL. And he has a trip in front of him too. Two players of Heretics are low though.
See if he tags onto any of them. He's arrived with enough time to think this one through, but I mean, you painted a really good picture. The trip, the fact that there are 3 on the other side, he's by himself. Would be so difficult to connect on, and then the Paranoia timing from Boo is just so nice. As soon as the smoke goes down, he realizes if they're gonna be pushing from that side, the Paranoia would connect. Haodong looking to catch anything on the way out that he can. He will find one.
This is no problem.
That's all he'll get. Heretics get to 9, and the attempt at a bonus, the possibility of one is gone.
Yeah, EDG did a really good job into this round of, you know, bringing it back and getting a lot of the guns out and armor. Now, you know, the buy from Heretics is kind of scrappy. We're seeing a Bulldog out of Rians. Here's the nice trading onto the actual site when the hit came for Heretics. But Kong, I mean, he got in that site, and if this keeps happening in the future, maybe when he has a Vandal that can one-shot headshot, that's a completely different round. Maybe EDG take that round. There will be another 3-2 setup for EDG. They're opting to play really far back, and oh my gosh, speaking of an op.
The op in the hands of Kong.
And he's easily one of the best oppers in the game. Smoggy here, he played this round, he played that spot last round, and it's all to set up Kong here with the operator.
Again, and now he's holding the line. He took the game by storm with this weapon. Can he connect again? Yes. Not able to satchel away though, as Rians puts him down. Heretics with a numbers advantage and space to be gained on the site. Smoggy close by, Chichu as well. Kept back by the smokes. The tags through, they might try to wrap around him.
They might find a window of opportunity here on this wrap around. I mean, right now, Boo is not ready here at all, but
drops the smoke to cross.
Speak of the devil, but if they just face check this, they still might find the timing.
There's no way to expect that. That's what they'd be. If they don't make any noise, Rians is looking that way. And he drops the first. That shot was so clean. Chichu in a 1v4. He's not standing up to that.
And the trading from Rians onto Kong in this round, that was ridiculous. Mid-satchel, he insta'd Kong. And, I mean, that operator entry, that was beautiful. Tries to satchel out. I mean, look at this. He's stunned. Oh, my gosh.
It barely left his feet.
He's so quick. And then he closes it out with this.
This was really nice by Rians. I mean, we talked so much about how that double late wrap into elbow could have been disaster if Rians isn't looking that way. There's so much value found.
And a lot of that was off of Woot actually taking that space in CT.
Right.
They don't have to worry about lane whatsoever because the Cypher cam's there from Benji Fishy. Where else are the players?
Right.
This time around for Heretics, a very quick A default.
To get Woot that showstopper, you're right.
I like that play from EDG. The last couple rounds that Heretics have gone A, they've kind of been in that elbow area. So that was kind of a read that EDG thought they had, but this time around, Heretics, they tap the orb there and they just wait and pause, waiting for a trap play.
And then when they do commit, EDG aren't able to funnel in behind it quickly enough. A little bit slow on the draw.
The rotation was perfect for Heretics. This is a really nicely round, a really nicely called to the round.
Hattek invests his ult. Howdong's utility is not going to be a factor here. And they can just run him down, or at least try to. He will fall. Oh, every single member of EDG has met their demise so far. Kong and Nobody, the only two that remain, approaching the site from opposite sides.
I mean, just look at the mini-map, how together of this Deathball Heretics is. Entering the site, you have to fight 2-3 people in front of you with gun disadvantage and utility flooding you. And then they all get out together.
Right, and then if you somehow win those, you're going to have to deal with the rest. A miserable spot to be in. The tap of the spike, drawing out action.
Flawless.
But when you have that big of an advantage, it just looks easy. A flawless round for Heretics as they get up to 11.
Good discipline from Heretics. Even at the end there, using utility to fight the last two players, not dropping guns. I mean,
honestly, in a 5v3 there, you don't necessarily have to be disciplined, right? You think, all right, we're able to clean this up, but they play that really well.
That'll seep into the minds of EDG, not only on this map, but future maps when Heretics are on post plants. And it can be so hard to play against a team that is like that. It kind of feels like you can't really do anything.
Right.
If you force the issue, you're just going to get met by 2-3 players in a crossfire.
This is aggressive out for Woot, the satchels, but it's actually Kong who invested his ult on the other side. He's going to find plenty of space V. Now it's Woot's turn to try some of the same. The ult not connecting. Both rockets traded. No kills found. Heretics pushing forward, but you've got a lot of presence here. Chichu's just playing on the other side of the smoke. He will fall as Benji Fishy goes backside. But Smoggy on the counter. Smoggy on the punch. 3 found. But Benji Fishy closes it out. Heretics get to map point.
It's again Heretics fighting together on the site. This time they get delayed by an Omen smoke on default. But Rians with that Sova drone, I mean, it just goes straight through the smoke. That gives the confidence to Woot and PattyTack to just run through and just trade out. And the aggressive trip from Benji Fishy as well onto that market area. Yeah, Smoggy gets this 3rd kill after that trip connects, but it's so hard to do more off of that.
I mean, he did everything he could.
My trip bombed.
What did he say?
They're getting really good at censoring them so far.
Yeah, they are. Another quick B default. I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
But meanwhile, on the other side, EDG again took aggressive space A at the beginning, a paranoia and a satchel out. Nothing to be found, though.
What? Howdong tried to take things into his own hands there and just face check that smoke. But now, that Cypher ult's gonna give full info.
They're all here and they know it, but they might try to hit it anyway. Trying to get a crossover to market. Woot with the fadeaway shot. They're just not missing right now.
I mean, you can't make it up. What was that?
Thrash will connect onto Rians. Nobody falls. Smoggy will too. Dominant from beginning to end for Heretics. 13-6.
I mean, EDG did do better than the previous 2 teams. They got 6 rounds, but...
Yeah, but I think it was like 3 rounds and 4 rounds, now 6. It's been ugly. We'll see if Split tells a different story on the other side of this break.
Let's go! Still warm. That's the way I like it as well.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face, yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
guys, I'm here right now with Nilzinho from Team Heretics. So what do you think is the game plan going into Split right now, which is going to be EDG's map pick?
Yeah, so we kind of expected them to pick Split, so we're well prepared for it. We've made a couple of changes to how we're going to approach it after we lost to G2. We kind of threw quite a few bad rounds, so for me, we're just going to focus on our fundamentals. And yeah, we've had a little bit of time to prepare, so hopefully the work we put in pays off on Split.
All right, and we're going to see if it does indeed pay off. We'll see the changes that Team Heretics has brought in.
A focus on the fundies. Man, I tell you one thing. When you guys came back to us here, I didn't expect Heretics to be up 1-0. Not to disparage the good name of Los Niños, pero you know. I mean, like, it's EDG.
Oye, pero lo hacemos en español,
I can't keep up.
I can take over.
But, yeah, you got this from here. But yeah, I mean, for real, like, what an unbelievable game that we just saw from Heretics. Really just showing everyone, proving everyone wrong about this team going into it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Heretics being so confident. Well, not so surprised to see it on Sunset, right? To me, the surprise comes on from the side of EDG. We're talking about the Astra for the first time this year. So many things were different, and Heretics was ready.
And their retakes were incredible in this one. I think they had a really good game plan of playing heavily into back sites, especially when it came into these B hits, and then finding the right opportunity to flood. If you give this EDG comp time to set up in the post plant, they have actually a ton of util to close out these rounds, especially with that Astra. And also proved to be really good with establishing these crossfires. When they're in an advantage, they are good to close out. But I think Team Heretics did a really good job playing together as a team, and especially the util coming from the initiator players of Patatek and Rians, I think were super impactful and set Woot up for a fantastic map.
I mean, I think that is like the best thing that we saw about this map. Yes, we saw a Heretics that was on point, that knew exactly how and when to start with those retakes, how to react to the utility from the Astra, even though it's not an agent that we see that much. But the massive highlight to me has to be Rians. During the Swiss stage, I think that he was a little bit overlooked because everybody was looking at Woot. You know, we had a reason to.
Of course.
But man, oh man, he's old. He's shock darts. Even when he uses a drone and just catches someone across the cage, I'm like, this kid, when is he going to stop every single piece? Because sometimes we do not see the Sova, and we can understand why some teams do not want to go for it. But you tell me of one round in this entire game that Rians did not have massive impact with every piece of his util.
And I can't tell you that.
Exactly.
I don't think there was a round.
There really wasn't. I mean,
he's an incredibly impactful player.
He was contributing so much to it, and you know, I mean, we've seen what the impact of a good Sova player can have, right? You know, whether it's like Crashies in Americas for us, or even Calm, right? Talking about players who just really thrive in that role.
Leo.
But Leo in the MEA, of course, like just like to have that player be that impactful in the game when all eyes are on the other direction, right? Looking at Wu, looking at Kong. But man, you have to be a little bit, you know, like concerned here going into it, because if they feel that confident in Sunset and then they've made those changes that Nilzinho said they made on Split.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be dangerous for Kong and the rest of the game.
It absolutely could. I think Team Heretics is really well adapted to the style that the CN teams are bringing. EDG played a lot of these slow mid-rounds. Team Heretics was really proactive at reclearing space, and they were always at the right place to flood retake on their defense. That wins you rounds, and it's how they got that momentum to snowball the attack side, or the first half, the defense side, that is.
Oh, of course. Well, let's go ahead and hear from Coach after, hear what he has to say as we get ready for Split.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with After, and I have Luna to help with some translation. So After, what was the most difficult thing about playing against Team Heretics? What were they doing that the team EDG was really struggling with?
那请问一下，就是在对阵 TH 的时候，你觉得你们遇到的最困难的部分是什么？
我觉得我们是在对于他们枪感上面嘛，我觉得我们上来适应的比较慢一点，然后他们看起来就是。不管是补枪细节也好，或者是他们的道具配合也好，都会比我们来得更流畅一点。那我们尽量在下一张图把这件事情给做好，然后并且把我们的补枪的协同跟上，然后就至少不要让他们是怎么讲，击杀我们的手杀多一点，然后我们还换不回来的局面上，对。
I think mechanically they have their aiming so clearly, and they got their key. It seems like we're gonna fix that in the next map. And when they got the first kill, we definitely gonna work with our synergy and our aiming.
Well, hopefully that the synergy and the aiming will be on point as we head into the next map.
Well, they're going to need that synergy to really synergize because, I mean, they were looking out of sorts in that Sunset game, which is, not what you had expected from an EDG team that's honestly coming into this one with the most hype that they've ever come into a tournament.
Absolutely. I think we also saw players in terms of what he's talking about the aim there who need to step up not performing. This is one of the few maps where you watch Kung and you're not blown away, right?
Yeah.
Like these guys, the individuals were one of the big reasons they were lighting the world on fire in their international league, and we weren't seeing that here. But going into Split, this should be comfortable territory for EDG. They've played it a ton regionally. They're really strong on this map, and Team Heretics struggled last time we saw them.
Yeah, they struggled a lot. I'd love to hear that, Neil. They've already changed some things, maybe some changes in the composition. We were talking about Patek. He's no stranger to the race, but something needed to change.
Yeah.
Also, in the fundamentals level, it's very important because G2 got clutch after clutch after clutch, and we're talking about 3v1s. It's talking about the kind of situations that you don't lose. And regarding the compositions, I was highlighting how EDG changed most of the compositions, moving from Masters Madrid into stage 1, and now they're doing it again. I want to see if they're gonna keep that up on Split. If you give up the Viper for the Astra, as I said, first in the year for them on Sunset, are you going to do the same on Split? Is there something that is going to be a constant?
Well, there you go. That's the first change there.
love that for
Patek's
Team
not on the
Heretics.
raise, and now you got Woot who's going to be taking that role.
Woot's always been a great Viper player, but I think putting him on the race here just makes sense. He's been in incredible form, and he's already proved to have great synergy with the initiator of Rians.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. But again, all the eyes have to be right now in EDG and how they're going to execute with this. This composition, is nothing crazy, nothing that we haven't seen before, but we need to see some comfort. Kankan was coming alive at the end of that first map, but it wasn't enough.
HyperX is already waiting in the lower bracket. In front of their home crowd, EDG with these expectations can't lose already.
EDG's got to send this one to a third map if we want to stay alive in the upper part of the bracket. Let's send it back over to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. Split on the cards, and Neil Zenia was talking about how they knew what were the adjustments they had to make. They changed composition, they changed roles a little bit more specifically, but I think the big takeaway is not just those minor adjustments like that, Dre, but I think they're really prepared for what's going on here. They knew EDG were going to pick Split. They knew what tendencies they like to lean around, and more importantly, they knew their weaknesses when they played against G2.
Yeah, and when they played against G2, I mean, they didn't really show much of anything. I mean, they got completely steamrolled. You know what I mean?
Right,
The only shining light was Heretics' attack side. So the fact that they're starting on this defensive side again, if EDG try to go in with a game plan similarly as G2, it might not work the same way. But I mean, we don't really know yet. We do know that EDG is insane on the attack. We know that Kong likes to use an attack operator, which is very unique, especially in a comp like this. Sometimes they'll leave him on an island working B main alone. I mean, remember Champs, remember all these iconic moments that he's had with that attacking operator. Yes, it was a different composition and nobody was on that jet to support him, but I imagine he's still gonna do the same thing. I've seen him do the same thing in the VALORANT Chinese matches that he's played. So it's definitely gonna be an awesome match, and we're finally getting into things right now.
You lied to the people.
Oh, no?
We're not getting into it.
I saw the clock going down. I apologize.
I am being told there is a tech delay. It is gear.
No.
But, haha, we fixed it. I mean, we didn't fix it. Honestly, we didn't do anything except stand here. And now it's been fixed. Now we're getting into the action. Now we're going to get to see how EDG played the attack side. You were mentioning the importance of Kong with the op and how effective he has historically been with it. See if he can do a bit of the same. Heretics, they've promised adjustments.
Ooh, silent but potentially deadly approach to the round as EDG. No utility invested at all. This contact style is just in the meta right now.
Toggling of that wall.
Here we go.
Now the nade, the flash, the swing. Howdong tagged by Boo on the other side. And Patek has played his position perfectly. I don't think they know he's here. Meanwhile, Boo trying to strike at the zone. 1 for 1. The paranoia is perfect.
That's bomb too.
Can they settle on this? They're all here.
There's 3 players that'll just fight this A ramp while one watches the vent. But I think they made a step. Smoggy should be aware. He does the damage, but he can't convert.
Now Patek filling in behind it as Howdong falls. Chi-Chu will join him. Pistol the way of Heretics.
That was nice. A heaven control. Patek just tucked that entire time in heaven while Boo is there just taking pop shots. And honestly, Howdong, he jiggled that. He saw Woot there, but it was just still the mechanics of Woot that has been prevailing for this Team Heretics team.
I really like you mentioned it earlier, but I really like the way Patatech played his positioning there, waiting for Boo's paranoia to come out, not just the pot shots, but the utility as well, and then the swing behind it. How do you really handle that in such a tight choke? You can't.
You really can't. And now for EDG, every time you go A ramp, you have to be worried about that A ramp re-clear.
Right.
Yeah, it was only pistols, but you see the potential that they can do, the damage they can do.
Right, and the ideas that they brought into this map. But it doesn't seem like they're interested in A ramp this time around. They get the Orb B into the hands of Kong Kong with the Sheriff in hand. There's a slightly different re-clear.
Gets the info.
Persistence. Very nicely done.
And a Judge at the end of this, too.
We saw some Judge antics in the previous map. As silly as they were.
Didn't get as much value as we thought it would, but the follow-up utility is what shined in that moment. This time, I mean, Rians, he doesn't have any help at all. No util, nothing. So he has to really at least kill 2-3 players even. Otherwise, EDG will have a free A site. On the minimap right now.
And a Judge.
Yeah. On the minimap right now, we saw Woot moving, but the contact will be here.
Oh, they're trying to fake that it's a mid hit. There's perfect, it's one. But that's all it is, so the Judge will get picked up, the site will be open, Kong Kong finding value, getting a little bit closer to that ult. But you've got so many rifles on the other side, this will be so difficult. Kong Kong with high ground, he's gonna re-clear heaven, he's potentially gonna re-clear ramps as well.
Such a good spot with the Judge. He's gonna have to drop though, because of the pressure from Heretics on A ramp. I mean, I think you heard that.
With nobody at his side. A reposition, now tucking back elbow. The paranoia, again, is gonna connect onto at least 2. But where's the flood behind it? The spit keeping him back for now, forcing them to come out through heaven. Woot creeping forward, Kong Kong with the Judge, finding value. They're able to snatch this thing back, but it's only one. Disaster avoided, but damage dealt from EDG, man.
Yeah, they did a really good job. That's what, 2 times in a row Kong Kong has traded that Judge. And then this time they're able to get the bomb down on top of it, do even more damage.
What do you get, 2-3 kills with that thing?
Yeah. I mean, he's already 3 to a showstopper.
Yeah.
That's gonna be big for the future rounds. Here's the replay. Nice shots from Chichu too.
Got him. One enemy remaining.
And on the side of Heretics, it's this disciplined approach on the retakes. That's why they had so much success on the last map. I didn't really catch what he said right there, but I imagine it's, you know, just keep it calm.
There. Bomb buddy out.
Early one way already bested and disrespected.
And Woot, he started on the A side of the map early on. But since there was no rush, it looked like he was playing for a rush. Since there wasn't one, he's able to lean already towards the B side of the map. And the proactivity right now from Heretics is really impressive.
Flash getting a little info, the paranoia and the swing. They continue to impress.
That was a stellar entry right there from Woot. So decisive, so confident. He ran all the way from A site to get that.
Well, and the desk was talking about it, right? They've kind of gotten used to what these Chinese teams are going to want to play, these slow defaults at the beginning of the attack rounds. If Heretics can find the right place to strike, as they have been doing, as they did on Sunset, as they've done here, they're going to continue to punish it. And it's little things like that decision right there at the beginning of the round to pounce B main that will give them this advantage.
They're doing such a good job, Team Heretics. That's going to force the A split to walk up. But there's trips here, Doug.
30 seconds left.
Deep smoke into spawn. Patatech will have to clear it.
No way.
Now gets through Rians, finding a little space behind it as well. Oh, how does Benji Fishy get away with that? With the ghost. Is he able to upgrade a weapon? Yeah, he is. 10 seconds left. The spike's out of reach. Smoggy's gonna have to push his way through it just to pick it up. 1 kill found, but that's another round the way of Heretics.
Oh my gosh.
That's perfect.
EDG. They're kicking themselves for losing that round. Benji Fishy with the ghost and elbow. I thought it was over once Rians ran through that smoke. Here's that proactive start to the round. Poor Kong Kong, he saw nothing on his screen but white. Oh, yeah.
For him to get away with that, And it was off of, I believe it was Patatek who was spamming the smoke from spawn.
That little
caused
distraction.
the turn, and that was all it was.
Yeah. And EDG, they picked the right site. They actually went the right site. It's just they just got baffled by the crossfire from spawn and elbow.
So they're back to pistols. All towards A right now.
And they're making it seem like it's just a Cypher alert. But again,
the proactivity.
Oh my God.
It's so clean. And yeah, it's just against pistols this time, but they're decisive in every decision they make. Smoggy with a couple of really clean kills to switch it back. Gets up into heaven. Punishes Patatek. Marian's on the trade. A 2v2 now as Kong Kong is spotted. Look at the beckon for the swing.
He knows he's low.
Daring the challenge. As the wall goes up, Brienne's finds safe passage. Not able to land on Benji Fishy, who continues to be a problem. Chichu with the Sheriff in a 1v2. Rien's weak. Oh my gosh, that was the weak one! Chichu's not able to land the shots as Benji cleans it up.
EDG are doing so much damage on these eco rounds, and they're getting the bomb down on top of it. So yeah, it's helping their economy, but it's coming down to these 2v2s that are just not going their way. They're trying their darnest. I mean, Smoggy this round, the upgrade into heaven with the Omen.
So clean.
Oh my gosh. He almost got that last kill too. I mean, if he gets that, it's over. He just 1v5. That was not the case though. And that's that 4-round mark for Heretics, causing a timeout for EDG.
Just like Sunset.
So similar. It honestly feels like the exact same map that we're watching right now. Slow approaches in the early round from EDG. This time around, though I think that they're picking the right sites a lot more than the last map. But I mean, it's just like heroics from Heretics. They're playing off of each other so well.
And I think it goes back to a word that you and I have used a lot throughout this tournament, and that's disruption.
Yeah.
That just really feels like the approach for Heretics here. Don't let them settle into that slow, defaulty attack approach. Don't let them settle into feeling out the map and then striking where they want. If you're going to take the fight to them, if you're not going to allow them to settle in, you're going to leave EDG in fits, and that's exactly what Heretics have done here.
Yeah, and that slow approach is how G2 absolutely destroyed Heretics. They completely dismantled them. They manipulated them around the map. They had them run circles around the map.
Right.
So now, I mean, the name of the game is proactivity based on any spot that EDG are even making noise. In this case, it was off of a Cypher trip, but they don't even care if it's a lurker, if it's the main pack. They're gonna take that fight aggressively. So for EDG, they might need to try to bait out that trap utility, act like you're taking space and hold for the reclear. Maybe then you can get a punish. But sometimes it can be so hard, especially with Heretics. They're just on point right now with their mechanics. Their aim is, they're just dialed in on their crosshair.
Chichu has thrown this orb a couple of rounds now.
And he's ready to just go for another aggressive play here with Rocket. And it's off of the cam again. Just like Sunset, Doug.
So that orb going up and down suggests that somebody could have crossed back behind the box that you see on your screens right now. That's why Wood has to be a little cautious.
Oh, EDG need to back up right now. They understand the showstoppers there. But if I'm Woot right now showing that Roomba on B, I'm already going back to A.
Yep. Or at least going towards mid.
Yeah.
But he holds a little bit longer because the orb has gone back up B. EDG wanting to explore the middle of the map here. With Patatek close by and Benji Fishy, who again has just been such a thorn in their side. Can they punish this? Gun spotted, Rocket out, not connecting. Patatek will fall. Now the neural theft. Slowing things down even more, giving EDG even more options. Smoggy has already gotten back B. Benji Fishy, the only one who's close by. Spam connecting a little bit, but the site is theirs. Oh, the flash is so perfect. Kanka can't see a thing, but Smoggy and nobody can, and they connect. EDG with a big advantage here, but slow it down. There's no way Wu pulls off this 1v3 with 11 HP, no shot at all.
Another proper post plant from EDG. They look so good in those moments when they get the bomb down and they're kind of freezing the round. In this case, Heretics, yeah, they got that nice pop flash from Rians, but there are players from EDG waiting. Anti, they're playing anti, they're waiting. Even this, as everyone is taking B heaven control. Howdong just holds for that vent push out, and I mean, that was all she wrote. I mean, it was a really clean post plan from EDG.
Yeah, but the problem is they haven't been able to get into those post-plan situations. I think they've got to solve that piece of the equation, because you're right, when they get there, they look comfortable. When they have time to set up, when they're playing the game, the rounds at their timing, it's great.
And they were fortunate that that showstopper from Woot didn't connect, because everyone was funneled in such a tight area there.
All side for Util A. Most of the presence of Heretics there as well. It's just Boo who's got a Sheriff playing mid.
It's a really scrappy buy from Heretics as well. I mean, yeah, they have some guns invested, but EDG will now know that the B Heaven player is using that Sheriff. Maybe something to punish. Oh, but Heretics aren't budging at all. They're just staying in their setup. Why not? Why not gamble at this point? I mean, if they go B, you can go for another retake round, whatever.
Right. And you got Rian's ult.
And oh, these double trips, this could be really bad for EDG.
Is Benji Fishy gonna play spoiler again?
I've got your trail.
Interesting timing on the Seekers.
That should give the info that might cause a transition into Vent and going B.
They've gotten Heaven space. The Seekers that are being traded, it seems like they're still considering it. Have not left Heaven. They've got to be cautious about this crunch.
And the time is going so low. If they're going to go B, they need to go now.
They're patient with it. Benji Fishy again, getting the first. Wood on the cross, and now time is up. They can't really reconsider this. They can't really decide to flip the map. They've got to commit A. 10 seconds left. They're starting to find some of the advantages. Benji Fishy has not moved at all, finally falling. He's picked up the spike, but there's not enough time. Again, it burns way too low.
Oh my gosh. I mean, a bit of fate played into Heretics' favor, because EDG, had they had gone B, I mean, this is a free round for them. I thought after they invested the Seekers into this round, they saw everything going towards site, they would know it's a stack.
Yeah.
But they don't know. Maybe there's a judge in Vent or something, you know, it can be so worrisome.
There was something that they saw where they decided to stay A.
Yeah. Maybe it was the entry they got. It kind of worked against them. This new split from Heretics, this defensive side, it's looked like night and day. They look so much better.
Look at the position Boo has taken.
He's
one-way
so good.
Yeah, he is. And he was set up off of Rian's there with that flash. This one-way coming through a little bit later. I wonder if that makes EDG second guess it, yeah.
But him alone, I mean, he just got a raised nade out by himself. Investing what? A rechargeable
TP?
Utility and then, yeah, 1 TP?
Yeah. You take that trade any day of
I
the
was
week.
literally about to say that. I'll take an OMEN TP for a raised nade any day.
Kong still has 2 satchels and his rocket.
I have the spike.
This is interesting here too for Heretics, because they haven't really been able to punish some of this early slow default from EDG, at least this round, right? In other rounds, they found a lot of success, but this time there hasn't really been a commitment or enough info that's been seen to want to punish.
They are setting up this B split. This will be where EDG want to end. But there is 3 players of Heretics here, and Rian's, he's tucked in back sight.
Chichu goes forward with rocket, or excuse me, Kong goes forward with rocket in hand. Wu goes up top, it connects onto Boo, but Wu punishes back. Oh my gosh, he's gotten the third! Wu single-handedly destroying EDG. And with 13 seconds left, again, time becomes a factor. Smoggy's healthy, yes. But now he's gonna have the neural theft to deal with. Do they try to pounce? Patatek on the swing, willing to give away his life and secure the round for it. The clock decides another.
Oh my goodness, Doug. Woot is world class. I mean, he came to play.
12-6.
Even if Kong went to rocket him, he tried to satchel. He's trying to get ahead of it right here. Doesn't end up ducking on him, but he ends up ducking on Chichu.
And then the other 2 after
that. He jumps up too. I don't think people understand how hard it is.
To settle your crosshair when you're up, yeah.
Exactly. And just like that, another gun round stolen for Heretics. And Woot, another showstopper. Man, Heretics came ready to play. Those changes they made, so fruitful.
And Izinho, I mean, he tempted us with it, right? He teased us with it.
Yeah.
changes have been made, and we saw the obvious ones, obviously, at the beginning. Woot back on Raze.
Toxins going up.
Maybe that's all they needed, man.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And with the way the way he played the last map, he's had full momentum, full steam ahead. He brought the heat into this one.
I mean, honestly, the way he's played this tournament.
I still just can't believe he feels nervous. Does not look like it whatsoever. I mean, I'm sure he's not nervous now. You know, he's warmed up, he's a map in, but still.
Right. Yeah, he didn't look nervous when he stood up out of his seat there.
That's his baseline. That's so impressive in a player.
EDG with the lean B, but Boo's paranoia will delay things a little bit more. 40 seconds left, the satchel's out now. Konkong with the Sheriff in hand. Patatech close by, but it's Rians who punishes.
Oh my gosh.
Another kill going the way of Heretics. But they've kept this really competitive here, but Smoggy's the only one left standing. He's got a stinger on the other side. He will punish with one. Baiting Benji Fishy into the swing, but not realizing it. He's got a really big window here to play around.
He's got to be so worried about everything right now in this moment.
He's going to upgrade a weapon. 14 seconds left. Benji Fishy on the swing! And he lands another filthy shot!
He insted him. No time to even settle the crosser, settle the movement. EDG, they look so good in these eco rounds when it's scrappy. I mean, they go trade for trade, but when it comes to the gun rounds, it's just not there. I mean, they did a really good job here trading out. Even the split in heaven, that was good, but that's what I'm talking about. It was instantaneously.
Nice. Vamos, Brazil.
What? Okay.
What? Huh?
The head coach was looking at him the same way. The supporting coach is looking at him the same way. And second timeout now for EDG.
And in the previous map, I don't remember what the exact score was, but it was in the first half.
It was 8-2.
8-2.
7-1 now, a little bit earlier.
But the same concerns, the same problems.
I will say, though, the last time EDG did take a timeout, they did bring that half back, and they closed it out. So this is a good moment to potentially get a 7-5 half for EDG.
Sure.
They should be able to have a really good buy into this round. They saved the last one. It was a little dodgy, but, you know, it's fine. The thing is Heretics are winning these rounds without having to invest a lot of big ults into them. And then they use them for the gun rounds.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, again, EDG's on eco.
Right.
They have a great
repeat.
showing, comes down to a 1v1.
And then Benji Fishy shatters the hearts of China once more.
Yeah.
And then we just replay.
This team in general, they've just gone toe-to-toe with the Chinese teams, and they seem to always come out on top. I mean, FPX really did give them a run for their money, though. This time around, they're not having it.
Don't keep them
Light armor on 4 members of the attacking side. Same orb from Chichu that we've seen the last couple of rounds. What is the approach here?
Toxins going up.
Slow default hasn't really been getting much value for EDG.
No.
Usually you try to bait out some utility with this, but Heretics are just so calm, they're so poised to not use anything early on.
The paranoia out in the face of Rians. Boo repositioning, still saying clear of any of that utility, but Smoggy clotheslines him. On the swing, it looks clean as the fight ensues up in heaven. Rienzo still dancing around Woot. Close by with Rocket in hand and satchels to boot. He may not have to use them.
Spike down B.
It's just another dominant stomp.
They know exactly where Chichu is right now. I mean, even Woot just jiggling in spawn here. Why not use the showstopper? He saw him.
I guess.
An easy cleanup.
You're so close to the end to have 2. The probability of getting another is pretty low.
Heretics aren't even giving EDG a chance in those rounds. In the gun rounds.
Yeah.
And Patatech, he anchored this B Heaven space so well. That molly to dissuade everybody to run through from middle, and then he focuses B main.
Exactly.
And then he snaps back. I mean, it's textbook.
He just plays that so perfectly, understanding his window is there for him to focus on site. You're absolutely right.
And the star of the show. I mean, Woot, he's sitting at 14 kills. 14 and 7 to be exact. This kid is something else, man.
On the other side of the stage, Smoggy's the only one who's kind of close, 12-7, but no success for EDG.
And Smoggy, he's looked great. He's opened up a lot of rounds for EDG, but they just cannot close it out. Oh, here's that punish proactivity again. Oh, wait!
That wasn't supposed to go that way. Whew. More loss there than I think they would have preferred. They got the dog, they got the paranoia, and they got Woot dead. That doesn't feel too bad, but Kanka going so far up by himself, there's no way the rest of the team can join him. Now a TP through for the Smoggy, but at that point it's late. They've already lost their duelist. The pit invested Chichu falls. Now they're gonna have to dance around Patatek's ult.
Heretics right now, they're just ready for everything. The protocols are in full effect.
Nobody in Smoggy get to the front door and they knock, but they're not allowed in. They have to creep around this pit. Maybe they get into spawn and try to flip the map, but the problem is they have 30 seconds left. There's not a lot of time to think this through.
So awkward in this sky flash from Rians.
Oh, he's gonna but he's not able to dodge the flash. I love the idea.
There's an opening now. There's a chance.
20 seconds left. Boo's hot to trot, rotating over. Starting to corral and control them as they drop the pit. Patatek falls, a 2v2 here.
10 seconds
Persistent
left.
in the attempts. Boo's on the flank, the spike goes down. So does Smoggy.
Clinical right now from Heretics.
Even the little things, man.
Yeah.
The little things were going the way of Heretics too.
Slowly creeping up B heaven, taking your timing when the bomb is being planted. And the protocols that I was talking about, they're trying to punish the Cypher Lurk. They get that done, but on the opposite side of the map, you have a Cypher, you have a Viper that are anchoring the B side.
Right.
They're beckoning EDG to run into that trap setup. And you see the cage come up, all of a sudden, Kong is isolated, and it's just, it's brutal right now for EDG.
And it may have just gotten worse. Woot has purchased an op. Rotating back A, and that's where EDG's headed. Crosshair trained. Target found. Kong down.
Fun fact, Doug, I did tell him when I saw him in the bathroom, I wanted to see him buying up on the defensive side, and I'm glad that he did.
I'm glad you were able to communicate that to him.
True story. I'm actually serious.
Benji Fishy again is still playing back here. Wu taking a lot of damage, and it's Rians who punishes.
Cage triggered. I must wait a moment.
All of these conversations about EDG playing in front of a home crowd, their #1 seed out of China, how they're going to have the 6th man behind them. And it's true, because every single time EDG finds the tiniest bit of success, this place goes insane.
Yeah.
But Heretics have silenced this crowd for 11 rounds now.
They've definitely asserted their dominance in this series on these 2 maps. It's not over yet, but you can't help but feel like it is. Like the life is just sucked out of the arena right now. Everyone is in shock.
Last round.
I mean, it's 10-1, and you go, okay, Sunset, that's a really good map for them. We understand, but Split should be a different story. Kukuka mentioned on the desk she was worried.
Yeah.
And for good reason. But Nilzinho just kind of gave the finger to all of that.
And you know what? When you get rolled the way that Heretics got rolled, the second time around, you're way more confident going into a map like Split.
Yeah, 1000%.
Because it even came down to like shots just being missed for them. And honestly, I feel like we'll have a similar narrative for EDG the next time they play Split.
Possibly. An aggressive take of OMEN. The paranoia, the flash, the satchel's out. Boo, you madman.
He just ran into the full race nade from Kong. A little over-eager.
Yeah, I don't know where he was headed.
A little overconfident.
This is a really aggressive pit.
But they're just delayed.
Meanwhile, they're going to try to take main, but they have all of these trips. One of them already spotted. Benji Fishy punishes. And he's going to spot even more. Has to try to play his life here. Got to be careful as he spots another. The cage goes up. Haodong on the swing. Really nice footwork by Benji, but it's not enough. 3v3 for the site now.
And if they can get the bomb planted, this is where EDG have shined in this series.
They've spotted Kong. And that's their big success right there. You're right, you just mentioned it. This is where success comes through. Kong finding Patatek. These post plants have been good. And they're digging their heels in on this one.
So disciplined is EDG.
There.
Heretics are slowly creeping up, seeing if there's any mistake that EDG are making, but right now they're making none. Kong, he might find this timing right here.
Very nicely done. The ult invested a 1v1. Surely you don't lose those like that. A 4K for Kong as EDG get their second, a silver lining on what's otherwise been disaster.
A direct hit. That's not something you see every day from that showstopper. I swear that thing just peppers players sometimes, does like 20 damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's Woot just so confident that he was gonna get past that raised nade. And Kong, he woke up in this last round. Man, Smoggy's sitting at 14 and 10. Nobody else at double digits.
10 to half the way of Heretics. EDG look lost, lacking answers. We'll see if the devs can answer some of those for him.
I tell you one thing, Doug, I'm not sure at this point, like EDG is really on the struggle bus, and you got a Heretic squad that is just looking like phenomenal, truly. Let's go ahead and take a look at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you got to give it to the boy Woot, just wooting all over everybody. I mean, this kid
He's just that Woot. The satchel over the rocket is utterly ridiculous.
It looked like, you know, like in the old James Bond movies when he had the ejecto seat car, you know, like you just like just catapulted into the sky. What was that?
This kid is unfathomable talent.
Oh,
damn. It's just crazy to see that Team Heretics can go from that previous split that we saw the other day to this, having control over everything, leaving the exactest pace and reacting to almost every single thing that EDG is doing. And on the end, just look at the end of this round. It happened like what? 3 times that EDG ran out of time. They couldn't even get the spike down. It's very concerning to think that the attack went this way.
And it's really similar issues to what we saw from some of the other Chinese teams that have already been eliminated from the tournament. Attacking sides where you're not getting enough information, you're contacting and waiting for a mistake from your opponent that never comes. And then you're losing these late rounds. And those mistakes, I mean, they've snowballed into a dominant, likely 2-0 here for Team Heretics.
and you know who got all that information on the Chinese teams? Heretics, because they ran through it time and time again. It was almost as if they got the blueprint, and now they're just a few rounds away from winning this 2-0.
Yeah, exactly, but they still have to close this. They need to keep their head in the game because Kankan on the previous mob, he came alive in the later rounds, and he can still do it now.
It's going to be quite the climb for EDG. Can they do it? Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. EDG down 8 rounds. And again, during that halftime break there, the crowd was doing their best to will them back into this map. Maybe it's off of Kong's back, maybe it's off of Smoggy, who continues to perform, but there's got to be a spark here. There's got to be something to kindle these flames.
It's just so tough because nothing has gone their way, even the 1v1s, right? Benji Fishy just shutting them out entirely.
Yeah.
The shining star has been those post plans, but this time it only accumulated 2 rounds for them.
Right. And now you're going to have to deal with Wood on the attacking side.
Yeah. And already Heretics doing a 4-1. They're feinting the Sky utility at A.
Flash was invested, and now the dog.
They're keeping 3 players here. It's a perfect call.
I don't know if there's been enough, really, for EDG to want to move a couple of these players. 2 of them got tagged by the Paranoia, Wood the only one who has not. And he's going to be the one on the swing. The snap on Howdong is perfect, not realizing there's another on the other side. Smoggy's able to punish. But he will fall. Chichu trying to wrap around Pillar. Things slow down for just a moment as the dog now from EDG is intended to create a little bit more space. Kong up high, has to get the space back down, and Reams with the Frenzy at that distance will drop the Duelist. He falls down to a 1v2. Chichu with the Ghost in hand, 57 HP. Spike not in hand, but the shots from Patatek come through.
Great trading from Heretics in this scenario. It got scrappy. There was a push and pull on the actual site. But that Frenzy, it was perfect for the situation that Reams was put in. Those close range gunfights, all he has to do is spray and pray. Imagine we're gonna see the replay right here. Even the insta-dink right there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Steady with it.
Oh, he got him too in the back.
Waving in and out. Just like gliding.
I wonder what he said.
I mean, all steam ahead for Heretics here.
Let's flip and go, Doug.
11-2. A couple of members on EDG have to invest. They force up the Stinger and the Spectre.
You have to.
Yeah.
Oh.
That might be the only thing that's gone wrong for Heretics this map.
Literally. And a slow approach from Heretics. They know that EDG, if they want to win, if they want to come back into this map at all, that they have to do something crazy, something outlandish. This trip isn't broken either. Oh my gosh.
It's a pesky one. Haodong with 2 bullets left, trying to land the shot. Hasn't managed to, but he got what he was looking for.
It's a great opening.
Yeah. Chichu finding some success.
And that's A site shut down, so that's going to funnel Heretics to speed up B.
It seems like EDG are ahead of it too.
Yep.
Because Smoggy and Chichu have already started to lean. As soon as that kill came through, they started to rotate. Remember, it was Haodong who was the first one here. The dog out through the smoke. The cage goes up. This rollout is really nice, but Haodong not able to find any success on the other side of it, as Smoggy will fall too. They still have the 2 weapons they've invested, and Chichu's Sheriff strikes again. Now, finally, falling Konkon from up in heaven, getting a couple. A 1v1, and Boo's gonna get the kill again. Just when it seemed like Konkon was gonna deliver magic, Heretics get to series point.
It's the same narrative as those 1v1s on the opposite side. When EDG were on attack, it was Benji Fishy that was winning the 1v1s. In this case, it's Boo. But honestly, Konkon, he did everything he could. He had to reload here, and the patience of Boo, I mean, just tapping away, securing the round win. And you have to buy anything now for EDG. They have rifles, they have Spectres. No ults online. Chichu hit some really nice Sheriff shots.
It's been borderline perfect up until this point. Konkon's able to get a couple of kills back.
Finally an advantage for EDG in one of these rounds.
But is it too late?
Feels like it is, Doug.
Toxins going up.
While all that's happening, all this B main pressure is happening, Benji Fishy is solo taking A ramp control. He broke the Cypher cam, so that will bait over a rotate from Chichu to try to help his teammate.
If he catches out Haodong here, this would be big.
Almost does.
And he does. The problem is, while that fight was going on, Chichu has started to rotate back A as well. And the truth is, Heretics have a fully open map right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, that opens the middle area of the map for Heretics. Once Benji Fishy sees this Viper, that might be a cue for Heretics to maybe go back to mid.
They're gonna lean into this. They're still coming this way.
I mean, sometimes just grouping up and healing your teammate is the right call. Just trade out. They've been so good at trading in this series so far. Doesn't get traded this time around. That cage was the problem for them.
Oh, Chichu's filling in on the space. And Konkon from the other side. Oh, I thought it was gonna happen. Konkon gets his 4 though. EDG gets a 3. And the Rocket's online for the Duelist.
Yeah, he hit some crazy Spectre sprays. The first time in B main, the little collat right here.
Yeah.
This was really nice. And then in the back of the A side here. I mean, it's not easy to get kills with the Spectre with this distance ahead of you. He was dead on. So clean. You still can't help but feel like it's a little too late.
Certainly looks like that's the case on the face of the coaching staff, but Konkon has been a spark before. Maybe he can do it again. Aggression from Heretics at the beginning of the round. They just satchel past the pit. They just fully get ahead of the pit. What was intended to be mid-control has been lost right off the bat, and now the pit goes down.
It's ludicrous.
Now Haodong, with all the pressure surrounding him, will fall. Konkon is able to get one, make that a second. The Spectre and the Ghost on the other side, the Paranoia out. This might be too much even for Heretics to pull off, but Konkon will fall. Can they upgrade the weapon from there? No, I think it's a little bit too far away.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. This rotation because of the Omen ult. Patty Tech has Heaven control.
Yeah, but he's already been flashed off. They understand where he is, or at least have a good idea about it. Can they close this out? Boo's upgraded a weapon, a Guardian in hand now, but he's playing close. In elbow. Nobody and Smoggy both there. No Paranoia, no Flash, no Dog. Just the smokes. And as the spike continues to tick away, urgency continues to swell for EDG. They've got to go here, and they've got to go fast. The first one through. Patatek still playing up in heaven. He's crept out on the other side, confirming that there's no presence. One comes through, but it falls down to ones. Patatek playing up in heaven. Time is so short. As the smoke goes down, he tucks behind him. Smoggy has to hold it, not even able to get it to have damage dealt. But I don't think he's got enough time. The Grim Reaper strikes again. A clean sweep of the Chinese teams as Heretics bests EDG.
Team Heretics, they came out here to prove they belong with the elite, and they just made a strong case. And Woot, the big difference maker on this defensive side, on this map of Split. What a phenomenal player. A Thrifty to seal the deal.
That's as close to a complete, perfect stomp almost, as I feel like we've seen in a really long time. Because oftentimes you'll see teams get an early advantage, but the other team claws their way back into it, right?
Yeah.
Like they get a couple of things together, but Heretics, for all intents and purposes, really destroyed them every step of the way.
That change on Split, that, one-day turnaround they had. One match turnaround, I should say. So clean now.
Take a look at a couple of these highlights once more. And honestly, if you missed the map, I'm gonna give you a precursor on what's gonna happen in these highlights. There's gonna be a lot of Heretics kills and a lot of pop-offs just like that.
That was such a crazy game. I'm in awe right now. I voted Heretics to win this match, but I didn't believe that they were going to do it in this fashion. I thought it was going to be a 2-1 close game. Kind of like how they played against FPX. I thought it was going to be this back and forth battle of two Titans.
And honestly, they did it with style points. The Des talked about Wood and his creative satchels, getting past Kong's aggression, the rocket not connecting. Rien's was a freak. Everybody. Everyone. Single player.
It was the synergy. That's what it really was. They played so well together today. The trading was on point. The entries were on point. Retakes, post plants, it was everything.
Everything. We even got a Vamos Brazil out of there, so I'm not really sure what was going on there, but when you dominate a team that bad, yeah, you give a little gas to Brazil as well. Why not? A completely dominant performance from Team Heretics, and now the Verizon post-match interview with Patatek.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 Team Heretics 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Patatek 选手来接受我们的采访。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Patatek from Team Heretics with us.
Hello.
Hello. Would you like to make a short introduction to our audience?
Can you repeat the question?
Would you like to make a short introduction to our audience?
Yes. Hello, I'm Patatek Fabrowski. I'm best standing in the world for Team Heretics.
也是跟大家简单的打了一个招呼。那接下来可能想问一下 Patatek 选手，因为现在他们已经和3支来自 CN 的队伍全部交过手了，也想问一下他现在会如何定义 CN 赛区的打法风格呢 ？Now that you have fought against with 3 teams from CN region, so how do you define the playstyle of CN?
Can you repeat the question? It's really hard to hear.
Yeah. Now that you have fought against all the teams from CN region, how would you define the playstyle of CN region?
How would I define it? Probably with one word, kind of crazy, not gonna lie. It's a completely different playstyle compared to Europeans and Americans and like Pacific. But they are pretty good, not gonna lie.
他说他觉得 CN 所有的队伍的选手都是非常厉害的，而且打法风格很疯狂，而且他们的打法风格其实是非常非常不同的，无论是和欧洲的地区比，还是美洲地区比，还是太平洋赛区比的话，都是非常不一样的，而且他认为大家都非常的出色。那接下来也想说，其实他们今天的表现是非常好的，也想问一下他们对于今天这场比赛的准备工作有多少是基于他们曾经在瑞士轮的学习呢 ？So your performance was excellent today. So how much preparations coming into this match was based off your learnings from the Swiss side?
Honestly, the 3 days that we had off after the win versus FPX helped us a lot. We prepared a lot of things that actually helped us to play like well in scrims, and we actually showed it right now on stage. So I would say that those 3 days really helped us to like solidify our gameplay and our play style.
他说，其实他觉得瑞士轮的这段经历是非常非常重要的，在这段时间的比赛里，他们也有了一个很大的提升，尤其是他们可以在今天把他们所有训练赛里的成果，所有训练赛里打得好的东西展现出来。可以说，在所有在瑞士轮之中的这些学习，都让他们更加巩固了他们的打法风格以及他们的基础。那接下来最后一个问题，因为其实他们即将在下一场比赛再一次对阵到 G2， 那对于这场比赛，他觉得需要如何准备才能赢下来那个之前他们没能赢下来的对手呢？ So you're going to have to face against G2 one more time. So how are you preparing to get a win that we weren't able to secure last time?
I think we're just gonna play our game. I think, like I said earlier, we solidified our game style to the point where we are not scared of anyone. And I'm really stoked to play against G2 because we wanna get the revenge against them. Like, to be honest, we should have won. So it's really nice to have one more shot against them.
他说，对于他来说，他真的非常期待和他们的这场比赛，因为对于他们来说，他觉得准备工作其实只要是做好他们自己的东西就行。因为对于这场比赛来说，他很期待他们可以实现复仇，并且赢下来这场他们本该赢下来的比赛，而且在这场比赛里，他们一定会发挥得更加出色的。那再一次感谢 Heretics 选手来接受我们的采访。And that's all for our interview. Thanks for joining me. Good luck on the upcoming matches.
Okay, thank you, and I love you guys. You are the best crowd.
对，最后还是要对大家说一声，他很爱你们所有人，咱们是最好、最优秀的观众。对于他来说，那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束啦，拜拜。
And there you have it. Team Heretics gets the win 2-0 over EDG. I can't believe that happened. But I mean, well, let me rephrase that. I can believe it.
But
I just can't believe it the way that it did. Yeah, exactly.
I think we were too hyped for seeing EDG. We were talking about it when we were watching it and thinking about the other CN teams that we had, and FPX was just so incredible to watch in some of the rounds, how close they took everything that, you know, we expected a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely expected more from EDG. But I mean, Woot was lighting the world on fire today.
Wow, look at that.
Definitely the make or break.
Yeah, this was from the results of our Mastercard fan poll. You guys had picked, well, I believe it was Jing for that top spot. And, well, Jing didn't have the best of days today, but Woot most definitely did. And hell, I'm going to give flowers to Icy, because Icy played great today as well.
And for a guy who has gotten so much criticism, has had a lot of matches where he doesn't perform. I think he has gotten better every game we have seen him here at Masters Shanghai. I think this guy is stepping up on the big stage, and he's been critical to this G2 run.
He was one of the main reasons why they were able to close that last map. It's not the same having almost 300 ACS in 2 maps as dominant as Team Heretics was as to having it in 3.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that Woot was pulling off, though, was... I still... am blown away by that satchel play. That was just so, it was like the Matrix. It was like a movie.
The most ridiculous play of the event thus far.
Had to have been. It was super cool.
Actually, I remembered Berlin. Never mind.
But
that's
actually
it's
true.
up there.
That's
it's
true.
Up
Berlin
there.
one was wild. Oh, man. All right. Well, guys, with the playoff matches in the books, our first round of playoff matches in the books, I should say, here is how the bracket is shaping out right now. We're going to get a rematch between G2 and Heretics. You heard Patatek talking about that. Felt like they should have won that the last time they played. Well, he's going to get to prove that
Look at this lower bracket. HyperX, EDG, Fnatic.
Talk about being the first seed. Talk about being the first seed. Well, one of them between HyperX and EDG is going home.
That's wild.
Also, the history of that matchup. We have seen it many times before. It always delivers as a banger. And HyperX have historically been kind of the kryptonite for EDG. So that'll be a good one. And then you get a regional rematch between Fnatic and Foot. That should be fun, too.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be, especially that first one, the EDG HyperX. After what we saw today, I want to know how much this tells us about the form that Heretics is in right now, and how much of maybe EDG crumbling under pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I mean, they're in Shanghai. You got to feel that, you know, like kind of like that elephant on your back, right? Is that right? What I'm thinking? The monkey on your back. That's what I was thinking of. Basically, the pressure that you're feeling. Our words are hard.
There's another on your
stage,
shoulder.
and you have hundreds of people just looking
Chip
at
on your shoulder.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that one.
But monkey on your back, I think, is also.
It's applicable.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm really good at idioms.
Give it to me, okay? This is my last segment, all right? Just give it to me for today. All right, folks.
She would never.
She actually would not. That's my
whole
dog right there.
shtick.
All right, folks. Well, here are the matches coming at you tomorrow. It's lower bracket action. We're sending home 2 of these teams tomorrow.
And there's a chance they're both the first seed of their respective regions.
Yes, oh my word. And I mean, look, either way, no matter how you slice it,
I mean,
this
there's a
has been an awesome
50%
tournament.
chance that they're both 1 seeds.
Wow.
Not really.
Wow.
One of them is going to be a first seed.
Well, no, there's a 50% chance both
No,
go home.
because
there's
HyperX and EDG are both seed 1.
But there's a 100% chance of the first game and then a 50% chance of the second. So
The
that means
second
it's
game,
50 overall.
no.
Team, this
What
is
do you mean? I'm correct.
this is what we live for here.
We're bickering about nothing.
Folks, it has been an absolute pleasure. I bid you adieu as I will be heading off to go see my boy get married. So thank you all so much for welcoming me here in Shanghai. And of course, to my lovely crew. I love you guys very much.
It was a pleasure.
It was a blast
It was a
working
pleasure
with
with
you.
you.
And Yinsu's going to be in the captain's chair manning the ship. I got all the stuffies.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, all the
all going
stuffies.
to the wedding.
Stufissimo. Well, folks, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much. Love your faces. I'll see you at America's Stage 2. Tomorrow, Yinsu's in the chair, and Mimi's about to pelt my face with a rabbit. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. Bye.
I missed.
And you missed. You missed. I'm never playing with you.
Show.
Never playing with you. Here we go. HyperX versus G2, our second day of playoffs, and it's going to be a clash of styles.
HyperX has picked to play them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen.
Self pushed up here into heaven, something final 1. Playing ring around the rosy here, sees the gun barrel of 1. Swing out, finds it, swap over the classic, and something gets the 4K Red Bull clutch. And there's Jing now arriving, making his presence known. Paint Shell sent, there's nowhere to go but forward, but it's into something who collapsed them. Entry from Icy, able to find 1, but now something strikes. 2 kills, tries to swap over, pick him up after the updraft. As HyperX taking split, 13-7. Jing now all the way in behind Rubble, takes out Leaf, takes out another. Looks to try to find Trent, but Trent will finally put him down. Now Divide dead. Entry coming through, Forsaken not ready for it. Needs to have the headshot, needs to be snappy, but he can't quite make it happen still. Oh my God. Jing, oh my God, sniped out of the sky is Icy. Comes up with 2. Icy dead, but finds himself another elimination. And in towards B, but do they rebalance position? So far, they have not. And now he strikes, finds the first one, Mind Freak, trying to take him down, but something falls. Jing marked, gets the bite, and Trent will find the kill. It's a very aggressive space, but he's only able to find 1. Boss, swing out, Forsaken, gone to the fuse, being held, Paint Shell's in! And Leaf will get the final kill. G2, the timeout works a treat. They take down HyperX on Lotus, 13-10, we're going to bind. Allen just pushing his way forward into the site, able to collect 2 kills. Something to get 1 more as a parting gift. Here's the push. Forsaken able to find 1, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They try to play a little bit more elusively in the Dizzy now. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it.
They're going to use the cove and a bunch of flashes, but they're ready. They're playing it.
Finds an opener once again. Says, throw whatever you have at me. I will bear through it. I will shut you down. Now opens up, tries to find the shot. Forsaken gets to come away with 1.
Wow.
Forsaken gets a second. Leap now dead, and Forsaken swaps to the classic.
Oh, no.
Reckoning sent, but he's got to get the spike planted. I think he might have just been a second too late. Just a hair off as the push coming through, and there is a thrifty G2 get their win, 13-5. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They say to HyperX, you asked for this, you picked us.
It's the hometown heroes versus the plucky underdogs. You got Team Heretics taking on EDG, and this crowd is surely going to be on the side of the #1 Chinese team.
Tuck the Gecko Flash, Wood is free.
Oh, it's so effortless for Wood in that position.
The skill level of Wood is off the charts right here. I mean, he gets 4 to secure the round. Let's go, baby. Come on.
They do get leaning towards the site. You see the utility already dumped down, but Benji Fishy playing back site, getting 2. Benji Fishy with 4. Heretics continue to roll. Leaving Patatek alone. A 1v2, a tap of the spike, the swing coming through. Not able to connect on the shots. Kong with 3 as EDG get there as well. Out of presence here. Chichu's just playing on the other side of the smoke. He will fall as Benji Fishy goes back site. But Smoggy on the counter. Smoggy on the punch. 3 found.
My grip bumps.
Dominant from beginning to end for Heretics. 13-6. Oh, out does Benji get away with that? Smoggy's gonna have to push his way through it just to pick it up, but that's another round the way of Heretics. Wu goes up top, it connects onto Boo, but Wu punishes back. Oh my gosh, he's gotten the third! Wu single-handedly destroying EDG.
Starting to corral and control them as they drop the pit. Patatech falls, a 2v2 here. Persistent in the attempts. Boo's on the flank, the spike goes down, so does Smoggy. Now finally Fallen Kong from up in heaven getting a couple. A 1v1 and Boo's gonna get the kill again. Let's go! The Grim Reaper strikes again. A clean sweep of the Chinese teams as Heretic bests EDG.
Like booyah. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, explosive crushed. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter. The sharpshooter who pierced off through ya. The sharpshooter who pierced